games of the future. The Mobile Legends Bang Bang tournament features 16 teams of up to 6 competitors. The game is played in a 5 versus 5 format until 2 wins or 3 wins in the finals. Each team has one reserve player. Replacements can be made between the matches, and in the event of a player injury or other force majeure, a replacement can be made during the game. The tournament consists of 2 stages, group competitions and playoffs, and the matches themselves will be held in a best-of-3 format. Only 12 teams will advance to the second stage. The group stage is played in the GSL format, the playoffs in the Olympic format. Teams that finish the group stage without defeat go directly to the quarterfinals, and those that lose one match will compete in the last 16. Teams that lose both their group matches are eliminated from the tournament. Good luck and have fun.
I can hear you now. I don't. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Games of the Future 2024. I am Private Dancer here with Burger Kim. We are so excited to bring you these games, these top 16 teams from regions all over the world who have brought their best here today. For the next 7 days, we are going to be looking at some of the most exciting matches and clashes the world over.
Yeah, the last time we've seen these players, we've seen these teams was, of course, the World Championship back in M5. It is Apribin holding that title right now. But looking at this, wow, I love how they have this like mini map of the Land of Dawn. It is still Christmas here, all fun and all games for everybody, because I honestly can't wait. We're going to be opening it up here today with a BO3 in an El Clasico.
Yeah, best of 3, and we talked a little bit about AP Brent, but we have a new meta, new things going on, a lot of changes that have happened in the last few months that could change the landscape of Mobile Legends and who is dominant in it, and that's what's going to make this so exciting. See here, I wish we had a nice little a map like this in game where it has a little snowy and the trees in there.
Yeah, I actually saw those suggestions over on the Mobile Legends Discord, where if we could have like a theme every single season, say on Christmas, on Valentine's Day, they can change the map. Actually, they do have some custom maps, and I like how Games of the Future actually has this little thing going on before we actually, pump things up for everyone before we head into our first game. I think for today we're gonna be having it's S2G and Twisted Minds, if I'm not mistaken, for the first game. So, I can't wait. You did mention the new meta, and I really get my ideas on how I play in Grand Games. And I think pretty much everybody here is going to be getting a lot of ideas on how this new meta works, because this is going to be one of the biggest tournaments that we are going to be seeing all of these professional players play in.
Мощнейшая энергия созидания, способная объединять народы, вселенные и сохранять баланс мироздания. С развитием технологий люди стали больше погружаться в виртуальные миры, забывая про мир физический, обрекая гармонию на угасание. Чтобы восстановить баланс, гармония переродилась жар птицы мира отправилась сквозь вселенные в поисках героев, способных вернуть утраченную энергию. Избрав 5 сильнейших представителей, Мира собрала их у Куба Советов, наделив их уникальной силой. Они стали хранителями гармонии, чья задача — охранять и поддерживать баланс. Советом было принято решение провести турнир, победитель которого распространит гармонию по свету. Для этой цели Куб преобразовал частицу гармонии во Flame, древний артефакт для сбора энергии. Хранителями было выбрано место для проведения турнира – город с самым сильным соприкосновением энергии. Именно здесь миллионы зрителей и сильнейшие атлеты примут участие в величайших играх всех времен, чтобы определить достойнейших и восстановить баланс миров. Да начнутся игры!
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. You saw there a huge event, not just encompassing Mobile Legends, but many games over. But here today, we are focused on one of the most popular and largest mobile games the world over, and some of the top teams from the regions all over the world.
Yeah, I mean, they're all coming in here to Kazan, Russia, and you're actually going to be seeing them in just a little bit. Honestly, you know what, Private? Apart from the teams, I also am looking forward to the new meta because this is the first time we're going to be seeing all of these teams grouped up together, and they're going to be playing in this new patch that we have, and we can get to talk about that later. But how you doing? I think this is the first time both of us are going to be here on the big stage, and I'm looking forward to our very first game. Let's take a look at the schedule here today.
Yeah, you can see here today, 26th of February, we starting the group stage here. 16 teams are going to be clashing. Tomorrow, we're going to continue on with that, the 27th of February, continuing on with the group stage. And then after that, the top 8. The 28th of February, we're going to be moving into that. Moving on to the 29th, we move into the top 4 teams of Mobile Legends here in the games of the future. And then the semifinals, the electrifying semifinals on the 1st of March, which will lead us to the big shebang, what it's all about, the 2nd of March, the grand finals, and then we will award 3rd place.
Yes, and that is the schedule for Games of the Future 2024, brought to you by Private Dancer. I love how you made it so much more exciting. Yeah, you know what, guys? Take a look at the group stage here, which will be happening today. So there's also another stream A. That's where the RQ Hoshi and Little Gun game is going to be in. And then you got Burmese Schools, Deuce Fault. So eventually in a BO3, whoever will win will be moving forward. And I think... yes, it's going to be mostly a BO3, and then the grand finals is going to be a best of 5. So don't miss out. It's going to be happening up until March 2 this week.
You know what's better than one stream of Mobile Legends, Kim?
2, 3. No, I'm kidding.
Streams of
Two
Mobile
streams
Legends that are happening at the same time.
I mean, you can never get enough, right? Because here we have it. Like I mentioned earlier in our introduction, it's going to be an S2G versus Twisted Minds here for the very first game. And then you got, of course, the much awaited, I'd say, because AP Bren is our M5 World Champions. They're going to be going up against the MPL Malaysia Champions Homeboys later on. Then you also got, wow, these are like champions after champions here today. Burnix Flash versus KBG, Team Flash then versus Onyx for our last and final match here today.
Yeah, the bell was tolled, and the countries and regions have sent their best out here, and it's honestly it's exciting to have day one such like great clashes, especially as you were talking about. Like we got Flash and Onyx, Homeboys and Bren, and then the ones that we'll be casting, S2G, Twisted Minds. There's just a lot of exciting matches here just happening on day one, and we've got 7 days of this excitement.
Yeah, I think apart from that, you know, every single region, I'm not so sure about for you, Private. Like, I'm pretty sure like the NA has their own meta. Philippines has their own meta. Indonesia has their own meta. But it's so nice to see, like, you know, say for this, like S2G, Twisted Minds, they have their own meta as well. And we did mention that this is a new patch, so blank slate for everyone. We might actually see some of the picks that you haven't seen for quite some time. We'll dive into that later on. But honestly, there's a lot to take in here because I think this is the first major tournament after the World Championship.
Yeah, and you mentioned a clean slate, and that's the exciting thing about it. We've had a point where usually after December, after the M series, the teams get to rest, they get to relax a bit, maybe try some new things. Not this year. We have an exciting event here where teams are going to be putting it all on the line for that record-breaking $1 million prize pool. It's got everybody talking, it's got everybody practicing more, it's got everybody trying new things, and like you said, it's a clean slate. So there might be a few different things that we're going to be seeing out there, different for every region, who might translate what they see in the patch notes, what they see coming in from Mobile Legends a little differently, and they might have a different game plan.
Yeah, a lot of these teams have been preparing for this quite some time.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. Well, I guess you guys have been back. We taken a short siesta, but still here to bring back that excitement of the match. We are already we're mid-draft already. S2G taking on Twisted Minds, and we can already see some of the changes that appear here, especially on the world stage.
Yeah, wow. We were talking about the Aurora off cam, and we were wondering if this is going to be a thing, or is it just a rank game thing, right? Like, she has recently been reworked or revamped, and I honestly think she has a really good amount of damage and at the same time CC. So I think even in your regular rankings, you can see Aurora being prioritized. The Martis and the Valentina, I would actually like to give a shout out to these two heroes. These two have been either on the pick or ban list for the longest time. Can you imagine the time that Valentina was released? 2021, and she still hasn't left the ban or the pick list.
Yeah, well, she just provides such a versatility to your team, where not even just your team, but now the enemy has to kind of think about what type of ultimates they want to have, if they want to give that up. So it's no surprise that she's kind of had that long-standing history in the meta. Some newer things. Ruby has kind of made her way back onto the main stage we see here. And I want to say the meta now has kind of started shifting a little bit more towards a CC heavy compositions, where like Aurora, where she still kind of has the same, I want to say, issues as she doesn't have a lot of mobility, but right now the amount of CC and slow that she can dish out really make up for that now. So it's been some really wild and interesting changes. Oh, something brand new for me, at least. The Leomord.
Okay,
is back
which one
out
are
there.
you looking at? Which one are you looking at? I'm pretty sure we're looking at the same hero that was picked. It's a Leomord for S2G. This is jungler Leomord. Wow, this is like throwback to like 2 patches ago that the Leomord was just so good until it was nerfed and eventually it left that top spot. Yeah, I do like what you mentioned about the Ruby. It has been on the ban list. Like, I think she is currently at least in the top 10 most banned heroes. So this is really scary for the side of S2G. What I'm worried about is how the mid lane will go, though. Like, how will that matchup be, since Valentina is more of like getting in those really important ultimates? So will it be like more of like team fight eccentric, or is it going to be like more of farming up before you go in for the team fights?
Yeah, and that's the really interesting thing here, especially on the side. You've got a very good mix, I want to say, from both compositions, with when it comes to the damage. Leomord on one side, you got a Paquito on the other side. You've got the CC heavy, and the wave clear in the mid as well from Aurora and from Valentina, and then just that tankiness and setting potential from both teams. So it's going to be really interesting to see who kind of prevails here. If it's going to be the compositions, or more or less if it's going to come down to the macro and how well these teams can kind of rotate and find those ganks in the side lanes in the early game.
Yeah, I think the focus is going to be more on the XP lane lately, because that was one of the changes that I've seen, like especially since the CC came out in the Ruby. Like, all of the resources, instead of the gold lane, like it seems to be like a lot of the teams go for pressuring the XP lane that can really carry your team, or at the same time create that pressure when it comes to taking in objectives like the Turtle and the Lord. But here it is, Private. I can't believe we're saying this. We're gonna be heading over to our very first match of the day. It is gonna be S2G versus Twisted Minds here for our very first game in this BO3.
Really exciting here, especially because you mentioned about the priority onto the XP lane, which kind of leads into like the next point that has been a little bit of a minor change, where the Turtle and the Lord cannot really be pulled out of the pit. So you really have to dedicate all of your resources. You really have to want and know that you're going to be able to take these objectives and deal with the oncoming, I want to say, offense from the enemy team. So that's going to be another factor here as we move in here. Opening, I want to say, minute and 26 seconds here.
Yeah, looking at the Twisted Mind here, this should be a very early game composition. I'm looking at an Arlot that is going to be used as the roamer here for the side of Twisted Minds. A lot of CCs as well that you did mention earlier. So if S2G has the Ruby and Minotaur for the side of Twisted Minds, it's going to be in the form of the Arlot here. So we're seeing there's a little bit of a gold advantage here to Twisted Minds, all because of the early game advantage that they have with the Martis. They're already positioning themselves here on the Turtle Pit, looking to take in that first objective.
Yeah, and that's the thing with the Arlott. He actually underwent a few nerfs recently, but it didn't stop him from kind of claiming a seat in the meta. And you can see here we're already starting on the Lord. You see the Lord. You get a little bit of an example there. Turtle is not able to be pulled out of the pit or put to the side, so you really got to dedicate it. You really got to know. Oh, we do have that Phantom Steed is out. Turtle is down to about 10%.
Whoa.
Big pop-up lands onto Twisted Minds. Begin finds a kill onto Mike. Turtle is still out there fighting, and Soda actually able to pick up the Turtle. So they do, S2G do find a kill, and they are still continuing on. Twisted Minds kind of forcing in there. Soda in a little bit of trouble here. Doesn't have his Mortal Coil. Oh, he's going to use that to go ahead and get over the wall. Lunar chasing him down. Begin comes in with a flicker. Is that going to be it? And Soda goes down. Lunar picking up the kill right there.
Wow, just when we thought that it's going to be calm before the storm, but you know what? S2G and Twisted Minds, you see the CC, the chain CC coming out from S2G, they were able to pull off a lot of these early games. Lunar as well, which is actually why the Ruby actually was prioritized here by the side of S2G. It's a good thing that Twisted Minds was able to at least take in the turtle here. This is Soda that we are talking about, one of, I would say, the most seasoned and at the same time, one of the most looked upon junglers for the side of the MENA region. I've actually seen a couple of his games, and yeah, if you give him the space to actually snowball here for the side of Twisted Minds, it could actually go downhill. But so far, S2G is looking really great in this early game. They can't keep up with Twisted Minds.
Yeah, and that's the thing. The Twisted Minds able to get the turtle, but eventually, I mean, lost the fight. Took 3 deaths up there. So, I mean, you kind of, Final Slash comes out as we're talking about. Karo in trouble there. Had the Frigid Glacier out there as well. Soda claims a death there. Oh, Beginnings gets found out in the bush and is going to go ahead and create some space.
Yeah, they actually took that time to pick up that kill up to Karo. That would have been a really good setup though, but there was not any follow-up just yet. If the Ruby was there, it could have gone a different way. But let's take a look at this top side. It's going to be trouble here for the quad.
They're looking.
Sano.
They smell blood in the water. And good thing for Sigibum, he saw it and was able to kind of back up, create some distance from that tower. And unfortunately, I want to say not a wasted rotation, but you spent a little bit more time up there and weren't able to actually claim anything. Here comes the next turtle up here as well.
Yeah, I like the aggression here of S2G too. Like, they were able to get in that early game that we kind of expected Twisted Minds to have. And here it is. Oh, final slash onto Karo.
Yeah,
He's at half HP.
Final slash on Karo. And a lot of damage, already down to about half health. Is going to go ahead and heal himself back up. And they're taking this turtle to the edge of where they can. I think they're looking to kind of pull it out to get a reset on it right now. 4 members of S2G here trying to contest for it. And the turtle gets reset. This is what we were talking about. These little turtle dances now are a little bit more, I mean, you have to be very careful about it because you're pretty much putting yourself in harm's way, and now both teams able to kind of find a little bit of a advantage there. Final slash comes out on the kazoo. Here comes the Phantom Steed. Turtle down to about half health and pulled
reset
out again.
Oh, this is gonna get, wow, I can't imagine the Lord fight at this point, right? This is gonna get really tricky though. Wow, nice tug in onto Soda though.
Yeah, and a big pop-up onto the rest of Twisted Minds. Mauro finds a kill onto Begin. Turtle down to about 5% health. Mike running for his life. Is he going to be able to create that distance he's looking for? He's got a little bit of that shield and gets taken down by Kazoo. A great aggression by S2G. Able to get the turtle at the back as well and then push forward onto Twisted Minds.
Yeah, S2G kind of understands that, you know, Twisted Minds has this early game. And if you compare the Leomord to a Martis, right? Like, if you keep on giving Soda the space here to keep on farming, to keep on getting those resources, again, the early game could be a bit different here. But S2G kind of understands that. And if they see a clash, they will definitely commit. We're starting to see some pressure being made here on the bottom side. And Sano is just, we actually haven't checked Sano here. He hasn't picked up any kills yet, but he's been working on the top side and the bottom side here for the side of Twisted Minds.
Yeah, and something new kind of coming into this meta too has been the tanky carry builds that we've been seeing. Over here you can see she has picked up that the belt as well. So especially with the amount of true damage that a carry is able to dish out now, I mean, tanky is almost the way to go. It gives you a lot of protection. It gives you, I want to say, a little bit of gank proofness, and you're still able to dish out a ton of true damage.
Oh man, it's a low kill score here for both sides. I love how they're just trading in objectives here for Twisted Minds and S2G, right? They kind of understand that at this point, like Twisted Minds, if they aren't able to get that nice final slash onto at least 3 members, it is going to be a difference since there's a whole lot more CC here for S2G. They got a Minotaur, they got the Ruby, and at the same time, they also have the Valentina here that is picking up the ultimate here of the Aurora, which is a really big factor when it comes to the team fights here for Twisted Minds and S2G.
Yeah, and that might be part of the frustration now for Twisted Minds when it comes to trying to get that final slash. Oh, as I talk about that, Flicker into a final slash, begins able to get out of there, but it doesn't look like Kazoo. Oh, I speak again, he is able to get out of there, followed by the healing from Koro on that Minotaur, able to top him up and give him a little bit of an escape there, but this is going to be possibly a turtle for the side of Twisted Minds. Nope, that's big again. S2G coming in here, the aggression. I'm not even sure who that turtle actually went to, but
actually went to Twisted Minds.
Engaged. Blazing Duet is out. Maro finds a kill on Nakaro. Kazoo finds Maro, and Sanu with his first kill of the game. Now 2 kills on to S2G, starting to build up that marksman from that carry.
Yeah, we were just talking about Sano earlier. I kind of called it saying that, we haven't checked this marksman yet. We haven't checked the carry yet. And this is the kind of thing, right? I was expecting that the carry will definitely have a harder time up against the Claw when it comes to the range in the early game. But S2G was so busy picking up these fights that Sano was left unchecked. And he was just free farming on the top side and moving over to the bottom side. Now we can finally see the items that were purchased here by our players. And taking a look, it is, of course, Sano leading the gold lead here. 6,372. 300 more than the Claude here of S2G. That is big.
Yeah, and already has that endless battle, whereas Claude is picking up his second item as well. So, I mean, we're going to see, and that's kind of like when it came to that fight and the amount of CC, Sano kind of in the middle of it, able to withstand all of the damage that came out and still spitting out attacks with that speedy light wheel. So, I mean, and that's just kind of the value you get out of this tanky carry. You cannot leave it unchecked because then you have something that is so hard to kill and dishing out so much damage into the late game. You're going to have an answer for it.
Yeah, the carry here, one more, that will be a killing spree for it. The thing that Twisted Minds did is that when S2G is a little bit too busy when it comes to the clashes, right? You see the chain CC coming out from the Minotaur and the Ruby. What Mike Sama has been doing is creating a space here for Twisted Minds. You see his two turrets have already been taken in, and it just created so much space here for Twisted Minds. And S2G, they're also going to be answering it out here, trying to take in this topside tower before the first major objective of the game. It is going to be the Lord here. Enhanced Lord going to be happening in 12 minutes, but now I think Twisted Minds is actually not going to be wasting any time. They're going to be starting up this Lord.
Yeah, they have the advantage that they want to kind of keep it here, but as you can see, S2G, as soon as the Lord spawns, I want to say great presence of mind. Oh, we do have Phantom Steed out there. Maro does use that flicker. Final slash is out, and a big pop-up land. Soda finds a kill onto Karo, the roam of S2G, and that's going to go ahead and back up the rest of S2G as Twisted Minds looking to get a free Lord. But you can see S2G down a player, but still aggressive, trying to make sure that they have their presence felt here, making them wonder, especially like we were talking about, you cannot take this Lord too far onto the side. Down at the bottom, Mike finds a little bit of damage onto Kazoo. Maro in trouble up at the top, and gets pulled in by that I'm offended from Lunar, down to 10% on this Lord. I don't even know. I'm pretty sure Twisted Mind's going to be able to scoop that up. Soda with the kill. Ooh, with a tiny bit of health there. Lunar is in trouble. 10% health. Here comes the Phantom Steed, and then that new passive from Coffin does not save him. Mike in trouble, gets taken out by Kazoo, and it does look like Sano going to be able to get away with that flicker and a dash out, but not probably going to be able to protect this tower.
Oh. They are doing their very best. Actually, look at the damage coming out from Sano, forcing the rest of the members of F2G to actually back away. Nice tuck in, though. Lord is going to be taken in by Twisted Minds.
That tower?
Well, it is still there. Half HP. Bottom side, Lord is going to be marching down that side. It's not the enhanced Lord yet, but this is going to give the time for Twisted Minds to actually create a space. Top side, mid lane. They're trying to defend it, and there you have it. Sano on a killing spree. But so does CG Boom. He is also shredding a decent amount of damage here up against Twisted Minds.
Yeah, I want to say both of these teams doing such a great job knowing the limits of their characters, knowing and being able to protect things when usual teams might have to back off and maybe give up a tower. They're still able to find, even when it comes to two. And we even saw when it came to that Lord clash, there was basically a 2v5, but still able to find an advantage. S2G comes in, doesn't get the Lord, but is able to find some kills as well. But Sano, man, is a monster, getting all over the map right now and able to take down these towers.
Yeah, at this point, I wouldn't be surprised if like almost 100% tower damage comes from Sano here. He's already worked on the top side, bottom side. Like, I mean, the entire map. He's already taken in a lot, and this is really good, right? He hasn't been shut down just yet by S2G, and that's something that they need to do right now before this enhanced Lord that will be spawning in the Land of Dawn real soon. Let's take a look at the items here. Oh, wow. Look at the Claw, too, of Sijimo. He has taken in the Demon Hunter Sword and the Golden Staff, so these are the key items coming out from the Claude. So this should also be a problem for Twisted Mind. I love how they're being aggressive here for S2G, right? Even though that they weren't able to take that Lord, they were willing to take those fights.
Yeah, and it is really amazing. And Sano sitting at about 10k. Basically, I want to say full build when it comes to the damage that they need. Just basically a golden staff and an endless battle needed to really... Oh, Maro with the concealed play finds a final slash on the two members of S2G. They're going to go ahead and flicker their way to safety.
This is the thing about Maro, right? Like, once you get that final slash and then you combine it with Aurora's ultimate, we've seen it in the Lord class earlier, and it was actually what won Twisted Minds that objective. But right now, it's just going to be a dance between these two teams, clearing out the waves, making sure that they have the right space when it comes to this Lord take. But looking at the map here, again, the map control is going to go to Twisted Minds. They definitely have the better position here for the Lord, but we have massive CC here from S2G. If they can get that nice Minoan's Rage, and then you combine it with the I'm Offended of the Ruby, this will be a good type of play or an epic comeback that can come around from the side of S2G.
Yeah, you see Karo coming up here in the front, trying to check on the status of the Lord. Cuffin in a little bit of trouble, gets caught under the tower, but they reverse it, and Kazoo actually gets caught, and that means S2G does not have a retribution for this Lord, and Soda's gonna go ahead and start on it.
Oh, that was big for the side of S2G, or rather Twisted Minds, because the outplay coming out from Cuffin, he still had that passive, because he was trying to go for the pickoff, but then it just backfired on the side of S2G. They're gonna have to take this Lord. This should be a free Lord, though, for the side of Twisted Minds.
Yeah, it does look like you can see Mike and Maro doing a good job of zoning out S2G from this Lord. And that's the thing is, it was kind of questionable there just because Kazoo went in and Aurora still had that, Cuffin still had that passive. So, I mean, even if you get the kill, you're going to have that Ice Form to compete with while you're sitting underneath the tower just taking hits.
Yeah, it's kind of like the passive of the Nana, right? Like, you don't know when it has that passive, and it has that second chance, pretty much like an immortality, I would say here, which is one of the good things that I have seen in the revamp of the Aurora. I love how they added that. But here it is, the enhanced Lord for the side of Twisted Minds Private. It is going to be marching on the bottom side. So let's see how Twisted Minds will try to pressure in S2G here. But we're waiting in for the setup here of Karo with that Minotaur.
Yeah, you can see the final slash came out there, and actually now Maro takes a heap of damage underneath the turret. Karo able to find the kill on there, the roam. Soda here looking to press on to Lunar, who's going to go ahead and put the last touches onto that Lord. Really interesting. Oh, final slash comes out there as well. Cuffin in a little bit of trouble. Look at the amount of CC and damage coming out. Blazing Duet finds, is not able to find Aurora. He's trying though. Lunar finds a kill onto Mike, and Soda and Sana go down as well. Cuffin alone, no passive on him. Is he going to be able to get away? Look at the freezing. This is what I was talking about. The CC from this Cuffin right now, but it is not enough. They are able to chase him down.
Oh, a wipe. Can they go for a straight push here? Okay, Maro is back. 20 seconds for the rest. They have that minion. Let's take a look at that replay there. What happened, Private, is that there was a massive chain CC coming out from the side of S2G. Then the Blazing Duet coming out from Sijimo onto the backside, was able to shred apart the backlines here at Twisted Minds. I like this chase coming out from Cuffin. There's no passive left, and they got in that wipe.
Oh, no, this might be it. They tried for it, about 10%, and that's going to be it. S2G able to turn the tables at the last moment and get themselves their first victory.
Just happened there. But that one wipeout, they were able to get into victory. I thought it could have been at least like they could have at least bought some time, right? Like, because Mario was back up and the rest still had like a few more seconds, but that was one straight push after that single wipeout. That was what I was talking about. The combination of the Ruby and then you got that Minoan's Rage onto like 4 and the Blazing Duet too at the backside. We can't forget that.
Yeah, well, I want to say, like, I mean, it was amazing. As soon as the Blazing Duet came out in that BMI, he was deep into the back line, absolutely shredding them. And even when the Blazing Duet, they hadn't killed them and Aurora's passive had gone off, he still had enough damage to chunk down 2 more players, and then they were able to kind of chase down the Aurora as well. So, I mean, man, a great play there, especially being able to get deep into the back line like that, where I want to say they were having issues taking down the CC of the Aurora, the damage from the carry, and they were able to kind of find the answer there at the last, especially coming off of a defensive push from the Lord.
Yeah, actually, it was nice that the carry there flickered out. Like, even Cuffin was pushed back in because they saw the massive chain CC, right? I thought it could have gone to Twisted Minds, but what we didn't notice was like the main thing that was really hard for Twisted Minds there is that they didn't notice that Blazing Duet. Like, if Sigiboom didn't pop that in onto the back lines, it could have gone differently because there were heroes over on the front side like soaking up all of the damage. They were so busy like looking at that, they forgot about the claw that has so much mobility, and that was one straight push. I actually thought it could have been extended a little bit more, but wow, what an explosive first game that we have here for our stream B between S2G and Twisted Minds.
Yeah, and I want to say it was a very fast and action paced. Every single time there was an objective, I really like that. I like seeing that not a single objective was given out for free. Even if they got a kill, you could see that S2G still had a presence up there at the pit, wanting to make sure that they knew what was going on, that they could try to pressure off Twisted Minds as well. So I mean, it just did back and forth here, just a great game overall. And an excellent game to start off the day with.
Yeah, we can't just count out the S2G here. You're talking about Lunar and Kazu that has a big experience when it comes to the Turkish MLBB scene. But let's take a look at what went down in our highlights here. I love how S2G started it out really aggressive, right? And Twisted Minds kind of answered out to the aggression that they showed, and pretty much it was like a back and forth tug between these two teams. All the objectives so far was actually taken in by Twisted Minds, the Turtles, and even the Lords. But this is the thing that gets frustrating, especially when it comes to the late game, Private, is that one single mistake can actually cost you the entire game, and that was it for Twisted Minds, right? Like, that one setup coming out from S2G was enough to seal the deal of their victory.
Yeah, and you said it best, like it just one mistake, and that's why you always need to be vigilant throughout the entirety of the game. You can't just get complacent there. And you can see here, because they were still able to get the turtle Twisted Minds here, and then able to clean up and pressure. This being the first Lord push here as well. Big final slash landed onto 3 or 4 members there as well, and the Twisted Minds able to clean up properly. I mean, it's just an amazing game here too as well, and this all while you can see Soda up there trying to put some damage onto the Lord there. So I mean, a great amount of being able to kind of split up your priorities as well. And then yeah, there's the kill there, and Soda able to get away, crawl away with like a 1 HP as well. And then we were talking about it, that new passive of Cuffin basically acting like a base Winter Truncheon now. Basically, he has a stock on there.
Yeah, I'm actually kind of thinking of what it's going to be like. Definitely going to be really annoying, right? Like when you have that passive and then the Aurora even builds that Winter Truncheon. So it's kind of like a double life and add up the immortality too. I love the setups here coming out from Karo's Minotaur here. And at the same time, you have to commend Lunar's setup here. And this was one of the final clashes that they had. Mike Sam actually went in for the the ultimate here, the Phygytal. But what you see, the one shredding apart the composition here of Twisted Minds was actually the Blazing Duet. And this was the last one. If they managed to not take down Coffin there, it could have been a different story. Maybe they could have at least defended the turret. But let's take a look at the MVP here. It is going to be Lunar from the side of S2G. We did talk a little bit about the Ruby, why it is a priority, the CC heavy. I love how it's coming back here to the XP lane, because for a while, the likes of Lapu Lapu and even the Esmeralda is the one dominating that lane, and even the Terizla too. But having the Ruby here, the War Axe, wow, okay, it is going to be the Malefic Roar also being picked up here. So you kind of want to have that additional physical penetration when you go in for the I Am Offended. But overall, apart from Karo, it was also Lunar's I Am Offended or the ultimates that made it really hard here for Twisted Minds to be able to actually respond to their setups.
Yeah, and those two items there you kind of touched on, War Axe and Brute Force Breastplates, a mainstay now of why Ruby has kind of come into the meta now. She only needs those two items to get just a whole gaggle of lifesteal and sustain for her teams and be that front liner that they needed. You can see there, 4, 1, and 11, just a part of a ton of fights here, and a big factor in a lot of the chaos that S2G was able to put onto Twisted Mind here.
Yeah, most of the time it was Karo like soaking up the damage. Like even if Karo was down, right, they still had Lunar to make those setups, make those I Am Offendeds to actually kind of back up what Karo started. And it's just good overall here for S2G, right? They were able to answer out the early game of Twisted Minds, and once Twisted Minds was also able to take in the mid to late game, they kind of had the answer to it. That one miracle setup coming out from Karo and Lunar was able to turn things around and just take in this game, which means that S2G is already at the match point for our next game.
Yeah, match points. So it puts a lot of pressure on the Twisted Minds and maybe a little bit of relaxation from S2G. They get to, I don't want to say they're going to take it easy here, but it does give them a little bit of wiggle room here now coming into this next match. I mean, an exciting match nonetheless here. And it's unfortunate too, because Sano did such a great job. You can see there 68% of both marksmen's, 68, 65% when it comes to the tower damage. So both actually knew their role, knew exactly what they needed to be doing throughout that game. It's just unfortunate that in this game, S2G had that last fight and Sigibum was able to find that BMI well into the back line of Twisted Minds.
Yeah, I actually was checking out the drafting phase earlier, and for S2G, they actually banned out a lot of Hoda's heroes from the early game, like the Fanny, the Joy, and even the Guinevere here. All the possibilities for the jungler role, and this was the same case when I casted his games. Like it was all respect to the jungler here of Twisted Minds. The Martis is also one of those really good heroes to kind of bring up a very good early game, but S2G managed to balance it out. I actually didn't feel like who was actually leading in the early to mid game, but it's just good that Twisted Minds was able to take out all of the objectives. It was just all about the CC here. So can we expect to see like a Diggy priority, or maybe even like more Diggy bans coming up here for our next few games?
Yeah, and that's been the what I've been seeing throughout the meta, especially over here regionally, has been Diggy has been the biggest priority because now CC has come to town for a lot of these picks. We were talking about the Aurora, Ruby, who just got the MVP out there as well. I want to say some of the, and then Gwen, who you said was banned out last time. Yeah. It's a big pivotal role, and it's nice to see a Diggy more than kind of I want to say a loose pick. We saw him a little bit, I want to say in December during M5, not as much, but now, I mean, he's basically the core of either your bans or your picks when it comes to a lot of these compositions.
Yeah, I think to think that the Diggy was taking a look at the draft here, it was banned away by Twisted Mind. So if it was actually left open, they could have countered out like the heavy CC composition that S2G had earlier. So I'm expecting to see that. It might be opened up by Twisted Minds, but then again, it was the blue side, red side. It was actually S2G that had the first pick. So let's see if it is going to be Twisted Minds on the blue side this time. Like priority, what's it going to be? Like if the Diggy's open, you might actually pick it up since it seems like S2G is going for that CC heavy kind of composition.
Yeah, and we'll see if they actually have a difference in mind. They do have a little bit of a break here where they can kind of go over their plan, see what went wrong there. And two, I also want to say too, like they didn't really have a lot of tankiness. They had the R lot out there, able to kind of get that final slash out there to kind of gather them up. They were really leaning on that CC to kind of be able to get them down. But once you started getting into the later game where the Minotaur had gotten a lot of defense, the Ruby had a lot of regen, the CC wasn't enough. The damage with the CC wasn't enough, and they were able to find opportunities. So maybe it goes to show with, especially with the tankiness that S2G had on that team, it was just a little bit more than Twisted Minds could handle when it came to the amount of CC that they were kind of stacking on their composition.
Yeah, I'm actually looking forward to the drafting phase here right now for match number 2. Like, are they gonna take away this Ruby, or maybe if Twisted Mind is on the blue side, they might actually prioritize this Ruby, which was one of the first pickups in the first phase here for the side of S2G. So they might actually consider that, maybe have a little bit more CC on their side, because earlier, if you've noticed the draft of Twisted Mind, it was only the R lot that they were relying on for the setups, right? Maru actually had a lot of good setups there. It was just that S2G just had so much more in their utility. So man, I just can't wait. Like, it's a BO3, and this is where it all turns around for the next game, right? Let's see. It's already going to be the drafting phase. It's still going to be S2G on the blue side. So let's see if Twisted Minds will have some of those bands centered towards maybe a Ruby, or maybe even the Minotaur, or maybe perhaps pick it up for themselves.
Oh, I think we actually switched. Yeah, we just.
Oh, there you go.
They switched it up on us. So Twisted Minds are going to be on the blue side here, and we're starting off with the same dance that we did in the last game. We have the Wan from Twisted Minds, and then of course, as you were talking about, the Fanny gets banned out from S2G here, and then another. Good thing from Fanny, the early game and the pressure that she has around the map, the ability to kind of close distance, just be a menace at all time, at all around the map there as well.
Yeah, they're taking away the Matilda 2 here for the side of Twisted Minds. They might actually this might actually open up some of the heroes. Twisted Minds might consider either picking up the Ruby or just countering out all those CZ heavy compositions by just picking up the Diggy, which is still open. I think S2G is still going to respect Hoda here by just taking out all of his heroes. And if I'm not mistaken, like the way it was banned out earlier, it was like a Fanny, then you got the Joy, and then the Guinevere, or maybe even take away some of his other assassin heroes in his pool, so to just leave him out with either a Martis or maybe some of the fighter junglers that are being used right now.
Yeah, another big one has been Matilda. We've had, while the CC, I want to say, like, secondary right now has been a good support game when you have like the tankiness on your team. Matilda being one of those mainstays. We've seen uses from Florin as well on these teams, especially when you have some of those tankier jungles that I've been seeing with Barats. So I mean, a big pick. I want to say we're kind of looking at about a mirror draft when it comes to the banning so far from Twisted Minds and S2G right now. I guess kind of comfortable with their bans. Maybe we might see a different mix-up when it comes to the actual picks.
Yeah, looking at for S2G here, their last ban was Guinevere, but this time it was Twisted Minds that banned it away. This might actually maybe they should consider banning out the... Oh, okay, they actually took out the Ruby, which I did mention that it could be picked up by Twisted Minds first. So now this leaves either the Diggy open, like Twisted... It's such a safe pick. Like, even for me, like, I go for the Diggy first, like, in case the other team goes for, like, a CC heavy composition. I have the answer to that immediately. And speaking of the Diggy, kind of want to hype up our next match a little bit. Like, you know who loves banning that Diggy out? It is going to be AP Brand. So expect to see that in our next match. Twisted Mind's still gonna go for the same thing. They actually prioritized this R lot earlier in game number 1, and they're still going to be doing the same thing. I think it is still providing them a whole lot of CC with the final slash, and I think Maru is super comfortable with this hero, so they're still going to go for that. But S2G, are they going to go for maybe a support type of hero, right? That's something that we haven't seen for quite some time, and the CC was also open. It was banned away earlier, and now they pick up a great early game once again. S2G picks up the Lilia, my personal favorite, and of course the CC that is, I wouldn't say it's overpowered right now in the patch, but it gets pretty annoying when it comes to the laning phase.
Yeah, especially with all the bombs that she can release out there, slowing them down. So this does, I want to say, like, this is kind of a pick that to kind of threaten Twisted Minds against trying to pick up tankier heroes, those ones that are a little bit slower, so that when Lilia does catch them, they're going to be slowed to a basic crawl and taking a heap of damage. So they're trying to delegate what Twisted Minds can pick here, but you're going to go ahead and pick up that Fredrin, which has been I want to say it's been a mainstay we were talking about mainstays in the meta since they've come on, and Fredrin, since his implementation, has been right there up in the top of the metas.
Yeah, actually, I think in terms of the jungler position right now, I actually would prefer the Barretts, right? That really work so well with the current adjustments onto the items. The Fredrin, I would say it's still good, but it's no longer like in that S or A tier. I like the answer here. Immediately coming out from the side of S2G, they got the Akai to answer out to, like, of course, the Fredrin when it comes to the team fights, and even the Arlott as well. So this is good coming out from the side of S2G. They kind of have answers to the first phase here for Twisted Minds. So we're going to be going into the final two bans here for both sides. They haven't revealed their roamer just yet here for S2G. And even for Twisted Minds, I think it's kind of evident that it might just be the Arlott here. So they can answer it out here for S2G. They'll just ban away all of those possible heroes that Twisted Minds might pick up.
Yeah, and I like that Sano went ahead and took away Claude from Siggy Bum here right before we go into the second banning phase here. Diggy taken off the board. I mean, a smart pick there too as well, because I mean it's pretty much the CC heavy game here. On the side of S2G, I mean, we do have the CC right now, so she's got that mobility, that kiting ability, especially in the lane, and I almost want to say she kind of acts like a marksman at close ranges, just the way the auto attacks kind of go out there as well. So it's really interesting to see her in the meta here. I've always imagined her more as a single target. She dominates her lane, but when it comes to kind of some of those team fights, she can get caught out. So we're going to see how well Lunar can kind of position himself with this. Looks like Valentina being taken off the board as well.
Yeah, I mean, you wouldn't want a Valentina picking up either the heavy spin here or even the ultimate here of the CC, which I guess that for the side of S2G, this is good for zoning, right? Like, some people even use the CC as in the roam position just to zone away like your backlines. Twisted Minds, of course, suspecting that CG Boom actually worked that Blazing Duet in that final clash so well, so they picked it up from him. Great start. I would say one of the safest marksmen that you could pick up in the lane. It has the mobility, it has that burst damage when it comes to the late game. So I'm actually really curious on what S2G will actually bring out here in the laning phase. Will they go for a carry this time? Like, will they switch up the gold lane? Like, the carry is a good answer to all these tanky heroes, right? So they can pick it up, kind of have to assist it in the early game, and maybe that might just be the answer here to the first two picks of Twisted Minds.
Well, and it depends too. And I almost, you brought up carry, and I think I kind of like that on the composition of S2G, especially because you have the heavy spin that can kind of create that distance and that protection around the carry while they're firing off that speedy light weird. It does look like we're going to pick up Divine Judgment in the name of Kaja here on the side of S2G. So we're going to be looking to kind of, especially, I like that because it can kind of offset the Blazing Duets of Sana on this Claude. He goes in for the Blazing Duet and immediately catches a Divine Judgment there. And then in answer, we have Mike picking up the X-Borg on Twisted Minds.
Ooh, yeah, there's a lot of tanky frontline here for Twisted Minds, and an Odette. Of course, am I right? An Odette for Twisted Minds for their final pick. Well, it's not going to be easy.
I have yet to see an Odette in this top tier of play. I mean, you've got a large amount of AoE when it comes to the Swan Song. She can connect her CC onto a lot of people, pretty much chain it and bounce it off. It's going to be very interesting to see, especially. You have a Swan Song where you have to kind of sit still and you're basically a target, and you have somebody like a Kaja. You've got the Akai out there that can come in with the heavy spin. So, I mean, I want to say a very confident move from Twisted Minds here. Very confident in their ability on this Odette.
For sure, right? That was their last pick. Like, the last pick is something that, you know, it's a surprise pick, right, from the side of your team. And I think I do understand, right, that yeah, let's talk about the carry. It's going to be the final pick here for the side of S2G. I did mention a lot of those heavy frontline for the side of Twisted Minds, and the carry is the answer to it in the late game. My kind of understanding here for the lineup of Twisted Mind is, yes, they have a heavy frontline, and you know, if the Odette here of Coffin comes in at the right time with that swan song, and nobody takes notice, it could just spread apart like all of those heroes from the side of S2G.
Yeah, and I wasn't actually able to see the spell, but if she has, if they have the flicker on her too, the swan song now, you can reposition it, and then if you have a flicker, you can reposition it again. It really does have a little bit of a surprise in it when you're trying to take it down and kind of whittle down the shield that you get from it. But this is going to be it, ladies and gentlemen. It's going to be Saudi Arabia's Twisted Mind taking on Turkey's S2G, possibly the last game of this series.
Yeah, actually, Odette was seen in M5, actually picked up by AP Bryn. I was kind of happy I know up earlier. And we're going to be seeing it here. So I'm really looking for that positioning coming out from Coffin, right? Like, he did so well earlier in game number 1 when it came to the positioning of the Aurora. You've seen the burst damage it can dish out with the ultimate. But you know what? He's like, I'm done with the Aurora. Let's pick up this this Odette, which actually is quite underestimated by a lot of people. It can dish out a great amount of burst damage. So let's see how Coffin will be playing this out. So let's see if S2G, they can manage to keep up with the early game heavy frontline kind of composition that Twisted Minds has.
Yeah, I want to say, like, the only thing that kind of Odette lacks just a little bit is that wave clear when it comes into which is going to be kind of this is going to be fighting against when it comes to versing up Begin. You see Maro here just kind of being a nuisance to Kazoo, dashing in, but Kazoo can go ahead and get that retribution on that stolen minion.
Yeah, level 3 for both sides of the jungle. Hoda here over rotating to the bottom side, actually trying to get a good position over the turtle objective. And there you have it. This is the thing that I've seen in his rotation. He actually prioritizes rotating over to this turtle pit instead of the gold lane to actually kind of scout the area before they start off this big objective for this second game of the day.
Yeah, you can see a good position by S2G, kind of roaming around here, looking for something around. They're going to go ahead and look for an engagement at this turtle pit. 4 seconds left. Up at the top, Sana and Siggy Bum. No worse for wear for both of them. Ooh, Kazoo gets tracked down by 2, popped up there. You can see Karo in the mix there, trying to provide a little bit of support. Begin with some positioning. Looking to catch a Coffin, and does put a little bit of damage on. We're down to about 10%, and looking for S2G to kind of engage here. They're waiting for it. Lunar coming from the side, and in comes Kazoo comes in with an easy dash and able to get the retribution on the turtle. Heavy spin is out, and they're going to go ahead and make that speedy escape like thieves in the night.
Coffin there with that swan song actually caused everyone from S2G to back away, and to think that this is an Odette that does not have that much items yet. So you can you saw it like a couple of HPs that were taken out from the side of S2G. What more if it has a lot more items? So we can expect to see that type of play that might come out, especially in the turtle pit and the lord pit later on. But taking a look at this, it was actually Kazoo that picked up that first turtle of the game. So they actually have that gold lead and that XP lead that will kind of help them be a little bit more aggressive here when it comes to stealing in all the jungle creeps here from Hoda.
Yeah, trying to. They're just making sure to keep the pressure onto Twisted Minds. You see them just entering the jungle whenever there's an objective. We do have a final slash that does catch Karo, who's trying to get away but is not able to run away from Sanu, who finds a kill. First one of the game.
Oh man, wow, that was big from the side of Twisted Minds. It was it all went to Sano. They actually made him last hit and made him take that kill. Obviously, you need this for a quad to be able to take in the items. Kazoo, forced to use that heavy spin, kind of misses it a little bit. 30 seconds before this first objective is up, and you can kind of see the adjustments that were made onto the Fredrin, right? It's not as tanky as it used to be. And there you have the tug from the Divine Judgment coming through from Karo. That is big coming out from the side of S2G. Once again, they're able to get themselves another good position on the turtle, the second turtle of the game.
I absolutely love the patience. Blazing duet out here onto Karo, but the patience from Karo to wait until Soda had his life low enough that you knew that the Appraiser's Wrath was about to come out. So he went ahead, got the Divine Judgment before he was able to, and the rest of the team was able to whittle him down. Now working on the turtle, about 50% Kazoo. A little bit of a BM there is letting them know a little bit of a hello to both teams there as well. Starting on this turtle, you can see about 3 players from S2G kind of crowding around looking for an opportunity right now. Mostly a bait. You see Mike and Amaro at the top looking for an opportunity on Karo up there.
Oh, they're taking a lot of damage though.
Final slash comes out and Karo gets taken out by Cuffin. Maro's going to have to find himself a way back as well. We are still fighting. These turtle fights have just begun to get elongated when it comes to this new meta right now. 10% out left, and here comes the last insanity. Cuffin finds the turtle as well.
Okay, that was the Cuffin actually picks it up with the Swan song. So this is actually the reason why they picked this up. No, I was kidding. I was kidding. Definitely not. But the thing about why S2G actually won that one is they were trying to get the Divine Judgment actually onto either Hoda here or Maro in that clash. So with that pickup, okay, they get in that concealed place via the Divine Judgment. Here it comes.
Yeah, here the Swan Song is out, and I was able to find 1 kill, but S2G finds a kill onto Cuffin. That was an interesting Divine Judgment. It almost looked like Cuffin tried to flicker away, but got caught in the middle of the flicker and still pulled back to where S2G could eat up.
Yeah, actually a lot of ultimates were invested there. Like I thought like Cuffin could have gotten in a nice like ultimate there, but speaking of the ultimates, here comes the Blazing Duet.
Yeah,
okay,
it's not going to be enough to kind of to take down Kazoo there, but especially as tanky as he is. I mean, we saw this before. Twisted Mind's able to kind of have a lot of success when it comes to some of these objective fights and kind of getting some of the kills. It's maybe not due to complacency last game, but maybe just got a little lackadaisical and didn't realize, oh, we do have a last insanity from Mike here. That's going to be used a little defensively. But as I was saying, like they just need to keep up the pressure, keep things tight throughout the entirety of the game, especially as you move into the late game where things can be anybody's kill. And Lunar gets taken out by Sano. Twisted, just a ball of aggression right now, really forcing forward onto S2G.
Yeah, even though they haven't been either winning in these team fights or, you know, S2G kind of has that advantage, this is exactly what Twisted Minds was doing earlier to create that space in the map so that they can take the objectives. Here's the last turtle of the game. Hoda's going to be starting it up. I think it's not going to be enough for Twisted Minds to actually take it in. It's going to be a 3 turtle for their side, but here comes the ultimates. Okay, Mark's going to get tugged in. Heavy spin as well by Kazu. Out of that one.
Yeah. Yeah, and unfortunately, 5-3 right now. S2G losing that turtle, and I want to say S2G maybe a little bit more on the back foot here. Usually, they are a big part of a lot of these objective fights. They make sure that they have a little bit of priority. They're in there that the enemy can see. Oh my God, Mike is trying to crawl away from Beginnings, who was just lighting him up.
Yeah, I mean, the bombs here from the Lilia is not going to make it easy for the X-Borg. I've tried that, and definitely you're going to be backing away from all of the damage. And looking at S2G here, I love how they're also kind of trying to take back the map for their side, but Twisted Minds too, right? Like, they've been creating space over on the top side, bottom side. Look at the towers that have been taken here by Twisted Minds on the bottom side. But S2G is just going in for, like, either single pickoffs or maybe even pressure a single lane with, like, 3 people.
Ooh, last insanity plus the flicker able to get Mike to safety. But on the other side of the map, I mean, right now S2G trying to match the intensity of Twisted Minds, but I want to say Twisted Minds just narrowly ahead right now when it comes to it. You can see just those middle towers left really for S2G, but I want to say those are probably the more important ones that really kind of open up the map for your team.
Yeah, I think for S2G, they understand that Twisted Minds is doing the same thing. I love how they answered by, you know, taking some towers for their own, right? Like, kind of evens out the playing field when it comes to the map control, right? It was all going to Twisted Minds, but S2G had the answers. Right now, The gold lead, it's only a 1k lead. Care of Twisted Minds, all because of the space that they created. Now, the Force Lord is going to be popping in the Land of Dawn. It is going to be big, especially whoever takes this in. Twisted Minds, they can take in or pressure in more of the turrets here for the side of S2G. But if S2G takes this in, they could at least take in like probably the outer turrets here for the side of Twisted Minds. So here it is. Hoda's going to be starting it up here. 1/4 already taken in here. And we expect to see the Divine Judgment will be used here onto the jungler. Okay, here comes the ultimate. CG was going to be taken out here before the first Lord fight. Numbers advantage going to go to the side of Twisted Minds.
Yeah, Twisted Minds, and especially because you have CC at the bottom of the map, and now Begins goes down, so you have basically a 2v5 as CC slowly makes her way back. Was trying to split push there, but the numbers game in Twisted Minds' favor. Then the Swan Song comes out, the numbers start forcing even more. Now we're starting to push down to mid lane as well. Maro finds a stun and a final slash with the heavy spin, able to kind of create that little thumbs up there, let him know, yeah, I'm okay. But, I mean, are you going to be able to protect the tower? Look from the side. CC actually chunks Coffin down quickly, but Coffin able to create that distance now, and we have a Lord looming down at the bottom lane.
Yeah, look at the damage coming out from that CC, right? It was enough for Coffin to back away. Actually, popping in that flicker to safety. It would have been at least Coffin taken down there if he actually let it go on. Look at it, even Maro's like taking a brunt of damage there. Caro, okay, still fine, but Lunar, oh, there you go. Seals the deal there by picking off one here for Twisted Minds. At least for their side, though, they're going to be picking up at least all of the second-tier towers here for the side of Twisted Minds. Lord also on the bottom side. This will create a lot of pressure for S2G.
Yeah, and you can see right now they're kind of struggling right now. They're trying to kind of form the defense here. They're not going to be able to protect this tower. Now, a Lord at bottom. You're going to start having pressure up at top. They haven't really synced the lanes because you can see the minions kind of gathering up at top. They're not pressing onto that top tower. So it's going to give S2G a little bit of an opportunity to be able to take down this Lord without worrying about spreading their forces too thin to cover an entire 3 waves coming at their high grounds.
Yeah, 4k lead. That was just one Lord, not even the enhanced Lord that went to the side of Twisted Minds. And this is the same case that we saw actually in game number 1 where, you know, S2G was backs against the wall. They were, it was Twisted Minds on the lead, but, you know, that one setup that just kind of sealed the deal for them for game number 1. And now they're kind of relying on the Divine Judgment here of Caro. Now he has to be a little bit careful on who he uses it on. Like, it's either Hoda or is it Mike Sama, because they have a heavy front line, right? Like, who you want to take off are the damage dealers here for Twisted Minds, not really the front line.
Yeah, and at this point in the game, you're going to need to start worrying about Sano, who can get to the back line. He's got that Purify as well. And we saw it from the last game. When the Claude is able to kind of rip through your back line uncontested, it's going to be a devastating practice for your team. So we're going to see how well that goes into it, too, because we've just got so many targets. And I want to say a very successful game by Coffin on this Odette. I was expecting a lot of them to be able to kind of, as soon as that Swan Song came out, I was expecting them to really jump in and be able to take it down. But I want to say Coffin's being very patient, waiting for the team to kind of whittle down before he kind of comes in with that Swan Song to put the finishing touches on.
Yeah, because Twisted Minds has this, like, you know, entire bodyguard up against Odette. All 4 of them can actually make that 3. The Fredrin, Mamaro here, and even Mike Sama can tank up all of the damage. And Coffin just needs to stay in the backline. But there it is! The Divine Judgment onto the Odette, but Caro gets taken down. Lord is at half HP. He's going to be taking it. It's going to be Hoda for the side of Twisted Minds. Totally worth it, though.
Yeah, S2G tried to get in there. Twisted Minds still able to create the distance, create that pushback onto S2G. So now we're going to have a Luminous Lord dealing with them. Quite a change from the first game. And I want to say some very not peculiar, but like out of brand picks. You can see it here. Lord, you had that Blazing Duet coming in there, chunking them down, trying to do its best. And even with the heavy spin at the Lord pits, Kazu not able to find the retribution there, unfortunately.
Yeah, actually, it was right there in the middle. Kazu was able to pick it up. Rather, Twisted Minds, Hoda was actually able to pick it up They should create some pressure. Enhance Lord for their side. And I think the biggest problem here for S2G, even though Karo is able to get that Divine Judgment, it is that Blazing Duet, the same Blazing Duet that gave them that victory in the last match that made it a problem for them actually right now to be able to get in any of the pickoff. It was a nice Divine Judgment onto Coffin, but then they had to back away because of the damage that Sano was actually dishing out here up against S2G.
Yeah, 7K gold right now. He was, last I checked, he was 2K gold over Sikibum on the marksman there too. And Cuffin able, I want to say Cuffin too, becoming a menace right now. Oh, big final slash lands onto it. Here comes the swan song as well. Sano finds a kill onto Kazoo. This might be the end. They're still trying to defend here. Top of tower taking a ton of damage there. You can see Mike and the rest of Twisted Minds trying to keep S2G from exiting the base. They're just basically forcing them to turtle right now.
Yeah, Karo right now is just, see, even before he's able to get in that Divine Judgment, there's that start from the side of Twisted Minds. They get in that final slash onto him, and then he gets taken down. There's absolutely no answer there from S2G, and Sano's already dishing out a lot of damage. All of the inhibitors are down here for the side of S2G, and it's going to be the second Lord of the game that will be spawning soon. And if Twisted Minds gets this private, this is going to be huge. They can actually just lock in the tower with that Enhanced Lord later on if SUG doesn't manage to at least pick it up for themselves.
Yeah, it is. That's what I was about to say. This next Lord fight is going to be the most here too. You have nothing to protect your base on the side of S2G. You're going to need to make something happen. The only real problem here, though, is who you decide to focus on. You were talking about it before. You focus on Cuffin, you're going to have to deal with Sano on the other side. You focus on Sano, you're going to have to deal with that swan song from Cuffin. It's a double-edged sword here right now, and S2G still have not been able to find an answer, and even being pushed off from the objectives from what we saw was an aggressive team that wouldn't let the enemy get any kind of wiggle room from the last game, and quite a change here into the second.
Yeah, Kazu's using that heavy spin to actually, you know, zone everyone out, right? Like, it's only Karo that is able to try and take in that Divine Judgment, and once again, he's been taken out here right before the Lord take. Twisted Minds just wants to get this for themselves. I don't think S2G can contest, not unless I think Kazu can try to attempt on getting in that heavy spin and try and steal that Lord, but look at the zoning there of Mike Sama. Really good zoning, and that is going to be it. Twisted Minds going to be taking in this second Lord of the game. Mike Sama still going at it though.
Yeah, you can see up at the top, Maro still trying to put on the damage. Sigibum with that speedy light wheel actually starting to chunk him down. Immortality has been activated. That's one down as well. Sano. Here comes the Blazing Duet. Sano able to find a kill onto Lunar.
Oh, Puffin, is he gonna go for it with the stuff?
Yeah, they're going to go ahead and try to chuck down this base down to about 10%, 5%, and we have a tie game. We are going to a game 3, ladies and gentlemen.
Yep, obviously, for the very first game of Games of the Future, if you want a lot of MLBB, definitely you're going to stretch it out to game number 3. It was definitely explosive, and I think Twisted Minds this time kind of understands, you know, that kind of playstyle that S2G wants to have, right? And this time, you know, having in that Claude was really a big factor in the late game. The carry this time for the side of S2G, yes, it can kind of rip apart the front line here at Twisted Minds, but how can you position yourself, right? Like, you got the death, then you got the last insanity from the X board. So there was just so much to deal with, and not to mention Karo too. Like, when you get that Divine Judgment in, he's either taken down first, he's bursted down before he's even able to tug anyone in. So it was really for S2G, they really struggled on who to target here this time for Twisted Minds.
And we're looking at a 100% win rate on Odette here in the Games of the Future. It's amazing.
And Claude too.
Yeah, it played so well into it. I do want to say, like, the Kaja, It just really felt like Twisted Minds were very well prepared for the Kaja. There wasn't really an opportunity. I think we saw two good divine judgments in the really early game, but as we moved into mid, they were pretty much in front and able to kind of take him down. It burst him down very quickly. Every single time he tried to look for an opportunity for the divine judgments, and then as we were talking about before, he couldn't make the decision. Well, it's not that he couldn't make the decision, it's that it was pretty much doomed if you do and doomed if you don't type of scenario where he took one and then the team got lit up by somebody else on the team. So very, I want to say, well played game by Twisted Minds here, especially shaking off the dust from that first loss and able to have a very dominant game here in the second game.
Yeah. Kind of reminds me of the time when the Estes was a really big thing in the meta. I'm not so sure if, definitely you remember that, right? Like when the Estes is up, like this is the kind of question that was in the head of Caro, right? Like who do I pick off first? Is it the damage dealer or is it the one protecting the damage dealer, right? Like when you have an Estes in your composition, it's the same thing. Do you pick off the Estes or do you pick off the damage dealer? Like if you pick off the Estes, then you still got the damage dealer. But if you pick off the damage dealer, you still kind of pretty much got the Estes to heal the rest of the team. But let's take a look at the highlights here, Private, on what went on in that second game before we head on to the third. There was a lot of good setups here. Yeah, Kara was able to actually pressure a lot of Hoda here. Like before the major objectives, he's able to get that nice Divine Judgment. But once Hoda was able to get the items, right, even the Divine Judgment, even that tug didn't really matter to him once he got that defensive items. And here was a nice tug in onto Cuffin. He was actually able to pop in that Swan Song, but eventually it was not enough because S2G popped in all of the ultimates up against him. I love what Twisted Mind did here in the entire game. We didn't notice it, right? Like there was major objectives, but for the rest of the team, they were really trying to go for like the space. And that was actually what made Twisted Minds get in like all of these major objectives as compared to S2G.
Yeah, and as we started moving into the late game, it just became more and more apparent. Cuffin didn't even really have a huge gold lead, but still able to become a huge factor here, and it was able to kind of push off S2G enough during a lot of these fights. You saw some of these, even here, Maro able to kind of back off, and then here was the big fight. You pull up Cuffin, but you're still dealing with the Blazing Duet, and unfortunately, I want to say, oh yeah, it was because he got popped up when he was trying to retry the Lord there. So very unfortunate when he comes in with that heavy spin. So he got popped up, not able to retribution, and still all of these Lords going over to Twisted Minds and the objectives. Basically, I want to say Twisted Minds, I mean, in the first game, they were actually still pretty dominant. It was just that S2G was able to find a little bit of an opportunity at the end there, but not this time. Twisted Minds kind of closed those gaps in their armor and able to kind of push through here. You can see another one. They not even able to get close to the Lord, getting zoned out and taken down one by one.
Yeah, the thing is, for the side of Twisted Minds, what made it really hard here for S2G is the burst that they had. You see this like Blazing Duet, not only does it dish out damage, it was also enough to zone everyone out. And as we were like focusing on that part of the clash, Twisted Mind just went in for the base, goes in for the finish, and takes in the game. And now we're going to be heading over to game number 3. We did talk about how this squad has so far a 100% win rate in games of the feature. 407 on this for Sano, one of the most flexible marksmen and one of the earliest marksmen that you would actually see in the game. That's still pretty much meta right now because of the mobility it has and the damage that it has. 13,226 gold per minute for Sano.
Yeah, per minute. That might be a might be a little bit of a interesting calculation there. I do want to say that
it's like 1,000
definitely
plus, right?
Yeah. My third per minute, that would be my MVP too.
That would be a lot.
But yeah.
We would see. Did I read that right? Yeah. Probably like the overall, right? Like it should be like 1,000 something, but I think it's his overall goal. So it's like, okay, it's just reading the. But yeah, overall, I think the problem of S2G is they were so busy trying to pick off Cuffin with either the Divine Judgment or everybody was trying to pick off the front line before they can reach the back line. They didn't notice that Sano was not yet shut down. Like at this point, like he already picked up all damage items. So you can see in every single clash, like it's not only the Swan swan song that kind of shreds everyone apart. It was also the blazing duet here of Sano that ripped apart here the side of S2G. Can we expect to see like maybe a Claude priority for both these sides? Because it seems like Sano and Sikibom has been really comfortable with this hero.
Yeah, and he has been the main factor, I want to say, for both of the victories for both of these teams. So, I mean, do you pick that up as a first pick, or do you just ban it out? I feel like if I'm either of these teams, I'm kind of leaving it open because I want to get that on my team. It just depends on who's going to have first pick and where you kind of lay those priorities into it as well. Very interesting games here. It's interesting for, especially with the Kaja pick. I was a little, in the early game, we did see a good amount of Divine Judgments come out there, able to kind of isolate a few of them. I do want to say that S2G's draft this time kind of went towards more of a single target lock composition, where they were really looking to kind of burst on one. There was not a lot of AoE, which was like the big difference between theirs and what you were getting from Twisted Minds.
Yeah, it was more of that composition that SG was going for the single target pickoff instead of the CC that they had in the first game, right? Like this time it made it a little bit more different, right? Like if you don't get the Claude, you either try to get the Odette or you maybe try to take in the front line, the X-Borg, or maybe even Hoda there with the Fredrin. But it was just really too much to handle. The Claude also had the Purify there. So once you have that Purify up, that Divine Judgment is completely cancelled out. So I think for the side of S2G, maybe perhaps like the CC type of composition really works so well. So maybe perhaps like a Minotaur could still be a very solid pickup for their side.
Yeah, it's I'm actually really excited to see where we go from here. We saw the Leomord. This is the prime of Mobile Legends when it comes to, like, there's so many heroes out there, and we've seen the meta, and we see kind of how it sometimes can get boxed in to a certain roles, certain heroes that we see over and over again. But now we're starting to see those little sprinkles in. We had the Leomord in the first game. We have the Odette in the second game, and I want to say Odette had a really big impact on the match, and we saw how well it was able to kind of blend in there. I'm really excited to see what we have here in the third game. If both teams have another question mark pick that they're going to pull out here.
Yeah, I think for the first phase, it's still going to be the same. So if they're not to switch this up, it's going to be S2G on the blue side once again here for this third game. And the case was they banned out all of the heroes of Hoda and actually picked up a very good first pick, which was the Ruby. Then they went for the Claude and the Valentina for their next two picks. So that could possibly be the case here. They're kind of composition that works so well in game number one. So Ruby, the likes of Minotaur, and maybe even the Tigreal could work here for the side of S2G, but it has been banned away earlier. So let's see if it can be picked up here, or maybe perhaps they're going to try to go for like the pickoffs once again. So let's see here for this third game.
Yeah, one thing that we have been seeing, Twisted Minds likes to prioritize that R lot. So, I mean, is it something maybe you take away from them as S2G for the first pick? The interesting thing for me is when it's been coming up to these bans, I almost feel like when you're on the blue side, you kind of are at a disadvantage. You have one pick that you can come up with, and meanwhile, your opponent has two that they're going to be able to counter you with. And especially right now with how strong some of these heroes are, and how I want to say prioritize a lot of things are, whether it's tankiness, support, or CC that heroes can put out there. It's going to be interesting to see where we go with this draft.
Yeah, Twisted Minds, this was the same first two bans that they had, right? The 1-1 and the Matilda that they really don't want to give out to S2G. The last ban earlier in game number 2 was actually a Guinevere, but it was banned away now by S2G. So this means that the Ruby is up for the picking, or maybe they can steal that Arlot, but I think it's way too much to give, right, to the side of Twisted Minds. Yeah, they're definitely going to be starting it up with the Ruby, one of the best picks currently in our meta. Great CC, great for the laning phase. I love the adjustments that they made late, and Twisted Minds is still going to pick up that R lot. So we can kind of, at this point, like you can kind of confirm that this is going to go to the Rome role.
Yeah, especially Ruby, S2G, to get that MVP. Lunar got that MVP in the first game. So, I mean, very strong pick for them as well. And Maro, very comfortable on the R lot as well. Like I said, in the... I want to say in the first game, Twisted Minds had a little bit of problems in the early game trying to find a lot of those final slashes that were connecting on more than one person from S2G. As they moved on more into the mid and late game, he was able to find 3 members and not just the tank, and becoming more of a problem for S2G. And
there goes the Claude again.
Sano picks up that Claude.
Yeah, it's 100% win rate, and obviously with 100% win rate for both sides, okay, you're definitely gonna pick it up. And not to mention that, you know, it's that kind of marksman that you don't really need that kind of protection in the early game. So it can pretty much be very mobile when it comes to the laning phase. It has that BMI out when you want to go out of the clash. But S2G this time, they pick something different up. It seems to be like a carry and a claw that goes head to head in the gold lane. So this time S2G, I like this, the critical damage that the Bruno can dish out, especially in the late game. But when it comes to the mobility, still it is Twisted Minds. But S2G has had their comfort picks, Ruby and Valentina, back in the pool, same as what they had in game number 1.
Yeah, and Soda can go ahead and pick up Fredrin. I mean, we talked a little bit about how Fredrin has kind of fallen out of the meta when it comes to there's picks that can possibly do a little bit more, do what he does, but a little bit better. But maybe something more to be said about the CC, the taunt he can kind of put out there as well to kind of keep people engaged. Probably a big reason why Cuffin was protected on that Odette as well. Yeah. Because you had a lot of that with the front line, able to kind of keep Coffin at a length when popping off that swan song. And now we're moving into the second banning phase, the second banning phase here. Yu Zhong taken off the board by S2G. Definitely want to kind of protect Bruno in the back line.
Yeah, there goes the Diggy for the final ban. I love the Minotaur ban though here from Twisted Minds. It's actually what made it difficult, right? Like apart from we only noticed the Ruby, right, which was the MVP, but the Minotaur also gave a hard time for Twisted Minds, right? You got like 2 CCs that you had to deal with in game number 1, and now S2G kind of claps back by picking or rather banning out this Yu Zhong that can really reach that Bruno in the back line. So what makes me really curious is that if they don't ban away the CC here, it might actually be picked up here by Twisted Minds. They still need that XP lane, but it seems like Mike Sama is kind of going for those type of heroes that can deal a good amount of burst, like the X-Borg and the Paquito, and also really good for zoning. So they might actually consider banning away the CC, still one of the top tier heroes, or maybe take away some of Mike Sama's heroes that is also good for zoning out.
Yeah, Aurora looks like it's going to be the taken off the board here. One thing about the CC is that I feel like S2G with the CC not able to kind of create a lot of opportunities. They were able to kind of really flood CC's lane, and especially because CC 1v1 when it's just you and the other XP laner, when your lane is kind of left alone, CC really shines. But when you have that pressure of more than one person up there and a little bit of CC can kind of flounder, and especially when it comes to team fights where you're behind, CC's not able to find an opportunity to kind of get in there and isolate those single target heroes out there on the enemy team. So I'm not so sure if it might be something that they're looking for here. Still a very strong pick, a lot of damage that can be going out there, especially when your team is ahead. It's just like some of the heroes there. It's when you start kind of falling back, it's where people like CC become the main target in a lot of these clashes.
I was laughing because, like, how many times did we actually say CC, right? I think people can't even differentiate if we're saying CC as in crowd control or CC, the hero, right? Like, I mean, come on. It is a big thing here, especially for these two teams, right? The CC heavy composition, not the hero, okay? But it's still open, by the way. So maybe Twisted Mind still needs that XP lane. Great for maybe zoning out the Bruno in the back line. Still someone who is really annoying to deal with. Or maybe they can go for something different for their XP lane. They pick up the Tigreal here for S2G, then they're packing up the CCs here. Yeah, still go for the X-Borg though. Yeah.
Man, and we have a Vexana, the initial pickup of Xana. And Cuffin has been able to show that even on some of these less mechanically inclined heroes, the CC heavy ones where you can, where it's all about your placement, Cuffin has really shined when that, with that, shown the patience to not kind of get into a lot of these team fights unless they have a good way forward and a good exit out of there as well. And Vexana right now is a force to be reckoned with. The Eternal Guardian, a lot of her kit is basically based around stunning and fearing the enemy in a wide area as well. So I want to say a decent counter when it comes to the Tigreal pick, the Ruby pick, who are going to be in there right in the center of the fights.
Yeah, the Vexana that is currently top 3 most picked hero in Mythic up until like Mythical Glory. It just really says something about the buffs that were given to her. And I love how it goes to the hands of Cuffin, right? Like it needs to be utilized properly. And at the same time, if you look at the mid lane here for the side of S2G, they pick up the Valentina here this time. So both Vis for the mid lane, the Vexana and a Valentina. What's going to be really crucial here is which ultimate is Begin going to pick up, right? There's a lot of really good ultimates here to pick up for the side of S2G, so he really has to be wise when it comes to picking up those ultimates, right? It can really change the tides of the game. But over the gold lane, I would definitely say that Sano has a lot more advantage here when it comes to the laning phase. BMI out, you can pretty much escape anything. And Sigibum, though, does have the potential to kind of like poke Sano here on his lane to make sure that he kind of makes him back away when it comes to, you know, picking up those gold cards in the early game.
Yeah, it's all going to be about, while Twisted Minds, they do have the advantage with the Claude, it's all going to come down to whether or not S2G can create those opportunities where Sigibum is able to kind of get his stacks, get those crits, get that damage up throughout the fight where he's actually chunking them down while still protecting him. Because he does, I want to say, like, one of the big faults of Bruno is how close he needs to get compared to other marksmen to the fight while dishing out a lot of damage. So it's going to be very tricky. We're going to see how S2G can kind of compete with that.
Yeah, the Tigreal ultimate proves to be really deadly too right now. I mean, if you manage to snag in at least like 2 or 3, that would be really good. And the stun that it kind of has when you pop in the ultimate, it's going to be good when it comes to team fights here. So Twisted Minds has to kind of watch out for that. They're already starting up this turtle. I do love the attempt here by Lunar, but that's going to be Twisted Mind picking up the first turtle of the game. This is huge for their side.
Yeah, huge and kind of, I want to say, uncharacteristic. S2G usually a big part of these early objectives, make sure that they have the pressure and make sure that they're a part of a lot of these objective fights to make sure that they're always contested. So it's actually, I want to say, unlike S2G to not be a part of that, especially Kazoo, who was cleaning up his buff there at the moment.
Yeah, the thing here about the S2G is their lineup can get really deadly, right? It's pretty much similar to what we've seen in game number 1. They got that Ruby, which seems to be joining a lot of these team fights, right? And it's not easy to take it down. So I really like the composition that they picked up this time. Pretty similar to what they had in game number 1. And Marrow's in trouble here, though. His first blood's gonna go to the side of S2G. Great start.
Yeah, we were just talking about that implosion, the stun right at the beginning, immediate, and then we had the decimation by Kazoo, able to clean that up very quickly for that first blood, and now it's going to go ahead and put a ton of pressure onto this purple buff, but it does look like Kazoo going to go ahead and turn away from it.
Yeah, first blood again goes to the side of S2G. First turtle, let's see if Hoda's going to be able to take it in. Okay, face checks onto the bush. Haro, though, he's trying to get something. He still has that ultimate up, but yeah, the burst is too much here to handle for the side of Twisted Minds.
Yeah, way too much right now. And now we're coming down here to the bottom. Sigibum in a little bit of trouble here, trying to still put on the damage, and he might be getting caught. Yeah, and that's going to be enough with the power not able to protect him from 4 members of Twisted Minds. And they close the distance quickly.
Yeah, and they're making sure that, Sano is well farmed up once it comes to the late game, right? And even taking advantage of the time that the Bruno still kind of needs that assistance when it comes to that early game. And S2G seems to be focused on these team fights right now. And Karo waiting for the right time to pop in that ultimate. He does not have that flicker though. Twisted Minds are already taking in the first turtle. Let's see if they can find it once again. Here comes the final slash.
Yeah, and then we have the Appraiser's Wrath come out there as well. Soda does find a kill onto Lunar. That's going to be one down for S2G as they're fighting for this turtle. They're going to be able to clean this up with a great zoning out there. Maro even pushing Kazoo away from his farm here in the jungle as well. And I mean, it continues. A very dominating start for Twisted Minds, and we've been seeing this, the domination when it comes to these objective fights.
Yeah, the change CC. I think at this point, right, even though they see just Karo, they're willing to commit here because he's the one that kind of changes the tides of the game. There you have it. The ultimate's being invested here. Maro a little bit too
big
deep
push.
in, though.
Maro trying to find himself, create some distance there, dashing back and forth. Looks like he might be caught. Do we have a decimation coming in? Kazoo able to find the kill there as well.
Okay, that was a good trade though. Like they took down the roamer. Maro actually bought the time for Twisted Minds to be able to get in that tower on the top side. Even though he was down, his team is actually able to take in the turret. And we're gonna be having a quick pause first right now before we head into the game. So Twisted Minds so far, they have taken in 2 of the towers. This was the same thing that they did in game number 2. Create that space. Even in game number 1, they just created a space. And once they had that space, it was so easy to take these turtles, to take these lords for their side, and even pull up their gold all the way up against S2G.
Yeah, and I want to say that that's been the slow but methodical success when it comes to these last 2 games for Twisted Minds. I want to say in that first game, I want to say maybe they underestimated the pressure that S2G would be putting on to a lot of these objectives. So they would get a little bit of a push, then they would back up to the objectives, and you saw that S2G would just start raining in just to be a nuisance in there, maybe even get themselves a late objective there. Now they've kind of learned from that. So whoever's on making the decision making on that side, props to them. And they're going to they're pushing out they're pushing out S2G now and making sure that they're creating that distance from these objectives.
Yeah, apart from that too, like I like to point out that I love what Twisted Minds is doing, right? Like to actually kind of cancel out all of the clashes that S2G wants is that when they see Karo on that Tigreal, they're willing to commit all of their ultimates to take him down. Like once that Tigreal is out, the only problem is going to be Lunar with that Ruby. So that's something that they could possibly deal with the long range that they have with the Claude and the Vexana, right? And speaking of the Vexana here of Coffin, he is standing at the 202, hasn't been picked off just yet, and he's been positioning himself so well in all of the clashes, which is why he isn't picked off just yet. So even with the Aurora, you've seen it earlier, and the Odette, this was the same case. So this Vexana is something that S2G really has to answer out to the clashes, and not to mention also the Claude that they need to deal with once it has those proper items.
Well, we were seeing in the first game that Twisted Minds were able to kind of find some pickoffs onto Karo when it came to like that Minotaur. It's just when it came to the mid and late game, the combination of the Roam and the Lunar on the Ruby was becoming too much for Twisted Minds. So we'll see if maybe if we start inching towards that mid and late game, if S2G can create the same type of success they did in the first game.
Yeah, taking a look at the items here, the Bruno of Sigibum actually prioritized that Haas Claws, which is kind of the thing when you have these marksmen that need that kind of space to be able to dish out the damage. So the Haas Claws will actually help it restore its health back to full. So now what S2G needs to do is instead of contesting for the turtle, they're actually going to be taking in the tower. So instead, they're going to give themselves some space also over the top side, whereas Twisted Minds, they have all the space that they can get to take in this turtle without any contest at all from the side of S2G.
Yeah, and I kind of applaud the plan there too. They haven't been having much success when it came to these objectives. So I mean, and instead of just kind of, we do have a final slash that lands onto Kazoo. You can see Hoda comes in to help, but not able to secure the kill there onto S2G.
Yeah, the turtle once again. I think all of them so far went to the side of Twisted Minds. This is really hard for the side of S2G. They want to have all these clashes, but Twisted Minds just keep on getting those turrets, keeps on getting those objectives, which just makes them all the more farmed up right now. 86 seconds before we head over to our first Lord here. This should be Twisted Minds once again having the prime position there before they take this in. Not to mention Sano. We haven't seen so much of him yet, but he has been pushing. He has been farming there, and that is exactly what a Claude needs to do here once it reaches mid to late game.
I mean, he's already one level at the 8-minute mark. He's already one level over Sigibum on the Bruno. So this is only going to start expanding unless they can kind of find an answer. And we're already starting to get out of the laning phase. We do see Blazing Duet is activated there as they're trying to zone out the rest of S2G here from the tower, and a very clean tower take, I want to say there. The Blazing Duet came in there. The Eternal Guardian also used to push out S2G while they just cleaned up the tower without much contention.
There's a lot of zoning that happened there, right? Like there's so many heroes that will, again, that front lines here. You got the final slash from Maro, and at the same time, you don't know when Mike Sam's gonna pop up that last Insanity. And not to mention, S2G also has to consider when the Blazing Duet will be popped or where Sano is gonna be in. And again, the pressure here for Twisted Minds on the lanes. They're just so good with these macro plays. They've been taking in towers after towers up against S2G. And right, just like that, the pressure onto the lanes here will actually give Twisted Minds the prime position here on this Lord Pit.
Yeah, and I was just about to say, too, it's like you get too close, you're in range of Maro in the final slash, and you get too far away, then you've got a lot to compete with when it comes to the Blazing Duet and the Eternal Guardian. Now we're starting on to the Lord, about half health for Twisted Mind. It does look like Karo wants a little bit of a piece of this. You can see the rest of S2G looking for a position here, trying to get in there. Ooh, nice little stun. Oh, an implosion lands on the 3 members. Here comes the Eternal Guardian. The Appraiser's Wrath comes down and gets them very low. Mike in a little bit of a bad way. Maro finds a kill onto Kazoo. And looking right now, huge. Yeah, and that is a retry down for S2G. And unfortunately, that's going to be probably this Lord going over to Twisted Minds.
Definitely. I think it kind of backfired on the side of S2G here. Like what Karo wanted to happen was like land that very nice setup. But the thing here about Twisted Minds is the backline that they had, the Blazing Duet, and then you got the Eternal Guard from the Vexana that really needs to be looked upon here by Twisted Minds. And just like that, without Kazu in the picture, Twisted Minds just got in that free Lord. And not to mention too, I really love to commend the zoning here of Mike Sam. He was the one actually being a menace here to S2G, which is why they couldn't really position themselves very well in that Lord Pit. Here it comes. First Lord, this should actually create so much more pressure. At least the second tier towers will go to the side of Twisted Minds.
Yeah, and that's the problem here with the front line. Unfortunately, it's like it's almost at a point Karo needs to be able to find an implosion on Coffin and Sano, which doesn't make sense on paper when you think about it, because those are the 2 heroes that are going to be well in the back line of Twisted Minds. Every single time an implosion is going to come out, you're going to be dealing with an Eternal Guardian, you're going to be dealing with that Blazing Duet, you've got Maro, and then you've got the tankiness of the front line there. So it's just a very frustrating game with a lot of hurdles for S2G right now to overcome as they push through to the mid.
Yeah, they need that one setup once again, that miracle setup that made them win game number 1. But, you know, Twisted Minds, 33k for their side. Mike Sama and Hoda zoning them away. The Lord is pushing in on this bottom side. And not to mention the Purify still up here for Sano, just in case he gets caught up by that implosion from the Tigreal, or maybe even gets set up here by Ruby.
Another big thing to kind of point out too is a pretty low kill game for the amount of towers down. 6 towers down and 5 kills for Twisted Minds, which just means that they're getting so much value out of every single kill that they get in objectives. Just a very smart plays by them.
Yeah, 8,502 for Sano here, as compared to the Bruno here of Sigibum that only has 7,500. So that's at least a good 1,000 gold difference from the gold laners. And at this point, the Claude is pretty much activated already. And it's gonna be really hard, not unless, you know, you get that setup that I am offended, and at the same time you get that implosion. But then again, you have to deal with the Purify here of Sano. So it's not gonna be easy to take him down. Maybe perhaps take away Coffin, but his positioning is just way too good right now.
Yeah, and it's unfortunate too because as we were talking about before, even now, Sticky Bum not really even farmed enough to be doing too much damage to the front line. And we were talking about it before. You need to be able to kind of create those opportunities for the Bruno to get those stacks, to get that damage, to ramp it up to a point where it's actually scary. Unfortunately, S2G, the front line, having troubles even withstanding the amount of damage that Twisted Minds can come up with during these clashes.
Yeah, there was like so much lords to deal with. Mike Sama, I don't think it's going to be a problem for him. He's going to be able to sustain all of that damage, and not to mention he still has that immortality. Look at the zoning that he's doing while everyone else is working on this Lord Caro, trying to find the right setup.
Ooh.
He does get 2 here. Lord being pushed away though. Sano manages to take it in for the side of Twisted Minds. Nice attempt though by Maro, but he is gonna get punished here by Twisted Minds. And that is it. That is it. It's gonna go to Twisted Minds here. This the first Luminous Lord of this game.
Caro with a wonderful play into the back line, lands an implosion, and then pushes the jungler away, looking for an opportunity or creating an opportunity for his team in S2G, but they just weren't able to capitalize. You were talking about it. Big Final Slash comes out here, Blazing Duet onto the side, bursting them down to about 10%. Cuffin finds a kill onto Lunar, and we are blazing through the mid tower. Lord still bounding his way at the top.
Yeah, Lunar's already down. That's 1 man down. To not have that setup, Mike Sama's really tanky here. But this Twisted Minds, they're looking to end this one. Lord is knocking in the base, but they're taking down the inhibitors first. This is not going to be easy for S2G. They're setting it up right now. They're able to melt down the Lord, but there's a lot of minion waves here. Caro, though,
yeah, we have a 7K gold lead right now. They are trying to withstand, trying to defend minions all over the base right now. We're coming in here right now. Sticky Bum gets taken out, and there is that last game. Twisted Minds come ahead for Saudi Arabia.
just like that, they actually take the series in with a reverse sweep at a 2-1 to actually move forward here in Games of the Future. What a first series that we've had, and you know, to think that S2G actually kickstarted it off real strong. This was pretty much the same composition that they had in game number 1, but this time Twisted Minds was much more prepared for it. The final slash is coming out from Maro, the prime positioning from Sano, and even Cuffin here was just too much for S2G to handle.
Yeah, it's I mean, we were I want to say we were kind of beating the horse about it, but the zoning ability of them to kind of keep S2G at bay when it came to a lot of these objectives, and even a great play by Caro to come into the back line, get an implosion, and even push. Like I was watching it, I was like, this is the absolute opportunity that you want. But then on the other side, they're all the entire S2G just getting zoned out, and they cannot capitalize on it. And unfortunately, all of the objectives basically going over to Twisted Minds, and a very dominating victory here.
Yeah, so we can safely say that the Claude still has 100% win rate so far. So all 3 games have been actually used, and to the point that even Twisted Minds actually prioritized it. You see that it was there was really no answer. They actually tried to answer it out with the Kaja, but that didn't really work out for the second game. But for this third game in particular, right, like the space that was given to Twisted Minds by just pushing in the towers over at the sides, it kind of slowly eats up the space that S2G wanted to take in, right? Like they couldn't take the Lords, they couldn't take the Turtles. I do admire the attempt there of Caro to get in that nice implosion, but then again, you know, without the follow-up that they had in game number 1, it was just way too different here this time for the side of S2G.
Yeah, and but dominating performance. And I'm wondering, before it comes up, who do we have in mind for the MVP? We're gonna try to get it right.
Is it Cuffin? Is it or is it Mike Sama? Actually, there's so many good plays by each of the players here. Like Mike Sama with the zoning when it comes to the objective takes, Hoda with the objective takes, of course, on the Turtles and the Lords. But of course, let's take a look at the highlights first on what went down in this last and final game, as Twisted Minds will be taking in this series. I actually like how S2G started this thing up. Actually, Sigi Boom was able to take in some of the kills, but you know, like what I mentioned, right? At this point, point, Twisted Minds was just willing to go for the kill. Even onto Karo, they were willing to invest all of those ultimates just as long as he can't get that setup. You see this Mike Sama always getting in that nice zoning to the point that Karo couldn't even set things up once he pops in that last Insanity. And at the same time, if you notice, S2G was going for the team fights, but Twisted Minds, they were just taking in towers. If there was a clash here, Mara was just willing to take in all of the damage just so that they can push in the tower.
Yeah, and then here we go. A big example of Mike Sama doing a great job. The implosion comes in, and then the Eternal Guardian popping the entire team up, followed by the Appraiser's Wrath. Just so much damage, and it almost worked against them having that implosion there. And here comes that little push, keeps the distance, but Sano reading that like a book. Seeing that his jungler was out of there, absolutely just honed in on the Lord, focused on it to make sure that he could take it down if his jungle was taken out. And then, of course, our final push out here, that final slash comes out with the blazing duets, and this was just unstoppable. They were already at a great lead here. Implosion, and then you see all the damage. Karo getting taken down like a minion. Like that's a roam there that got absolutely obliterated there for that last fight for the final piece there to take down the core of S2G.
Oh, and this is actually no surprise, right? With how Coffin was playing for the first two games, the positioning is really important, especially for the mid lane. Like, your team really relies on you for that backline damage. And taking a look at this, Coffin actually was not taken down in this entire game, wasn't even shut down, right? Like, you got all these heavy frontline, plus it has that Eternal Guard. So there was really no way of taking down the backlines because Karo was just really waiting for that proper timing to get in the nice implosion. But Coffin was always all the way back so he can get that pickoffs. And even in the major clashes, you guys would notice that the big problem wasn't only the blazing duet, but the skills here coming out from the Vexana was enough to dish out that much of a damage, right? Picking up that Holy Crystal and the Divine Glaive too, that adds up to that magical damage to their side. And if you notice too, like Lunar was not seen in this entire game. Either he was trying to at least push some turrets, right? But he wasn't seen like as evident as he was in game number 1, where, you know, it was just I am offended left and right. But this time he was so contained in his lane. It's all because of the export pick here this time, because that was the major difference here for the lineup here for both sides, right? They pick up the export instead of the Paquito. That will really have a hard time up against the Ruby.
Yeah, and I wanted to say, like, there was just those little minute changes to the composition from the first game that they went with to kind of find success here. I mean, 70%, it was amazing to Coffin. I mean, he gets the MVP, but I mean, like we were talking about, I don't want to take anything away from Mike Sama. Maybe not getting the kills or the damage there, but like just being that threat, that one-man wall in front of S2G, just kind of like where are you going? You're not coming this way, you know, just making sure that they were kept at a distance for a lot of these objectives. Unfortunately, I want to say when those kind of stats, there's not really a stat for holding the line against the enemy. But a great job. I mean, a great job by the entire team. A very well-rounded composition, very, very great execution of it as well.
Yeah, I think what I can really sum up about these two teams is that S2G and both Twisted Minds, they really know how to play aggressive from the early game up until the mid game. Like, even though S2G was not really the team that shined in the game number 2 or game number 3, they were still able to create that pressure up against Twisted Minds, either take in the towers or either take in some of the objectives for themselves, and the attempts to make the setups to actually kind of have that epic comeback. But for Twisted Minds, right, the methodical way of how they actually did things here was just way too good, and they kind of bounced back from the situation that they had in game number 1. Actually taking in this thing with a reverse sweep is definitely not easy in a BO3.
Yeah, and you brought it up, and you brought up a great point too. It's very easy for teams, especially when you start getting behind, when you start losing fights at the objectives. It's very easy for a team to just still continue to try to clash. S2G did what they thought was they made the right decisions. They were starting to lose fights at the objectives, so they're like, all right, we're going to rotate. We're going to start taking towers instead, and like it's still able to get a decent amount of objectives out of the game. But like you said, just too much of a steamroll coming from Twisted Minds, who just were very precise in a lot of their objectives, a lot of their rotations too. There was a point where Bruno they closed the distance on a bottom lane so quickly that he wasn't even able to react or try to pull himself away. So like I said, it's just a very good game played by both. Unfortunately, Twisted Minds came out ahead.
Yeah, it was like a best out of 3, and we got all 3 games here today. And I'm expecting to see the same thing here for our next match here, Private. And I know this is highly anticipated by everybody here. Both champions, both of their respective regions from Malaysia. You got Homeboys, our MPL MY champions, and then you got AP Bren. Not only are they the MPL Philippines champions, they are also the reigning M5 World champions. So this is going to be one heck of a BO3, especially for these two. That definitely has a lot to show, and at the same time, Homeboys is going to be playing with some new people in their roster. So let's see how that will pan out for them. But as for AP Bren, I think this is still going to be, this is definitely going to be the same lineup that they have in M5 with the addition of Coach Treb in their lineup.
I mean, if the recipe works, why change the ingredients? That's how I look at it. I mean, if you were very successful with it, stick with what's been working for you guys. And it's going to be, I want to say, a very highly anticipated match here. I mean, you got the world champions and Filipino champions versus Malaysia champions. Homeboys have had a lot of backing, fan support, and everything for them to kind of come up against it. But I mean, it's going to be very amazing. Like we were talking about, we have the world champions on one side, but I mean, a brand new meta here. We've seen a whole bunch of changes, even little new characters kind of coming up into the mix here with a Leomord and Odette. So we might see some surprises from Homeboys that might actually be able to surprise AP Bren.
Yeah, you know what? I'm looking forward to see too, Private here. We've seen we've talked about the mid lanes that we wanted to see, right? We've already seen the Aurora, we've seen the Vexana, we haven't seen the Nana just yet. That actually is also something that some of these players can utilize in their composition. So there was a time that, there was a Farsa, the Eves that really dominated in the mid lane. Those high ground mages. Then there was a time that you also got those long range mages, the Savior, the Cecilion that really dominated the mid lane. But now it might actually just be something different, right? These burst mages, Aurora, Nana, that can actually be really a big threat to all these players. You've seen how Coffin played that Vexana. It could actually be the same case here. And honestly, I can't wait because these are champions in their respective regions. So I'm pretty sure they've prepared tons of strategies coming in here to Games of the Future.
Well, that's what it's all about, and what a lot of people kind of tune in for is like you want to see the top picks, the top compositions from the top teams, and I think that's what we're going to get a showcase here in this next match, is to see how well or what they've adjusted. Heck, they might even have something complete different in mind when it comes to some of these picks or some of these metas from what we thought was strong. You were talking about the Nana, which we haven't seen, and I hope we don't. It's honestly, she has become an absolute monster in a cute little form when it comes to now. The Molina basically acts as like an explosion that can transform basically anybody within range, and it's so quick, and you can't she's so quick with the Molina Blitz. Now everything can be comboed together so quickly where the burst damage is so much for your entire team. We've already seen the examples of Aurora, the Vexana, and I want to say maybe the use, especially from Twisted Minds with that Vexana, a little bit of a step up from what they were facing with the Aurora, who was, I want to say, a little bit more CC heavy than it was damage, whereas the Vexana was a little bit more damage heavy than it was CC, and that worked very well for Twisted Minds. I want to say it's been a big picks for the mid and XP lane. Those have been like the big priorities here for a lot of these teams when it comes to these next compositions.
Yeah, usually like there was a time, the last time we've seen like these players from Homeboys and AP Bren actually played in the big stages. Either it was like either setter tanks, and there was a time that it was the support heroes that really reigned supreme, like the Matilda, the Angela that was on top. But right now, we might actually see something new, right? It seems to be like a double CC, so you see like the tanks being either a Tigreal or a Minotaur. that can make the setups, and at the same time the XP lane can do exactly the same. So you see like the likes of the Xborg and the Ruby that is being rocked on in the XP lane. But now it is gonna be Group B, round 1, AP Brand and Homeboys. I hope you guys are ready for it, and I know some of you guys have been staying on the stream for this match, but here it comes. We're gonna be heading to game number 1 in just a bit, and I don't even know what to think of right now, Private, because there's so many things or so many possibilities that I can actually think of here for the drafting phase.
Yeah, and that's just what comes up. It's like as much as you know from a lot of these teams, especially AP Bren, the world champions, from the last meta, there's just been so much that has changed. So it's kind of hard to predict. We do know certain players have certain styles, certain heroes that they do favor. But I mean, as we've seen here, there's a lot that has changed, especially in that mid lane. We've kind of covered that to death. When it comes to the jungle, there's some different things that we've been seeing. We've been seeing the bans on the Guinevere, the Joy as well. I want to say that's kind of a little bit of a carryover from December, but now Barats has become a mainstay. We didn't really see much of him before, so I'm kind of wondering, we can take a look here at the roster for Homeboys.
Ooh, there we have it. Udil, you got Chibi, Sipat, and Sorn. These are the players that you've seen. I want to highlight a little bit about their newer players. They recently got Udil on the mid lane, and then you got Nets. This is a player coming from the Philippines, Onyx Philippines in particular, and he's going to be playing for Homeboys this time as the gold lane. Probably one of the gold lanes that you would see in the Philippines that is kind of like can go at par with the very, very aggressive gold lane. So I like this addition that they have, but then again, chemistry is going to be the thing. This is the first time actually we're going to be seeing this roster play in the games of the future. But at the same time, we have to take a look at, of course, the reigning M5 world champion. It's going to be AP Bren with Super Marco, Few, Kyle TZ, Flap TZ, and Ogwen in their roster.
Yeah, I mean, not much can be taken away from any of these players on AP Brand, the world champions, the exact same roster that won them the M5 championship. And I mean, they're sticking with it, and it's going to be amazing to see how well it can kind of compete, especially with the changes. Homeboys kind of bringing in some changes there, looking to kind of freshen up their roster. But I mean, it's going to be a tall hill to climb here against the champions who have selected this. And this is something that I love to see, because there's always, you see the champions, and once we kind of move on from the seasons, there's always these little changes that you're like, oh, why do we mess with the formula? We had something, and this is what I've been wanting to see, is a team that sticks together, is going to hold that same synergy that they had that we've seen in December, and bringing it here now to the games of the future as we're preparing for Homeboys. And I know a lot of the fans, I know me and you have talked about it. You've been very excited about this match.
Yep.
So
I was actually really surprised that I was going to be casting this match with you, right? Like, I was looking at the list, I was like, which one are we going to be casting? And then once I saw the list, okay, like we got STG and Twisted Minds. I was pretty excited for that one. It's another region with a new meta. But this is like the big deal, right? For both regions, for Malaysia and the Philippines, because these are the champions that we're talking about. And not to mention too, like, this is going to be the first time that we're going to be seeing them adjust to this new patch, or maybe the possibilities of new picks. I want to talk a little bit about their roamers here too. Sorn and Owen for the side of AP Bren. Both are very aggressive. Both are that kind of roamer that really loves to go for the pickoff. So we might actually see a lot of priority going to the roam position, right? Like maybe getting the dibs on the Tigreal, the Minotaur, those CC heavy type of composition. That seems to be one of the meta that actually worked for the MENA region earlier in game number 1, or the series number 1.
Yeah, and especially you're talking about players who are at the top of their game know absolutely exactly how much damage their hero can take, what they can go in and sustain, how they can close the distance, people who are able to min-max things like that. And that's what allows them to be so aggressive, because they understand these heroes like no other player before them. And that's what makes it so powerful, so strong, and it allows them to get that type of aggression out of them, which you wouldn't expect sometimes. I mean, we've been seeing it already though, the aggression from the first game from S2G, which actually kind of, I want to say, waned out a little bit as the game started going on, where they're like, okay, we're starting to take some hits, let's start pulling it back a bit. But I think when you see it from here, I want to say Homeboys or AP Brent here, I want to say this is going to be a very fast-paced game.
Yeah, we didn't get that in the first series. I think it was also very fast-paced, relatively fast-paced for both S2G and Twisted Minds. The aggression, it was there in the early game, and even down to like the macro play was all over the place there for both Twisted Minds and S2G. And I can expect to say the same thing here for AP Brand and Homeboys, who have already been so seasoned when it comes to the MOBA division. But here we have it, Homeboys and AP Brand. We're going to be kickstarting off this drafting phase. And look at that, it's so fast. They take out the Faramis, they take out the CC, and of course AP Bren. We did talk a lot about the jungler role, like the Guinevere and Joy immediately taken out since Homeboys has the first pick here.
Yeah, and you were talking about the danger that you get from the roam position, and when it comes to like supports and stuff like that. It does look like that is a little bit of the focus here from the Homeboys. AP Bren, I want to say, going with a more standard banning phase here. We've been seeing that already in the first match. The Gwen and Joy taken out. Just a lot of mobility, a lot of abilities to kind of close the distance around the map there as well. And then from the Homeboys, gonna take out the Fanny.
It is one of the signature picks too of Kyle Teasy. I think even in all the way in the amateur scene, this has been respected by a lot of the players, right? And as for the side of AP Bren, this was the same case that S2G actually did for their banning phase. They take away the Matilda 2 here, which is also almost a priority. I actually was gonna bring up the Nolan earlier when it comes to the jungler. Is it still good in the jungler, Private? Is it also like that type of hero that really snowballs fast? I think it's really decent once it gets to farm up well, pretty much like the Martis, right? And Homeboys is kickstarting it off with the aggression, the burst damage when it comes to the side of when it comes to their side. But AP Bren answers it out with the vision coming out from the Novaria. Maybe they want to try and pick up Owen's heroes here, and this is actually one of the signature picks coming out from AP Bren, pretty much like Twisted Minds. They really love that Arlot.
Yeah, Arlot has just become a mainstay here. And then you were talking about Nolan, just got picked up. We didn't really see it in the last series, but I mean, he still has a mainstay in the meta right now. Once he starts getting going, I mean, he's got one of the fastest clears of the jungle as well. Very dependent though on that purple buff. So if what we were talking about before, AP Bren can show that aggression, maybe immediately start putting some pressure onto that purple buff, Nolan is susceptible to kind of falling behind very quickly. You need to get that early game advantage, and you need to kind of continue that into the mid game, or else Nolan, I mean, he's going to become a non-factor with it. And we see these picks. I mean, both these teams know exactly what they want to go for. Not really even taking any time. They're just immediately. We've got a Harith out there. A Valentina immediately comes out, and then we have the Phoveus pick as well by AP Bren.
Yeah, the immediate answer to the Nolan is usually the Phoveus. I'm expecting perhaps they might ban away like the Esmeralda, the counter towards the Phoveus in the XP lane. AP Bren has used this in the M5 World Championship, and it proved to be a very good counter towards the Nolan. I think even the Harriet as well, but that is really a very bold move coming out from the Homeboys, right? They pick up immediately the Harriet. They didn't even see what the gold lane is going to be here for AP Bren. They add up the Valentina here to possibly pick up also the final slash of the Arlot to have a little bit more CC on their side. We haven't revealed anything just yet from Homeboys. Maybe go for like the Cho pick of Sword that he loves picking up so well. And now Homeboys right now, it seems like the bans are going to be centered towards Kyle Teasy, the jungler of AP Bren.
Yeah, there aren't usually a lot of opportunities where Phoveus can shine. But I mean, these first three picks basically speak and come together and say, pick a Phoveus to kind of counter this. You've got dashes on all of these heroes. The only thing though, for me that could be is when you have so many dashes to the point that you can possibly be able to kind of lure Phoveus out, and there's going to be hard for him to actually be able to focus on one thing when you've got so many all around the board. And we're going to hopefully that's what Homeboys have in mind here, because Phoveus does, as soon as he gets that demonic force, he's just gonna he has so much regen, so much damage he can output right from level 4 in that first turtle fight.
Yeah, all of these bans from the Homeboys are just centered towards Kyle Teasy. Perhaps he might be left with Is he gonna go for like the classic like fighter tanky type of jungler? And we did talk a little bit about the Barretts here. Not so sure though if it will fare well up against like the Nolan, right? And even the Harriet here. But they pick up, oh wow, this is a signature coming out from their side. They pick up the Fredrin here, almost pretty much like the same lineup that Twisted Minds had in the first series. So this is a classic coming out from them. They had solid front line. They got that CC coming out from the Arlot. They still need something in the gold lane for Super Margo. Is it gonna be the signature Brody here? Because it seems like he's gonna be going up against the Harriet in the gold lane.
Yeah, I was about to say probably a strong pick would be that Brody, especially once the Zaman Force comes down. Brody will be able to get the stun in, create that distance from Harith, so that he's not able to kind of get a lot of attacks off there. On the Homeboys side, looks like we're going to pick up Thamus and then Tigreal as well. Tigreal, who we saw during the last match, I mean, it was unfortunate because I want to say that he was heavily countered when it came to a lot of his sets with that implosion. They were able to stun, pop him up, and just rain down an excess amount of damage on him. We're going to see if Homeboys possibly being able to utilize it a little better.
Oh, I actually thought that the Marco was going to go for the Brody, but this time, you know, knowing that there's going to be a Harriet there, a Nolan that can pick you off, right? The Claude is going to be the safest pick. We've seen this also in the first series where the Claude has just so much mobility and 100% win rate so far in Games of the Future.
Ooh, we are here at it right now. The first game of Homeboys taking on AP Bren. We're going to see if this new roster has any surprises to show the, I want to say, the veteran lineup of AP Bren.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, immediately picking up the Harriet, right, for Nets. I think that is something that they kind of want to put out very early on, despite the fact that they don't even know what's going to be going up against the gold lane. So I think this is kind of a signal for them to be, you know, a little bit more aggressive, at the same time, a little bit more showing of what they want to happen in the game. And this is not something we see so often, but something that we actually kind of have like a little throwback to the time where the Alice and the Harriet were kings in the gold lane.
Yeah, exactly. And we already see a little bit of the quickness and the speed you're getting from the Nolan. He's already on his orange buff there, while AP Brent just making it over to theirs. So you're going to have that speed, but it's like we said, it comes out to this early game. Ooh, Zorn coming in there, just getting a little bit of vision, wanting to know where everybody is at on the map for his team.
Yeah, I mean, there was a time too that the Tigreal was the one pushing out the buffs, right? That was a thing before. But Sword is just kind of giving the vision here towards the side of Homeboys, so Chibi can actually know where he's going to be positioning. So the turtle is going to be key here. We did mention that this might be an early game, and we're starting to see like pokes coming in from both Homeboys and AP Bren right now, but no pickoffs just yet. Everybody's just taking their time to get in the resources. Once that level 4 hits, we'll see where it's going to be happening right now. Sepat, though, gonna get pressured out there.
Yeah,
forced to use that vengeance
activate. Yeah, use that vengeance. So now he's not gonna have it for a little bit. And look at AP Brent, they are not stopping. Oh, Sapat actually might be getting caught here. Is trying to create that distance. She comes in here, putting on the damage, and Zorn out there saying a little bit of a hellos to the team there.
Both sides actually, hey, we're here. But you know what? It is just kind of the thing that you can get before you feel like this big clash is going to be happening. Level 4 has been attained here by Chibi, so that is one advantage that Homeboys can actually have before getting into the turtle. Kyle TT still going to go for that purple before he gets into this first major objective. It's a good thing that Flab TZ is able to get in that level 4, so this should at least give AP Brand that advantage when it comes to the team fights that will be happening on this turtle lane. Udil also picked up that demonic force, so that's going to be a force to be reckoned with when it comes to this turtle. AP Brand going to be starting it up.
Yeah, and we're down to about half health already. We did see that Astral Echo went out there, and Sapat comes in. Here comes that demonic force, looking for to put the damage on. Chibi finds a kill onto Aogen. Flapteezy finds a kill onto the turtle and onto Chibi. 2 in 1 with that demonic force, able to get an objective and a kill.
Yep, and here's the thing too, it really gets confusing because Odil also had that demonic force, and at the time, right, when you were taking in the turtle, all you can see was actually 2 people jumping up and down and trying to like zone everyone out. But AP Bren Actually, I didn't see who was able to take in that turtle though, but the 3 minutes in, we can already see that it is going to be team fight eccentric when it comes to these turtle takes and these lord takes, and not to mention the adjustment that was made, that you can no longer tug it to the side, so you can kind of expect to see like both these teams are going to be having like hard resets when it comes to taking especially the lord in later on.
Seeing both demonic forces is like a bouncy house during these team fights of two members just flying up in the sky and then smashing and crashing down. It's going to be very interesting to see how we come out there. Oh, a big final slash comes down onto it. Odie looking to try to use that demonic force. Is it going to be enough to save him? He's still crashing down, trying to survive here. Chibi finds a kill onto Few. Blazing Duet is out. Udil in trouble, trying to find the safety of the tower. Is he going to be able to get it? He is. Oh. And Flap Teasy goes down. That is a 3-1 for Homeboys.
Yeah, the slows coming in from the tower. He took too much damage there. Flap was actually going to try to go in for that last hit, but there was still that shield coming out from Udil, and he was able to get back to safety. There's some clapback, though, from AP Brand on the bottom side. And at the same time, Kyle Teasy in the middle of everything. He might be in trouble here.
Yeah, unfortunately, they should be still able to get the retribution onto his orange buff here. Kyle Teasy able to find himself an escape, and then Zorn able to defend Udil for this escape.
Yeah, level 7, this one level ahead for the gold lane here of Super Marco. He has been doing a double lane too. So not only is he getting the farm up top, he's also getting in some of the minion waves too in the mid lane. So this should give him some advantage to be able to get in those core items as the Claude. Here comes the Tekken Turtle. Owen is taking a bit of the damage here. He hasn't been using that ultimate just yet. Udil comes in with the Demonic Force. Owen is down.
Yeah, Ojin is down. You see the demonic force just clapping down both of them in the bouncy house of doom. Sapat finds a kill onto Flap Teasy. Out comes the Zaman Force, while Chibi finds a kill onto Kyle Teasy and the Turtle. 7-2 right now, a dominating performance right now for Homeboys.
And the thing here about AP Bren is it really gets confusing. Odile has been popping in that demonic force that he has been taking in. He's not even taking the final slash here. He's making sure that AP Bren is zoned out before they take in the objective. Chibi managed to land in those nice ultimates right once it came down to that clash, which we know that the Nolan can really dish an insane amount of damage once it has the items, which we'll be seeing later on. But now it's going to be Homeboys at the lead, 17k and 14k for AP Bren.
Yeah, a very interesting decision. I had never even, for some reason, it kind of slipped my mind when the first picks went out, and you had the Nolan, the Harith, and the Valentina, and when that Phovius pick came out, it for some reason didn't even cross my mind that Valentina would be having just as much success on it as well.
Yeah, the thing here about the Homeboys is they're capitalizing on this early game that they had so that Nets can actually scale up pretty well. But as for AP Bren though, Super Margo hasn't been picked off, so that is good. He has been farming the gold lane earlier and even the mid lane, so that just gives him a little bit more time to pick up the items that he needs. And Udil once again picks up that demonic force. So this is the thing for AP Bren. They need to answer out to Udil right now, who has been such a menace to deal with in these clashes.
Yeah, and this is what's good. The big thing is the patience of AP Bren. As much as this looks to be going in Homeboys' favors, all it takes is for them to go ahead and start hitting these power spikes, especially Super Marco. We've already seen it, an example of it in the last 3 games that we've been casting here, that the Claude
Top
just
side,
needs
though.
an opportunity. You see there that the Blazing Duet already comes out there. Chibi going to go ahead and create some distance between him. Down at the bottom, terrified onto Kyle Teasy as they're going to go ahead start on this turtle. Here comes the demonic force landing in the implosion as well. Pops up Kyle Teasy. That means AP Bren does not have their retry, but it looks like Homeboys are not done with the fight.
Yeah, Homeboys actually went for the full engage there, making sure that Kyle Teasy is down as Chibi was actually farming up top. AP Bren was actually trying to go for Chibi with that pick off on that final slash and maybe the Blazing Duet coming out from the Claude, but Chibi was way too alerted there, knowing what's going to happen there. And so far, Homeboys is just aggression after aggression. They've taken in 2 towers, and so far, all turtles of the game. 7 minutes in, and it is still Homeboys leading.
Yeah, and that's kind of the value you get out of a Nolan, because he can basically spam his abilities on without cooldown. He gets those dashes very quickly, so you need to be able to kind of close out his escapes when you're engaging him, especially when it's only two of you to try to catch one person who can basically spam his movements all around the map.
Yeah, this is the thing. Soren has been using that implosion onto Kyle TZ, right? Like when you get that Fredrin stun, and at the same time you combine it with like the Zaman force coming out from Nets, or even Udil's like first two attacks, it's enough to actually contain Kyle TZ, so he's not able to soak up the damage, not able to pop in the Appraiser's Wrath, and basically not able to do anything while he's suppressed. So this is good for homeboys when it comes to the early game. But as for AP Bren, right, they need to get Super Marco farmed up here, and so far he hasn't been picked off. And let's take a look at the items here. He has already built up that Demon Hunter sword, and all he needs is that golden staff to be able to get into that full engagement once it reaches the late game. But Homeboys is just pressuring every single lane right now.
Yeah, and they need to, because they know what their win conditions are. Big Final Slash does go on to Sapat, trying to put the damage onto him. He is going to pop that Vengeance and able to get himself away. Out comes the implosion. Is that going to be enough? Demonic forces are out. Kyle TZ finds a kill on the GB. Zorn is down, and Appraiser's Wrath comes out as well, but doesn't catch anybody. That 3 down for Homeboys, 1 down in the name of Ogen for AP Bren.
Yeah, actually, Homeboys was confident at that time, right? Like Soren wanted to go in. They actually got in Sepat first. Let's take a look at the highlights here. Sepat actually backed away. You got Few as well with the Astral Echo from the backside. Ogun was down, and the Demonic Force was forced to be reckoned with here. And at the same time, Super Marco came in at the right time with the Blazing Duet that is already kind of damaging Homeboys here. Here comes the Lord.
Yeah, Kyle TZ able to find it with the Retribution and that Appraiser's Wrath. Alguen able to find a kill as well, and we were just talking about it. Just took a little bit of a moment. Big pop-up finds him, and Blursted down right now. Blazing Duet from Super Marco to go ahead and clear out the way, and Chibi finds himself a quick ticket back to the base.
Yeah, 204 for the Claude of Marco. This time we kind of see the Claude being activated right now. AP Bren was able to take in that Lord. This should actually make them take a little bit more space in the map that the Homeboys has been pressuring from the early game. Now we see the goal lead actually nullify right now. It's actually even now for both sides, 31.1k for both Homeboys and AP Bren.
This is what we were talking about. It doesn't matter how far ahead you are. AP Bren sticking to the game plan, waiting for the power spikes, especially when it comes to Super Marco, getting those items. We have a Lord kind of clashing up at top. Now a clash at the purple buff. I'm not even sure who got that. It looks like Chibi able to claim his purple buff, even despite the amount of harassment coming from AP Bren. But still moving through, taking down towers, especially the mid tower, which is going to go ahead and open up the map for AP Bren.
Definitely a big thing for them. This is going to be easier for AP Bren to take in the Lords. And right now, 3 towers taken in by AP Bren with just that one Lord that they took. This is not even the enhanced one. So once it reaches this next Lord, if AP Bren manages to snag this one, Homeboys just has to either rely on Nets here when it comes to the late game, right? And pretty much the Nolan here is already fine when it comes to like AP Bren. It can actually deal with this Nolan care of Flap TZ's demonic force in the clashes.
Yeah, it's going to be these next few objectives going to be very pivotal for both of these teams. As we're starting to move into the mid and late game, Chibi's going to find it harder to find those pickoffs once you're in these big clashes where everybody's kind of sticking together and covering for each other. So that's what we've been seeing, is him now starting to split off, starting to clear the lanes, be a nuisance when it comes to creating that pressure on the opposing sides of the map.
Yeah, I think Homeboys understood that it was definitely going to be hard for Kyle TZ when it comes to the early game, right? Though the Fredin does not have the items, they keep on pressuring him. But right now, once it has the items, you can definitely go head-to-head here with the Homeboys. And even the purple buff here is going to be pressured on by AP Bren. Not going to be easy here for Chibi.
This poor purple buff has no idea who to attack. Does look like Chibi is going to be able to get it, and very wisely, Homeboys don't press it any further. They got the buff. They're going to go ahead and back off and reset on the map.
Yeah, 10. There's a lot more kills here for Homeboys. especially since this was pretty much a homeboy showing aggression from the start. But AP Bren has been taking control slowly in the game. It has been Kyle Teasy. It seems like he's going to be the target here, though. A lot of ultimates have been message has been started.
Yeah, big Zombie Force comes out there. Kyle Teasy getting jumped on right now with that demonic force. Udil goes down to Flap Teasy, and you see them trying to chase down Zorn, able to find the kill there. That is 2 down for the homeboys. In comes Chibi, looking for a kill with that fracture, able to take down Few. 1 down for AP Bren, but I dare say they still have the advantage when it comes to this Lord, especially the Luminous Lord right now.
Yeah, 2 for the price of 1. It's still going to be the numbers advantage towards AP Bren. 40k lead for them. Flap Teasy doing a good job zoning. I think this should be AP Bren taking it in without any contests for the homeboys. That's going to be the Enhanced Lord going to our M5 World Champions.
Yeah, and very dominant right now as we're moving into the 13-minute. You can see 3-0-5 for Super Marco right now. I mean, as soon as he came online, the entire tone, tide of this match completely changed. Ooh, they pass up that bush. Few actually might be in trouble. Jimmy comes in there, gets a fracture. Unfortunately, Kyle Teasy did not check that bush, and that allowed Chibi to get the one-off onto AP Bren there.
Yeah, that's what makes the Nolan so deadly, right? Like, just 2 hits coming out from his skills. It's enough to delete Few from the map. And yeah, that was quite unfortunate though, but they do have the Lord here. Flap Teasy gonna be soaking up the damage. A lot of isolated fights. Sword gonna be using that implosion though. But no match, of course, to Super Marco.
Oh, the CC has landed onto Chibi, who's not going to be getting away from Ogwen. And now we are pushing on to the mid towers, left to only the high grounds for homeboys, who just a few minutes ago, very dominant against AP Brennan, have yet to find an answer for this aggression.
Yeah, 405 onto the Claude. Has that Purify too. So AP Brennan just taking all of these towers so quickly. Conceal has been made. Sapat's gonna be the target.
Yeah, Zaman Force is out with that demonic force coming out from Flap. Teasy starting to zone out. The rest of them, Net's in trouble, trying to dash himself away from Super Marco, who is on the clock. Oh, we do have an implosion. Catches 1 member there as well. In comes Ogwen. Final slash is out from the back line. It does look like AP Bren starting to create some distance, not wanting to fight a little bit more underneath the turret. I think looking to just kind of create that distance now and wait for the next Lord before they make their next push.
Yeah, the bushes are looking to be so deadly too, so they have to kind of check that for AP Bren. But this time it's gonna be Chibi in trouble here. He's gonna make it out alive.
Yeah, this is what we were talking about, the spamming ability of him to be able to spam those dashes, which is actually more than Flap Teasy can kind of contend with. But the job was done. They zoned him away from the purple buff, and that's going to be another stolen buff for AP Bren.
Man, this is objectives, even resources taken away from Chibi. He has picked up 7 kills though, 4 deaths, but by this time though, it's gonna be really hard. Like, the only target that you're gonna be getting is either like a pick off on the bush, like what happened earlier up against Few. That's the best thing that you can do, because the Nolan is that kind of hero that really shines in the early game. And by this time, all of these heroes have already picked up all the necessary items to kind of counter out all the damage that Homeboys is putting out. And as you can see, 15.2k gold lead for Super Marco and 11.8k only for Nets on the side of Homeboys.
Yeah, and then that says a lot too, especially there's something about having a gold lead on your opponents, but when most of that gold lead is on one person, it really kind of tells a story of like how dominating an effect that they are having. Kyle Teasy finds this Lord pretty easily. Sapat going in with the vengeance. I mean, a last effort there, but gonna get bursted down by Super Marco, and the last hit going to Few.
Yeah, nice attempt though by Sapat, but you know, with AP Bren kind of surrounding him, there was just nowhere to go. Even with the vengeance, he was not able to sustain that damage. Super Marco right now still has that Purify. The inhibitors are already down here for the mid lane and the bottom lane, so it's one left over on the top side. But AP Bren is looking to end this one. Always starts it with a final slash here.
Yeah, Udil in a little bit of trouble there. Gets caught on the wrong end. Out comes the Appraiser's Wrath, and then Phew finds the kill. Zaman Force is out there trying to protect the core, but the overwhelming damage coming from AP Bren pushing them out. Blazing Duet is out. Chibi goes down. A double kill for AP Bren, and that's going to be all she wrote for the homeboys. Game 1 going to the the M5 champions, AP Bren.
Yeah, current rating M5 champions, current rating MPL Philippines champions, and AP Brand gonna be taking in game number 1 just like that. That means it's gonna be match point for them for our second games. Homeboys though did have a very good early game, did have that pressure up against AP Brand, but once Super Marco was activated there, that was just it was really difficult to bounce back from that situation. Storm was trying to find the openings, and even Udil couldn't even pop in the demonic force at that time. That was really a struggle for AP Bren in the start, but once it reached the late game, it was all AP Bren's territory.
And that just kind of tells you what you get from AP Bren and why they are on top of the Mobile Legends mountain right now. Is even, I believe it was about 7-1 at one point, but they knew the game plan they had. They stuck to it. They were able to withstand the early aggression from the Nolan, just waiting for Super Marco to get fed, making sure they were protecting the lane. He didn't take a single death through out there, and as soon as he got those items and became a factor in these team fights, it was they knew exactly what they had and what they needed, and were able to push back homeboys into a very dominating finish.
Yeah, even Sorn there, you would really want to get in the Claude, right? But with the Purify, it was just so hard to take down Super Marco. Not to mention, he also had that immortality. So not only does he have the BMI, he has that extra layer of protection when it comes to the clashes. And by that time, right, Fuel was already dishing out a good amount of damage, right? You get it from the Astral Echo, and then he gets to snipe the backlines. It was just too much to handle there for homeboys in that final stage. It only took 2 Lords for AP Brand to seal the deal here in the first game.
And I want to say, at the beginning of that match, there was a lot going on too, especially with the Valentina and having those demonic forces. Yep. Like you said, it's so hard to tell which demonic force is going off, who they're going at. At one point, I believe, was it Ogwen was able to land a demonic force, get a kill, and the turtle. I believe it's this fight. Is it? Yeah, or no, Flap Teasy it was. Okay.
Yeah, Flap.
Yeah, was able to get both of them here as we're taking a look at some of these highlights.
Yeah, you can see Ogwen here had a lot of good final slashes here, and you can see how homeboys kind of dominated with the I would say dominated, but more had a really good early game, great rotation for the homeboys. They actually pressured out a lot of the towers, and even down to the turtle fights, they were able to contest, right? And with the demonic force, as you can see, there was a time there that it was actually Udil and some Flap Teasy going up against each other. And yes, it does get confusing, but what homeboys actually did right in all of those clashes, right, is they had that CC, they had that sort of pressure up against Kyle Teasy once he gets immobilized. The homeboys really had that burst damage, but once it came to the mid game, everybody had that items. This was actually one of the really game-changing type of mid game that AP Bren had. They were able to get down Owen here, but they were able to get the shutdown also onto Chibi, which is a really big factor onto taking back the goal that they lost up against the homeboys.
Yeah, and at this point is where Super Marco started taking off with the damage, with his items and everything. You can see he's here, gets another kill onto Nets, and this is what kind of began the end for homeboys. Had a little bit of an implosion there, but the Blazing Duet it just got farmed so quickly. It was almost like a shock to them for how much damage he was actually outputting, and eventually just pretty much the biggest factor here, and I'd be surprised if he's not the MVP.
Yeah, I mean, not picked off, not shut down. I think the thing here about Chibi is at least he was able to, either pressure out the backlines here of AP Bren. But once, it was just Super Marco wrecking havoc. 2 Lords. This was the last one to finally take in the game here for AP Bren. I love how they actually took control over the sides before they actually went down to the final, or the crystal here of the homeboys. Zorn actually had some setups here, mostly onto Owen and Kaltizi, but that didn't really matter because you really had to take down Few and Super Marco here at this point, right? And this was where Sepat came in with the vengeance onto Super Marco. He popped in the Wind of Nature, but you know, up against 4 members of AP Brand, there's really nothing much you can do.
Yeah, kind of one of those last-ditch efforts to try to make something happen. Unfortunately, I mean, AP Brent's just too smart with it, with their positioning. And you can see here the last seconds of the Homeboys here as that core goes down. Oh, actually, AP Brent's Super Marco comes away with the MVP.
I think this should be the Claude. Yeah, should be the Claude here. Yeah, he picked up the Immortality, and I think by the late game, Super Marco actually took out his boots and purchased the Rose Gold Meteor to actually counter out all of the magic damage, right? Like, he had to deal with either the Demonic Force or even Nets's Zaman Force, but he wasn't picked off at any time, right? Like 508 onto the Claude here, and even the Purify, right? For the side of Homeboys, they're really not able to set things up here or actually take down or shut down Super Marco mid to late game.
Claude's been working out, hitting the gym. According to this picture,
I'm pretty sure this is the guy.
Here we can take a look at all of the stats here. Unfortunate for Zorn, really trying to create those openings with the implosion, but man, I want to say AP Bren just all over him, and especially once Super Marco got set, Demon Hunter Sword was able to just really chunk him down, make him pay for diving into the line as well.
Yeah, you can see that apart from like all Super Marco, right, and Ogwen, you have to take notice of Flap TZ2, especially in the latter stages of the game, right? Like, he was also zoning out the Homeboys, and at that point, like, Odile had to think if he actually wanted to take the Demonic Force, or would he want to take the Final Slash, maybe to have that additional CC for their side. But AP Bren, I think they were kind of like saying, okay, yeah, it's fine that the Homeboys kind of took that early game, but all we need to do is have like Super Marco activated. 92% of the turret damage actually went to him with a 76% team fight participation, and we can't count out, of course, Flapteezy and Kalteezy here with an 88% total participation. Of course, they were the ones zoning these players out from Homeboys, and at the same time taking the damage so that Super Marco can come in without placing a duet and finish his job.
Yeah, I mean, basically a clinic put on of having patience, not losing the game plan that you had, being patient about what your marksman needed, and still, I want to say, like, even when it came to a lot of the early aggression that came out from Homeboys, I mean, they still did a great job in the early game. It's just, I want to say they just weren't able to close it down quick enough before, like, because it was always basically looming in the back of their heads. They knew the Claude was going to get fed. They were doing their best to try to offset that early game. It's just eventually the toll comes due, and you're going to be dealing with Super Marco, who's got his items, who's able to take part in these fights now, and that's something that they're going to probably have to have a plan for if they want to take this to a game 3.
Yeah, the Nolan was picked up first there by Homeboys. I think this time it might actually be AP Bren on the blue side. So the Nolan was a big thing here for the Homeboys to actually win out that early game. But at the same time, right, that AP Bren had that late game insurance. So I still think up until now, like, it's a Claude. 100% win rate, all 4 games that we had so far in Games of the Future. And I think it just goes to show, like, the mobility, the Blazing Duet. Once you have all those items, you can definitely take in the game once the Claude is farmed up. So I think all of these teams might actually take the Claude for themselves, or maybe even prioritize that, apart from like the Rubies or even the other heroes that we have been talking about.
Yeah, I mean, hats off, Homeboys. I mean, you're talking about the world champions. So just the dominance that they showed in the early game just kind of shows you how much they've been trying to build that synergy, what they've been practicing on, working on, and we're very mildly successful in the early game against AP Brand. It's just like we said, it's the long haul. There's all the aspects of the game that you kind of need to cover, early, mid, and the late, and there's just like a few few more boxes that AP Bren was able to check with that last composition and with their rotations than Homeboys. But I'm excited to see if Homeboys can pull out maybe a little bit of an upset here to take this, to extend this out, give us a little bit more time out here on the casting desk to see how if this game can go to a 3.
Yeah, a little bit more airtime for us here, especially it's a highly anticipated match. No, I'm kidding. But you know what? I do want to see it stretch out to a game number 3, right? So we can kind of flesh out what kind of other type of compositions that these teams are comfortable with. So it seems like Homeboys, for their first game, they kind of wanted to go for that early game, right? Like picking up the Tigreal, picking up that Nolan. And at the same time for AP Bren, right? They had a very good lineup that can kind of shine in the early game and at the same time that late game. I think for AP Bren, that one shutdown onto Chibi with that Nolan was enough to save the game. But we might actually head into the draft in just a little bit, and just like that, it is going to be AP Bren on the blue side, and immediately we already see bans coming through here for AP Bren. It's actually centered towards the Roam and XP lane. The Ruby and the Arlot going to be taken out here.
Yeah, and then for the Homeboys, they're going to go for the same things they went with the last game. We got the Fanny and the CC taken out there. Interesting. I do like, and it's interesting to see the priority that AP Bren puts onto the. I mean, all teams basically right now have been putting on to Arlot. Even with the recent nerfs he got, still kind of a powerhouse when it comes to that roam position, the tankiness, and the setting potential of that final slash that really just works as like a repositioning tool for the against the enemy there. So I mean, a very interesting thing here. You were talking about the priority that AP might be putting onto this Nolan, unless we see maybe Homeboys might want to take that off the board.
Yeah, it's actually going to be still the Fair Miss that was banned out away also earlier in game number 1, which is really good for team fights because it seems like both of these teams are so good at that. Like having that Fair Miss, even up until now, like with the adjustments on the Fair Miss, it is almost all the time good when you have that Netherrealm up. It keeps everyone alive, pretty much like the Estes. The Homeboys has one final ban here. I'm thinking, will AP Bren actually go for like a Nolan here for their first pick? Or maybe possibly... Oh, okay.
Nope.
Speaking of the Nolan, yeah, I just kind of called it out and Homeboys is like, yeah, I heard you, Burger Kim. We're going to be banning it away. So this leaves AP Bren with the Matilda, which is actually opened up here for the first phase. They can actually pick it up. It's a very safe pick, I would say. Or maybe they can prioritize other things, maybe the Claude or... whatnot, but yeah, it's gonna be the Matilda being picked up here. So Homeboys actually let that slide. They can actually answer it out by either picking up a Claude, or will they go for their Roamer here for their first 2 picks because they already have a Matilda here.
I mean, if we're talking stats wise, just talking to pure numbers, I mean, Claude would probably be the safest bet for who's been a 100% win rate here. 2 characters that are open. We see there the Gwen, the Matildas out there. Oh, first time to see the Barats. We've been talking about it, but we haven't seen it just yet in the meta. Very tanky now, especially when it comes to some of the item changes that are out there to be able to support him with that tankiness. Especially taking it, I feel like this was kind of taken away just in case AP Bren wanted to use that combination of the Matilda and Barats because she really covers down for, I want to say, the slowness that he has to be able to kind of help him with that guiding wind to get him around the map there. So it could be very interesting picks. It's the first time that we've seen some of these characters picked up, as most have been on the bans and some haven't been picked yet.
Yep. Yeah, the Barats. First time we're going to be seeing it. Actually, this is good for the apart from the Matilda, right? Like a good combo with the Guinevere is someone to actually tank up the front line so that the Guinevere can actually properly set things up. So I believe this might actually go to Sorn. Not unless they want to change their lineup. We'll finally find out the overall picture later on. But OP Brand answers it out immediately with the carry. Usually the answer to tanky heroes like the Fredrin and the Barretts, and they add up the X-Borg here. I'm still not sure if this is going to be a Flap TZ hero or maybe, a little bit throwback to the X-Borg in the jungler position, but this might actually be in the XP lane. One of the a really solid picks in the XP lane that can really stand alone. And at the same time, Homeboys has this final pick. Will they go for their mid lane already, since they might actually go for perhaps the I was thinking something along the lines of the Novaria, but they seem to prioritize this Valentina, so to pick up the ultimates here, like the Last Insanity, and even the Guiding Wind here of the Circling Eagle rather of the Matilda.
Yeah, I want to say, like, while the Circling Eagle is can have its place in a lot of these compositions and its threats, I feel like Matilda's real shining point comes with that Guiding Winds and having the Flask of the Oasis, which gives you that added shield every single time, like, one of your players is in range, and it really upgrades the, I want to say, the how much damage that your team can take during these fights. So while I do like to pick for Valentina to be able to take away some of these ultimates, I want to say it won't really capture what makes the Matilda pick so dangerous and sustainable during a lot of these fights. It's going to be very interesting here too, because you've got the X-Borg, the carry, you were talking about it. Those are the prime picks, the true damage that they can do, the prime picks to take down the tanky heroes like the Barats. And the same thing if possibly this Gwen decides to go with a tanky build as well. We do...
Yeah,
Odette.
I was waiting for you to see that ban coming out from Homeboys, because you were talking about how deadly the Matilda was. And actually, I've seen this in a couple of content creators' videos, is that they get the circling the Circling Eagle, and then you combine it with the Odette's Odette Swan Song. So that is a lot of damage, and at the same time, the mobility it provides for AP. And AP Bren is known for using this Odette for the very first time in M5 World Championship. So I am not surprised that came out from the Homeboy. So this leaves few either with, if they want the vision on the bushes, right? Because the Guinevere can actually set up the play from the bushes. They can still go for the Novaria with the protection here of the Matilda. That can still be a pickup for few. Or at the same time, they might actually pick up someone on the mid lane like a Lilia to actually just not give the Valentina a lot more ultimates to pick up. That's usually the answer. Or maybe perhaps the Valir would be a good pick too in the mid lane. Like it really slows down the Barats, and it also kind of nullifies the ultimate of the Valentina here.
So at mid lane, I think it depends on what they're, if they're looking toward the meta. I mean, we still got Aurora out there. I mean, we didn't really find too much success with it in game one of our last series, and then I feel like the teams kind of distanced themselves from that pick, went for the Vexana, the Odette as well. So I'm very interested to see where the Nana still out there as well. Maybe we have our first Nana game.
Just putting
here.
it out there. Actually, I think it might be, AP Bren might actually double think of like picking up that Nana actually, because they still have that Valentina to consider. It can actually be a menace to the Barats or maybe even the Valentina in the mid lane, but I'm still thinking something along the lines of a Lilia or perhaps like a Valir in the mid lane that can really make it hard here for either the first three picks here of the Homeboys. And Nets still goes for that Harriet that actually did pretty well in game number 1, but at the same time it wasn't able to scale up as well as the Cloud of Super Marco did. So, but you know what? It's a carry up against the Harriet. This can definitely pressure the carry in the early game, right? With the advantage it does.
There it is.
Yeah, I think we have to keep on tossing these things so that they bring it out. So what do you want to see from... Okay, yeah, there you pick it up. What do you want to see from the Homeboys then? What do you want to see from the Homeboys?
I'm the monster, the threat, the menace that people have yet to see in that Nana that has been picked out here. I'm very it's used to be one of those picks that was just one of those cutesy picks that people never really paid attention to. Now with the recent changes, she can chain her skills together now. The Molina hits more than one person on impact, like as soon as it lands. So it's basically like a Molina grenade that she can toss out there, and then she can collect that together with that Molina Blitz ultimates very quickly. So you don't even have time to react. But as soon as you realize you're transformed, there's already an ultimate coming down, bouncing its way towards you and your team. And a Hellcurt. We haven't seen a Hellcurt in a good hot minute.
Okay, wait. Is this a Barrett's XP lane? I feel like this is kind of like a spur of a moment thing, right? Like we were gearing up for the fact that the Barrett's is going to be the one in the jungle, but the Barrett's up against the X-Borg here, or even up against the Baksha, that's not really a good matchup here. So I think they could have What is the okay? Maybe they're trying to go for like they helped her to take down the backlines, or maybe even steal some of the objectives. But I think that was kind of like a spur of the moment things coming out from the homeboys here.
Yeah. I'm actually kind of confused on that because there's just so many different ways it could go, especially if you maybe Baratz is on the roam, you have Gwen in the XP lane, or do you have Gwen as a tank in the roam position? We're about to find out, I guess, where this comes into play. So many different changes that we've been seeing here that are just kind of head scratching. But we're going to be moving on to game 2 to see if homeboys can take this to a game 3 against AP Bren.
Okay, so it is, yes, I am right. It is a Barretts in the XP lane, but boy, that is not gonna be good up against the X Warrior. It's just gonna be roasting you in your lane. So it's gonna be easy. Not unless you are able to move forward, get those stacks. And at this point, right, Sepat hasn't been able to get those stacks up just yet. And looking at this, it is Sorn on the Guinevere. So this is for homeboys to actually have that set up. And I think, yeah, that final pick actually kind of made us scratch our heads and say, okay, where is everybody going to be placed at? So far, AP Bren doing really well here in the gold lane, still able to keep it up here with nets. But Flapteasy is going to be the one prioritized here by homeboys.
Yeah, and he's going to go. They already burst down that armor, but still putting on those stacks. Here comes the darkness. Dark Knight falls. Flapteasy still survives. Chibi almost got caught there, but here on the side, Kyle Teasy finds a kill onto Zorn and going to go ahead and disappear. That's going to be first blood for AP Bren.
Wow, did you see the flicker out from Flapteasy? He actually flickered out when Chibi was actually gonna go in for the for the ultimate there, like that Dark Knight falls, and he's like, okay, I feel like I can still sustain this, and you know, with the chemistry that AP Bren has, they had that backup. Kaltizi was able to pick up that first kill. Overall, AP Bren is just winning it so far here, and they're prepared to take on to homeboys. Let's see if homeboys can actually go in for a steal here, because you still have that Dark Knight Falls to actually steal in the objective here. Kaltizi going to be working up this first turtle. Sword does not have that ultimate just yet, so AP Bren can take this without any contest, not unless Chibi comes in.
Yeah, Chibi comes in, Dark Knight Falls is out, but he gets slowed down. Ogwin was right there waiting for him to come in. As soon as the Dark Knight Falls went in, he got put down. Zorn looking for an escape is going to use that flicker to get himself away.
Yeah, the nice zoning too there by AP Bren. They actually camped out in that tiny bush over there, so to give vision towards AP Bren. Super Marco, though, it's a different story here on the bottom side. We did mention that the carry is going to have a hard time up against this Harriet that has a little bit more advantage when it comes to the range. As you can see, Owen already rotating towards this bottom side to give a little bit more of that assistance to Marco.
Yeah, and I want to say a good read by Nets right now. He smells something in the water. He's just like, okay, something's up down here. I know there's got to be Ogwin must be near. Oh, they do actually catch him. The Zaman Force is out, trying to help Super Marco. He does catch a kill. Ogwin unable to help and has to watch his teammate go down. It is now tied 1-1 for homeboys and AP Bren.
Yeah, the thing here about homeboys is that they understand that the fact that Nets can actually pretty much pressure Super Marco on his lane. That's why you see the rotations mostly going towards the XP here. As Flapteasy gonna get pressured on. He's gonna pop in that last instant and he actually gets Sepat. And this is what I was saying, right? The Barretts does not have that much mobility, plus the fact that it only has to flicker out. So up against the export, it's not really gonna be that good when it comes to the laning phase.
Yeah, and that's the unfortunate when you're trying. Oh, Chibi might be getting caught here. Use his flicker. Here comes the Dark Knight Falls is out. We do have a pop up there on the Kyle Teasy looking for the damage. Zaman Force laid down, so he's crawling away. And Matilda able to use that ability to get him out of harm's way, but he still goes down. You can see the value coming. Flap Teasy with the flicker. Udil takes a whole heap of damage, and Nom Nom's first Pat able to eat up Flapteasy, and they're going to claim a kill. 3-3 apiece here.
Yeah, the side of homeboys was able to get in some of the trade-offs, and with that pick off onto Kyle Teasy, homeboys going to be able to take this one in. Unless there's going to be any contest. The turtle, okay, going to be taken in by the homeboys, and this time they actually kind of clap back here up against the side of AP Bren.
Ooh, a Nets and a Zorn looking to put the damage on. We do have a Violet Requiem on the Kyle TZ, but I mean, that's a big tanky boy in that box here. Now here comes the rest of the team trying to chase down Ogwen and Kyle TZ, but they're going to go ahead and use that guiding wind to get themselves to safety.
Okay, so Pat also actually moved down towards this bottom side, actually sharing a little bit of those gold creeps with Nets. So let's see if that will actually make much of a difference here, because so far it is fine, because Nets is actually winning in the lane. They might actually go in for the switch right now, just as it hits the 5-minute mark to be able to get in at least some trade. Zorn though tries to go in for Flap TZ. He's a little bit tanky. Let's see if Homeboys can actually take him down.
Yeah, they do land a Papo, but Flap TZ might be in a little bit of trouble here. Udil finding the kill there as well, bringing him up. Homeboy is now up 1 kill to AP Bren right now. Gold pretty much tied for both of them right now. Still looking at especially the advantage. AP Bren has the advantage with the towers and the advantage for kills going to Homeboys.
Yeah, it's funny too, like I only noticed it right now. You were so busy thinking about where these heroes are going to be going in for Homeboys. I actually didn't notice that it is a 3-man Purify here for AP Bren, just to cancel out the setups here coming out from Zorn. So I think here for the Homeboys is they have to make sure that all these damage dealers, if they don't have that Purify, it is the time to go up for the setup, or maybe waste out those Purifies before those big clashes. But so far, Homeboys right now, they are, at least they've traded in the towers after taking in that second turtle of the game.
Yeah, and it's, I mean, I do like that Sapat's kind of rotating around now. He's able, outside of the laning start of this game, I mean, the laning he was going to have the biggest problem because his whole kit is based on being able to kind of kick and maintain his stacks. Now we're starting up on the turtle. We're about half health right now. You can see Flap TZ. Oh, Nets actually might be in trouble. Zaman Force has been dropped, but he gets taken down quickly by the Nana. This is going to leave it open for Chibi to take the turtle. Last Insanity is out looking for Zorn. Puts on the damage, and that might... Nope. We're going to be able to use that dash to get away. So, I mean, you get a kill, but Homeboy's able to get themselves another turtle. While you see now the pressure with the numbers in their favor, AP Bren now starting to put some pressure onto the mid lane, but decide against pressing their advantage.
Yeah, the thing here about Homeboys and AP Bren in that final turtle crash here. Oh, although Flap TZ here. Can we go up some deal once again? They've been going at it ever since game number 1, though. They've been able to survive, but yeah, just as I was saying, you know, AP Bren kind of understood that the Homeboys had the prime position there. They were able to take the turtle, so they went for Nets instead. Pressure the gold lane for the turtle take. So still some nice trade-offs there across the board for AP Bren. And looking at the gold lead here, it is going to be Homeboys leading by 1k, just because of the fact that they actually took in at least 2 turtles for this game. But AP Bren still leading in terms of control over the map. They've taken in 2 of the towers 50 seconds before the first lord is up. And I think Homeboys, if they want to create some pressure, they can actually take in this lord. They do have the Dark Knight Pulse.
Yeah, and that's going to prove vital when it comes to the last seconds of trying to take this Lord. If they can kind of maintain their space in there. You've got Sapat, who can kind of tank a lot of the damage, who's going to be able to sit in the Lord pit and really kind of like claim it, whereas Chibi's going to have to really be very careful about when he comes in to try to get those needles in, or to get that Dark Knight Falls, to get that retribution onto it. We do see the Kyle TZ close resistance here, but Zorn going to go ahead, dive himself to safety.
Yep, 15 seconds. I think everybody here for AP Bren, they're doing their best to poke Homeboys here so that they try to go back to their base, heal up that HP before this first major objective. Zorn is also looking for someone to take down with the setups that the Guinevere has, but it's not going to be easy. 3 Purifies here that haven't been used just yet. And so far, the pressure is going to be on to the mid lane. Okay, Super Marco and Owen, though.
Yeah, speaking of the Purifies, we do have a Daytona's Welcome that lands on to Super Marco. Nets able to find the kill there. That is going to be 1 down for AP Bren. They're looking immediately to go for this Lord right after they get that kill. The focus on them is remarkable.
Yeah, I mean, Marco was isolated there. He was with Ogwen that was trying to get him to safety. But Zorn, they had that Purify up, but the rest of Homeboys was just working on them. They get in this first Lord of the game.
Yeah, and now we have the Zaman Force laid out there. Still, Nets in trouble on this side. Gets taken out by Ogwen, and they're going to be able to get Flapteasy to safety. They do get the Lord. They lose one in the process in the ensuing fight of it. But I want to say, I mean, Homeboy's doing a good job of being able to waste out these purifies. You're going to have the Violet Requiem coming out from Zorn, and then Sapat is right there behind to scoop them up with that Daytona's Welcome.
Yeah, bottom side too, like Homeboys is doing their best to pressure it out and at least capitalize this lead that they have up against AP Brand by at least taking in the outer turrets here and maybe going in for the second. It's a relatively low kill count here for both sides, right? Like both are trying to take in as much objectives as they can. Kaltizi gonna be working up this purple buff, but it seems like the target all the time will be Flapteasy that is able to soak up all of the damage here.
And that's Zorn going ahead and lands onto Flapteasy, but Flapteasy able to get away there. I don't think he had the Violet Requiem. Here comes a circling Eagle onto Udil. Ogwen decides against continuing it and getting the pop up there. AP Bren able to very quickly take down this Lord, a non-luminous Lord there, but I want to say it might be a little bit harder once we move on to these next ones.
Yeah, Flapteasy right now, he is been the one frontlining apart from Kalteasy. What's making it really hard here too is that most of the time, right, like the Zorn's pickoffs here onto either Super Marco or Few, right? You do have the Guiding Wind or the Guiding Wind out, but sometimes it's not enough once you get surrounded here by Homeboys. You still got the Daytona's Welcome coming out from Sapat, so there is a lot of things to consider here for AP Bren. Fortunately enough, the Golding is not that far. Perhaps like either they take down Chibi before the Lord comes up, or maybe even try to get a singular pickoff here. But here comes Zorn.
Yeah, we do have a pop-up there on the Flapteasy. He gets terrified away, has no more armor, is going to have to back up. Kyle TZ in a little bit of trouble, has activated that Tortoise Puissance, trying, you see the trail as he tries to run away. Dark Knight Falls is out, big pop-up lands, but the Purify is out. Zorn in trouble, gets taken down by Flapteasy. Kyle Chibi gets taken down by Super Marco. Now Nets in trouble, trying to dance his way around this. Is he going to be able to? Finds the kill onto Super Marco, while Flapteasy trying to flame him for his troubles. Oh, we have a Daytona's Welcome, which lands. Are they going to be able to put the damage onto him? He does. He still has that immortality out. Down comes the Zaman Force. Nets trying to chase down the kill, decides against continuing it and backs up.
Yeah, 2 for the price of 1. Super Marco activated that Purify, and by the time he went up against Nets, he was just dancing around. And taking a look at the items here, he has picked up the Corrosion Sight and the Golden Staff. Maybe perhaps going in for the Demon Hunter Sword as this next item. The gold lane is going to go to Nets when it comes to the gold lane. 8,000 for him, and Super Marco is still behind by 1,000. 35,000 for the Homeboys. They're looking to take in this Lord. Let's see if they might manage to get in a pick-off. Sword's already setting something up there up top. He does not have the conceal though.
Yeah, so he's waiting. We're at the Lord, just down to about 10%. Looking for a bait. I think Homeboys are very confident in their ability to team fight this, so they're kind of very slow playing this Lord. They're dragging it out. They want to know where AP Bren is on the map right now. But as they're doing that, as they're kind of slow playing it, they've got minions starting to make their way towards their towers. Lord pulled out again and goes ahead and gets reset. Probably a very frustrating day for the Lord here. Doesn't know if they want to fight, doesn't know if they want to leave him alone. They're coming back and forth. You can see now Flapteasy and AP Bren starting to put the damage onto the Lord at about half health right now. Still looking for the opportunity. Chibi, it gets dragged out again. They're dancing around this, and each team looking for the first one to make a mistake. Ooh, Deal goes in a little bit close. Here comes the circling Eagle, taking with him Flapteasy into the back lines, but be careful, they all reset back on the map. Half health for this Lord.
Yeah, even the Lord's getting confused. Oh, Few will pick up the Chibi. It's massive. And that's it. AP Brand can just go for this Lord, and that is going to be it. Few's like, it's over. We're just going to be taking this in. I take down Chibi, I take in this Lord, and AP Brand bounces back in just like that in the 14-minute mark.
when it comes to plays like that where both teams are jockeying for position, slow playing the Lord, it's always comes down to the first one to make a mistake or the first team to create it. And you saw it there with Few on the Nana, able to find Chibi, and then the rest of the team absolutely jumped on the opportunity. Now, Homeboys are facing a Luminous Lord heading down the bottom lane, while I'm sure we're probably going to see AP Brand trying to exert some pressure onto these the top and mid lane.
Oh, that's interesting. Owen just picked up the Blood Wings here, just to add up to that additional magic damage and the shields. The bottom lane is bare though. They can just, the Lord can just go straight in for the base, as AP Brand is going to be forcing out the fight here. Chibi is down. As Homeboys, one member down, as the Lord's going to be knocking in their base.
Yeah, already at the core right now. They have to have an answer for it. Unfortunately, Chibi a little late with that Dark Knight Falls. Still gets caught by Super Marco. A little bit slower of a game. We talked about it not matching up in the mid game. We do have a Last Insanity out. Udil is backing off. Super Marco puts the finishing touches on that mid tower. Now we are at the core. Just one more. Well, actually, we have two towers up at the top. A high ground and the tier 2.
There it goes.
Finds the mid. We only have one more high ground. Is Homeboys going to be able to stop this Last Insanity to try to zone them out? Super Marco puts the finishing touches on the high ground, and they all decide against pursuing this any further. They got one more Lord, and it does look like Homeboys might be at the last minutes of their game.
Yeah, 4K instantly went back to AP Bren, just like that, after that pick off by Few onto Chibi, right? And this is what we were saying about the Nana. It can instantly burst you down like that. Once you get caught into, you get that Molina, and then the Nana pops in, that Molina Blitz, you can just one-hit delete. Like, even the tankiest heroes in the game is already taking up so much damage from that Nana, but it seems like AP Bren, they might actually just commit for this. Kaltiz is gonna go in.
Yeah, we have the Daytona's Welcome, followed by the Dark Knight Fall. Still looking at who's going to be able to come out on top. Zaman Force has been released. Few finds a kill on to Zorn, and this might be a wrap. Super Marco is down too as well, though. You can see C-Pot in the back. He might not want to be part of this fight. 2 down for Homeboys, as AP Bren looking to press their advantage, and that is going to be very enticing, especially with only 10 seconds left on this Lord.
Okay, Nets actually forced the back away, trying to get in that purple buff. Homeboys has to check their base too, because they don't have any of these inhibitors. And AP Bren, they have that map control, they have that gold lead, and at the same time, the numbers advantages are towards their side. Actually, Few landed in that nice Molina Blitz once again to be able to take down 2 members of Homeboys. And with the safety of that guiding wind from Owen, it's just able to, you know, let AP Bren evade these clashes that they don't want to happen.
Flapteezy goes in. He does get caught up and popped up. Nets is going to find a kill onto Flapteezy. Ogwin able to get away with like 1 health point to his name, but now Homeboy is going to be dealing with a Luminous Lord coming down through mid lane. As we take a look at this highlight, Kim.
Yeah, let's the Last Insanity being popped there by Flapteezy. Actually, I think he thought he could have at least taken down Sepat there or Udil, but at the same time, Homeboys had that answer with Zorn. He was punished at that point, and AP Bren said, okay, let's stop at that. Let's not go for more. And they just went in and went back, because if they actually pushed in for more, Homeboys could have actually punished AP Bren at that point. So 18 minutes in, it is actually still AP Bren in the lead right now. 2K for their side, 9 turrets in. This last Lord could actually seal the deal for Homeboys if they manage to... sorry, could be the deal here for AP Bren if they manage to steal in this Lord.
Yeah, and right now, I think the focus should be on a Few, who's 3-0-4. We do have the Dark Knight Falls starting to close the distance. Is the Matilda, comes in there. Immortality has been activated, but Ogwin very wisely using that guiding wind to get out of harm's way. Kyle Teasy checks a bush, does
Kyle
get
Teasy
popped up by Zorn, who decides not to put on the Violet Requiem. The rest of AP Bren in the midst of this purple buff, forcing out Homeboys. They say this is their jungle now.
Yeah, the thing is, Kyle TZ is not going to be easy to take down here, right? Pretty much like the Fredrin, once it gets the items here, it can pretty much counter out. If I'm not mistaken, I saw a Radiant armor being picked up there by Kyle TZ and the Guardian's helmet to add up to this innate tankiness already. 60 seconds in, I think for the homeboys here, setup here for Zorn, but it's not gonna be easy. Everybody still has their Purify up. Plus, they have to deal with the insane burst that Few has and the outs that they can actually do in the clashes with Ogwen's Guiding Wind.
Yeah, so much burst on their side, and it just takes one mistake. Like I said, all you were talking about it. All Few needs to do land one ability, and it's over for at least one member of the homeboys. And then that is just quite an amount of damage and quite a lot of frustration and pressure on a team where you're looking to try to be patient. You're looking to kind of to try to look for an opening against a team like AP Brandon. Now, 18 seconds left on the next Lord.
Yeah, 20 minutes in. I think at this point, everybody pretty much has the items that they need to have. It's all about the execution. It's all about the decision making between these two teams. One mistake, again, could actually turn this entire thing around. So everybody's going to have to be extra careful here. We see the Necklace of Durance being purchased here as well through because of all the shields that AP Brand has at this moment. And once again, Lord Dance, Kyle TZ going to be working up, starting up this Lord. Chibi could actually just go in for the steal, but this is gonna be what's hard for homeboys here is one wipeout here. They could actually go for a straight push, and here it comes.
Yeah, you see them going in now. You saw the Daytona's welcome coming there. Chibi actually gets taken out. That's going to be the retribution for the homeboys who are now trying to get out. Sapat taking a heap of damage. You see the flicker in. Flap TZ able to close the distance and find the kill. You see the circling eagle from Ogwen. Nets might not be long for this world from the side. Super Marco. This is going to be a wrap. That is 3 people down for the homeboys, including their retribution. But it does look like Ogwen. They're trying to. They still want. They have the taste for blood now. They're not letting. They're not wanting to let Nets go free.
Yeah, 30 seconds before the others are up. They're gonna go for Nets. There's the circling eagle onto him. It's only Odile and Nets left to defend the base. AP Brand, they might actually just go for the push.
Yeah, they're looking for 10% left, and that's going to be a wrap, a clean sweep for the world champions, AP Bren.
Man, I actually thought that was like, maybe go a safer route, go for the Lord, but AP Brand just had another plan there. They just went in for the final kill, or actually just went in for Nets and even pressure him out there, knowing that it's only Odile and Nets there left in the base. There was only going to be the wave clear coming out from him. And with the numbers advantage that AP Brand had in that final clash, they were able to take this in and take the series with a 2-0.
Yeah, I want to say hats off to homeboys who put in a valued effort, especially because, well, we could take a look at the stats first here. You see, unfortunately, Chibi not having the most success on the Hellcurt here. It was I want to say they kind of reached into the book. They tried to pull out something, a surprise. It didn't seem to pay off here. You can see, I mean, the value out of that Matilda Ogwen. That is exactly why she is pretty much a ban from our first few games.
Yeah, usually you see a Matilda being built up as like a tanky build, right? You see like the counter towards like an Atsikuras or maybe even Athena's shield. But Ogwen here actually maximized the nerf actually that was made onto like the Radiant armors, right? So you can actually dish out a lot of damage when you have that circling eagle and at the same time the guiding wind. So I was like wondering, like mid to late game, he actually picked up the Bloodwing. So I was like, oh, he's actually going for that mage damage Matilda just to add up to so much more magical damage that they had apart from the Nana. So overall, I think for AP Brand, it was a good game. The decision making that they have, even in those crucial moments, they were able to do it so well.
Yeah, and I want to say, like, the plans from Homeboy were not bad. And even when it came to a lot of the ganks, when they went for Exporg at one point, it was very patient. You had Hellcurt waiting for Exporg's armor to be bursted, and as soon as it was bursted, Dark Knight's Falls came out from the back of the tower, but just getting outplayed and showing exactly why they are the defending champions here, AP Brand. A superior gameplay by them. Here, and this is it. You Flap TZ able to use that flicker, even though it was basically a 4v1 there.
Yeah, and what we don't notice here is actually the Molinas that Few has been dropping in, right? Like you get transformed and there's really nothing much you can do. You can't escape the safety. We did see a lot of the pressure that the homeboys actually did up against Flap TZ, knowing that it is going to be Nets, really being able to create the pressure up against Super Marco on his lane. This was one of the setups that Sorn was actually able to do up against Kyle TZ. Owen was able to get that guiding wind to get Kyle TZ out to safety, but Udil was there, actually been able to dish out the damage and then take out Kyle TZ. Flap TZ has been doing really good too in this game. He was able to zone out a lot of the backlines, which is the reason why AP Brand was also able to engage. Having the Matilda as your roamer, right? You need someone to have that CC. You need someone to have that engage. And it was in the form of Flap TZ from the side of AP Brand.
Yeah, and a great job done by him. And you can see here, splitting up the priority. We were talking already about the Nana. This is where we were kind of bursting down those purifies, able to get the kill onto Super Marco. But after that, I mean, still having some problems. They get the Lord, but do still start losing members from Homeboys here. So it's kind of like, do you even it out? Ogwen doing such a great job there. Dark Knight falls to try to chase them down. We do land the pop-up, but again, able to turn it around. Zorn gets too deep into their Flap TZ, finds a kill. Then they start chasing down the rest of Homeboys one by one. You see CPAT and Udil here on the side, while the rest of them focusing down on Nets at the mid lane.
Yeah, this was one of the first few lore dances, right? Like where Few was able to get that very crucial pick off onto Chibi, right? Like he was trying to go in for the steal, but yes, the Molina and the Molina Blitz combo was just too much to deal with, and AP Brand just capitalized on that momentum and just went in for the pickoffs after pickoffs. And this was one of the last ones, right? That they were able to pressure out all of the towers here from Homeboys. And this was one of the final clashes that they've had. Chibi was going to try to go in for the backlines, but yes, Few still did have that passive, so it wasn't easy to take him down. Everybody was really low, and Few was still able to pop in that ultimate, taking down Sorn, taking down Homeboys. Everybody was really low, and it was nice that AP Brand actually went in for the full commit there to actually force Homeboys back to their base.
It's almost hard to see the Molina Blitz coming out there, but you can tell, especially when Homeboy's health goes from like 100% to 20% like in 1 second. That's when that Molina Blitz is just basically barreling its way through the team here in one of these many clashes. And this is what we were talking about, the strength of Nana. I never thought I'd be saying that in a professional game, but she has come with a vengeance right now, and part of one of the key factors of AP Bren's success. You can see up here, Ogwen, I mean, no doubts, especially on the Matilda. There's a reason why Matilda is a priority ban. And you talked about it. It's not even the tanky Matilda here, more of the aggressive damage for them, especially when it came with the Blood Wings and then the Holy Crystal out there as well. I talked about it a little bit earlier. When you have that Flask of the Oasis, every single time Matilda uses the Guiding Wind, there's a shield that gets put on your team. Like, I think the Guiding Wind already gives the team a little bit of a shield. With the Flask, you've got an extra shield on there, and you really up the survivability of your team.
Yeah, not just the survivability, but even the mobility of AP Bren, right? Like, you can escape all of these clashes that Homeboys is known to create. Like, they love those team fights, and AP Bren, with the shield that it has provided, and it kind of makes sense why Owen actually prioritized that Blood Wings right after he took in that Holy Crystal, just to add up the shields that AP Bren had, to the point that Udil even had to build that Necklace of Durance just to counter out all of the shields, all of the tankiness that AP Brand had in that game. 2-0-13, they didn't even pick off Owen a single time, and this is why Matilda still remains to be the top choice when it comes to the support heroes. There was a time it actually was an Angela Matilda, but the Matilda, I love how it's rising in the ranks right now. Before, it was in the bottom of the list, but after the buffs that were given to the support, it was just overall, Matilda was one of the most picked heroes right now in the current meta.
Yeah, and then they showed exactly why. Very dominating performance and a great effort by the homeboys. I want to say, like, I mean, we kind of second guessed that Barat's pick, and it felt like, I want to say, homeboys, they knew that they were going to be struggling in the lane. They just needed to make it a few minutes in. That's where you saw that Sapat was rotating and where the plan really kind of came in to try to take out some of the purifies, and then Barat's would come in with the Daytona's welcome. Unfortunately, against a solid composition in the plan coming from AP Bren, they weren't able to withstand it for this composition, at least.
Yeah, like there was some mid-game thing that Homeboys actually was able to take in the turtle, but once it reached the late game, right, the decision-making, the team fights was all the more solid here for AP Bren, and for Homeboys, they weren't able to bounce back even up until the late game. Like Nets was already starting to scale up. AP Bren still had the answers, and even the decision that they had just not to go for the Lord, just to pressure out Nets, go in for that final push, and then they were able to take the game. We were kind of wondering what was the thinking there of Homeboys when they picked up that Hellcurt for the last pick. Was it to create pressure, or was it to actually take down the backlines? Because we were kind of surprised too. Like I was really expecting the Barretts to go to the jungler position, but you know, having it in the XP lane too, like it really had a hard time with Flap TZ there with the export.
Yeah, I mean, all around a great game. AP Bren, such I want to say just a very precise, very patient. The first game we saw, even when being overwhelmed and on their back foot, very patient and knowing exactly what they needed to do to get ahead, and just waiting for that opportunity. After that opportunity comes, after they get their grip on the advantage, they just get tighter and tighter and tighter with that grip until the end, where they were able to get success in a victory. Second game as well, I want to say, like the early game going to Homeboys, they were still very patient, waiting through a lot of the anti-CC, or waiting through a lot of the purifies, or putting a lot of their leanings onto Matilda for it, and eventually, I mean, a lot of objectives and into the last game in those fights going in their direction. Just a great game played by both.
Yeah, I think there's a lot of things that was really a surprise with today, the Hellcurt pick, and even down to the fact that we want to see a Nana, and it actually happened. It actually appeared here in our last and final game. So overall, it has been, you know, a pleasure to cast in all of these games for all of these champions. And what a way to close it out here for the Group B, and AP Brent still taking in the lead 2-0. And for the games earlier, S2G and Twisted Minds, it was a 2-1 in favor of Twisted Minds.
Yeah, it's been a blast here. First time casting with you, Burger Kim. It was an absolute fantastic and electrifying time here. But ladies and gentlemen, I believe we are going to be closing this out. Some exciting matches for us, but more to come.
Yeah. Are we?
Guess we're just gonna.
Just practicing. Just practicing. Just practicing. Just practicing. See if you guys were actually listening to us.
There's been a decent amount of.
Okay, yeah. So we're gonna be having 2 more games after this one. So you're gonna be seeing Group C, RCC, NME. You guys still stay on the stream. We're gonna be having 2 more games before we actually change this one. But you know what, Private, it has been great. I mean, it has been quite some time that I haven't been seeing, you know, a lot of MLBB action. I haven't been casting MLBB actually, so this is the first time, and I actually didn't expect to be here in a platform like this, like Games of the Future. Like just bam, we're gonna be casting AP Brand and Homeboys, and you're gonna be casting for all of these teams. I'm actually super grateful and thankful that you are my partner, and honestly, I can't wait for more of the games. We're just beginning. It's just a group stage.
Yeah, especially on a platform here now. Like I said, it's basically record-breaking here right now. $1 million prize pool. It's the biggest Mobile Legends has seen to date. And there's just more to come, and that's just telling you about what's going on with Mobile Legends, with the competition. It's just always growing, more regions being added, more teams vying for the top position. Maybe we find out here that AP Bren might be able to be taken down at some point. You never know. New meta, new regions being added here, bigger prize pool, a lot more on the line here.
Yeah, it's a lot of BO3s too. I mean, BO3s can really be hard, especially if you have some teams like AP Bren who are so adjusted to the meta and they can take in with a 2-0. And that's going to be the thing, right? Like the group stage is kind of like every single team is getting a feel of each other, what they can bring out here in this new meta. And so far, we see like AP Bren well adjusted to this new composition. And the thing about the fact that they are, adjusted to the new meta, they went to Kazan, Russia to actually participate in Games of the Future, and to everyone here too. It's really, really, really nice to see everybody again, all of these teams again compete here in the Group B stage.
Yeah, and all these teams, the pride of their countries, the regions, sending their best here, and we've seen so much difference. And one of the bigger things that Odette's pick and ban, you talked about it earlier. You warned me about it. I didn't believe it, but we saw the Odette ban come. Yeah, so we saw it and the dominance that it had, and each region most likely bringing their own little mix, their own little formula and recipe to these matches, and that's what we're going to be seeing here in the next 7 days of this competition.
Yeah, it's going to be a whole lot more. I think everybody's taking notes right now. Like every single team is watching all of these group stages just to get an idea of like what are the comfort heroes, what are the heroes that they're used to here in this new meta. And I'm just so happy to see that, okay, it's not just a rank game thing, Private. It's actually, even in the professional setting, these are the heroes that they go to. And it's no surprise that these are also the heroes that have been dominating in the rank game. So, you won't be surprised to see like a whole lot more Nadas, a whole lot more Vixanas, or I wouldn't be surprised if they stay on top of the ban list. It's no longer the Nolan, it's no longer like the Joy, it's gonna be them, Vixana, the Nana, that has been adjusted really well for the current meta. So honestly, I can't wait for these other teams to possibly bring that out too in the next few matches.
Yeah, especially when it comes to like that mid lane, it's just the Bane. It is now that CC heavy, those cute woo characters now getting their main place up there. The Auroras, the Nanas, Vexana with her with the Eternal Guardian out there now too. Yeah. It's a brand new place for Mobile Legends players, and you can even see that a lot of people were asking. They wanted to see emblems, they wanted to see builds, they want to know what is making these new characters so powerful in there. I mean, and we saw a lot of it, especially as you start moving into the mid and late game, how strong the Molina is now, how strong the CC is for Aurora and Vexana, and where it comes into the team plays. So it's gonna be a brand new day for Mobile Legends, as most of these teams looking to extend and I want to say absorb the knowledge that they've been getting from these last few matches.
Yeah. Every single match is going to be important, right? Like BO3, and the only time that you're going to get a BO5 is going to be grand finals here for the Games of the Future. And you're talking about 350,000 for the first place. That is a whole lot of money for the first place. And yeah, a total prize pool of $1 million. Of course, this is one of the tournaments that has the biggest prize pool so far in the realm of Mobile Legends. So I think everybody just brought their A game here today. And I just love watching all of these tournaments. You definitely have an idea of what to do in your rank games next time. So don't be surprised with those Nanas and Vixanas.
Yeah, but I believe that's going to be it for us, ladies and gentlemen. It has been an honor casting with Kim at my side here. A lot more action, a lot more commentators and casters coming up from around the world. Some of the talent that you guys want to
развитием технологий люди стали больше погружаться в виртуальные миры, забывая про мир физический, обрекая гармонию на угасание. Чтобы восстановить баланс, гармония переродилась жар птицы мира отправилась сквозь вселенные в поисках героев, способных вернуть утраченную энергию. Избрав 5 сильнейших представителей, Мира собрала их у Куба Советов, наделив их уникальной силой. Они стали хранителями гармонии, чья задача — охранять и поддерживать баланс. Советом было принято решение провести турнир, победитель которого распространит гармонию по свету. Для этой цели Куб преобразовал частицу гармонии во Flame — древний артефакт для сбора энергии. Хранителями было выбрано место для проведения турнира — город с самым сильным соприкосновением энергии. Именно здесь миллионы зрителей и сильнейшие атлеты примут участие в величайших играх всех времен, чтобы определить достойнейших и восстановить баланс миров. Да начнутся игры будущего!
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, welcome back to the second half of today's exciting matches that are going to be happening here in the Games of the Future. I am Private Dancer, and alongside me here now, a little bit of a change up. We're going to be having the Pride of MENA here, Yasu.
Oh, that's a warm welcoming. Thank you so much, Private Dancer. And we are back with Games of the Future, the tournament that has $1 million prize pool. And today, and in this upcoming match especially, we will have two uprising teams, Burn X Flash, coming up against KPG or Keep Best Gaming.
I know this is one that a lot of people are looking at, especially because you're looking at kind of a veteran team in Burn X Flash coming up against, I believe, a China who has just now started getting involved in the scene. They had a little stint in M5, and a lot of eyes are on them to see if in the last few months they've been able to build that synergy, build that leadership and coaching to put in a threatening team. And what a chance, especially with a brand new meta out there, what a chance to go ahead and exhibit that.
Well, Team Keep Best Gaming, I met them in person, and they only had 2 months to prepare for the M5 wildcard, which was the first time that they got a chance to be on an international stage. So coming up here, it's their second time, and it's their second chance to prove themselves. They got 1 game out of 7 participations, so it is not the best record, but for them it was quite an achievement, because for them, the game is like, let's say it was the first representation for the Chinese teams.
Well, yeah, and that's saying a lot for a team that was able to kind of compete at the same level as people have been practicing for months and much for the World Tournament. Keep Best Gaming able to come in there with so little practice, so little experience that many are wondering how much they've developed in the last few matches or in the last few months. But they have a hill to climb here against Burn X Flash.
Yeah, that's true, because Team Burn X Flash finished their journey, their last international journey at the MSC in 2023 as number 4, and they were up against Team Echo Philippines, which was a really tough match, but they finished it in a full best of 5, 3-2 score. So these are like the let's say the achievements that these teams came up from. And also, as I told you, they are uprising teams. They are showing so much potential, and I believe that they will show us something special, because you cannot expect nothing but new metas and new tactics coming from uprising teams, because when you have an international event happening on, you expect to see international different regions meta colliding together. Will they, and this is the question for me today, will I see something new? Or will I see people or like players going up and playing the meta that we got used to, the utility heroes that's being introduced once and again by the Filipino and the Indonesian teams?
Yeah, and that's the question too. We've talked a little bit about how the regions might have their own little recipe, their own little spices that they add to a little bit of these compositions. We've already seen at the beginning a little bit of a Leomord. Odette was used up a little bit as well. Nana's come into the meta, slipped in, but that's kind of a mainstay right now. As hard as it is to believe that Nana, the Aurora, Vexana, mainstays of the current meta. The big thing for me right now is probably junglers, to see what we can kind of transition in and out from. We did see a Hellcurt as well, though not as successful as most might have wanted. But I think that's the biggest question here too, especially for a region who is just coming into Mobile Legends. Maybe they don't want to follow the steps that everybody else does, as most look to the Philippines, most look to Indonesia for their meta. Perhaps Keep Best Gaming might have something else up their sleeves. Maybe there's something else that they see when they see the patch notes in the meta, and have something in store to kind of counter that out. I think we're about to find out, as like you said, they go up against the fourth place in the world team, Burn X Flash from Cambodia.
That's what I'm looking for today. I'm looking to see who's going to introduce a new meta to us, because in the gold lane, we have seen the tanky carry being played with the Vengeance once and again, and it has proven efficiency, but some regions still play the Bruno, still play the Clint, and it is much more better for them than the carry itself. So in this tournament and Games of the Future, I'm looking forward to see different regions competing with their own style, with their own, let's say, playing their own melody inside the Land of Dawn and showing us something new. And both of these teams are new to the international stages. Burn X Flash are not so new, but still they are not with as much as experience as the big teams like Echo, Blacklist International, Onyx, and so on. So both of them are seeking experience, and there's no such place, or like there's no better place to get experience other than here, other than this international event in the future and the Games of the Future.
Yeah, a lot of eyes on this right now, basically becoming one of the larger stages for teams to kind of prove their worth, prove that they belong up here, and show us something different. And where better, $1 million prize pool, the highest yet in Mobile Legends, the highest yet for a game that has been dominating mobile games right now in Mobile Legends. So it's very exciting time to be a fan, to be a player, and to be a caster.
Yeah, it's a really good time to be here in the Mobile Legends scene in general, because everyone is evolving, and now we are seeing teams being brought to Russia. Because let me tell you a funny story. Most of the players, a lot of the players from different teams are personal friends to me, and they have told me it's so cold in Russia, they cannot even breathe.
Well, we could see from the little miniature map out there that they had of the whole game map. They got the little snow and the pine trees, and that might be weather that a lot of these teams and players are not used to. I know a lot coming from the more warm and tropical parts of the world. But let's go ahead, take a look at these rosters.
Burn X Flash team roster with Kill, Rindo, Owl, and Miko C Cat. I've actually seen one of those, like 2 or 3 of those players play before in front of my eyes, casting upon them, which was Owl and also Miko and C Cat. And I can assure you, they will bring us a hell of a, like, let's say they will burn down the Land of Dawn. I'm looking forward to see the team KPG, because they actually imported some players from other regions other than China. So I'm waiting to see if they will play with the new imports, or will they stick to the original roster.
Yeah, the big thing is going to be the eyes are on the gold lane and the XP. You can see here, Keep Best Gaming's roster: Tides, Zwan, Siyu, Lemu, and Rainbow. Big eyes on, like I said, the XP lane, which kind of has that effect during the beginning of the game. And then as we move into the mid and late game, it focuses on the mid and the gold lane. We're going to see how well Keep Best Gaming has followed the meta and what they have in store for us. Basically the pride of China there coming out. And I'm really excited because, like we've said, they came in with very little help, very little experience, and still able to compete on the M5 world stage. Now they have had months of experience. They've been training up. We're going to see how well they can kind of adjust into it, especially against a team that isn't a pushover, doesn't have a lot of experience, but still a very strong team in Burn X Flash.
Yeah, as I told you, I'm looking forward to see something new today, and one of these new stuff that I've been just introduced to is Team Keep Best Gaming having Zexwan as the jungler, and before that they had Simba. So Simba now is on the subreddit youth list, and we will see if he will play and participate in the upcoming days, or if he even like moved out from Keep Best Gaming. But so far we have seen a change in Team Keep Best Gaming. Well, from the previous draft, Private, do you think that there is a pick that should be banned? Like I saw you guys speaking about the Clouds so many times. Do you think that the Cloud will have a huge effect on the upcoming games?
Well, the thing is while Claude has a huge effect, and I think right now at about 100% win rates, I believe that there are priority bans out there that are ahead of him, which kind of leaves the people that are good on Claude, it leaves him open to be picked up by a team, and it's kind of like first come first serve. Whoever can snatch him up will have a serious advantage. I think one of the mainstays that we've seen, Matilda, is one of those that absolutely needs to be banned, because if you give it to the enemy, if you leave it open in there, it's going to have an effect that is just way more than most teams can handle in these compositions. The amount of durability, the amount of engagement and disengagement it's too much for most teams to handle. And man, it's crazy for one hero to be able to provide so much of that.
Well, as much as I hate to say it, even though I do love crowd control more, but sustainability heroes and support heroes are dominating the meta. And having the Matilda also, at some points we might see an Angela coming through, a Rafaela, or a Estes maybe, a Blacklist International Special, but still, we have the crowd control heroes which have proven efficiency, and at some point I've seen, I believe it was Homeboys, if I'm not mistaken, and AB Bren, they banned the Diggy and also the Minotaur, and on the other hand, or like on the opposite side, they have used the Tigreal because there was nothing to stop the Tigreal, which was a really smart move from AB Bren. But still, we are now looking to see if there will be target bans or meta bans, or maybe, and this is something that's actually quite strange. Sometimes I think that the players or the teams, they ban something they cannot play against. So it doesn't only depend on the meta, or even if it was like a target ban.
It's interesting that you bring that up, because we have some sort of there's some that sometimes kind of sneak by. The first matches we saw, there was not a Nolan in sight, not on the ban, not picked up at all, and I want to say both teams kind of maybe just had they just knew that either they weren't going to be able to play it to a level and the enemy wasn't going to be able to play it to a level, but was a complete difference when we went to the next series of games where Nolan was a priority to be picked up, to be banned. The amount of damage and the way he can farm so quickly. Big priorities right now also in the XP lane. Arlott has been a big pickup.
Yeah.
A lot of people either putting that on the ban list if they don't want to pick him up for the first pick, or picking him up. That final slash, I mean, the nerfs have done nothing to quell the hunger that Arlott has in these matches, and the setting potential that he leads to. I want to say Tigreal, while I want to say a lot of people have been talking a lot about him, maybe requires a touch a little more than a lot of players have been reckoning here, as he's been picked up, and on paper he sounds like he's got exactly what you want. CC, tanking ability, sustainability, but he's had far less success out here just yet when it comes to a lot of these teams. So like I said, it's very interesting to see how the meta is shifting, how players utilize certain things. We've had some where Ruby is very successful, some where Ruby has fallen off because they're able to kind of shut her down very early. We've seen Carry picked up a lot, and it's kind of give and take whether that is very dominant, but we're about to find out here as we move into the banning phase. Both these teams looking to make a statement here at Games of the Future.
Well, you have spoken about Arlott, and Arlott is in the ban list, and also you have spoken about Ruby, which is a really good pick in the current meta. But the things you said about what was the hero that you talked about? Also Nolan. Okay, so Nolan actually, I think it's justified, and you might disagree with me, but in the last not revamp, or like, let's say, anyways, it's a nerf in somehow. So yeah, because I cannot find the word right now, but anyways, he doesn't have the immunity that he had before in the ultimate. So right now he's not as effective as before, and this might be the reason why Twisted Minds and 2G didn't pick it up. But anyways, let's get into the game that we have inside our hands right now. Burnex Flash team starting off by banning the Fanny, Farmis, and also beside it we see the Angela, and also you have spoken about the Matilda with the engage, disengage, and also the sustainability. It is here for Team Burnex Flash, and also KBG with an Arlott also having that Claude with a 100% win rate now coming to the banning phase, and also beside them we have Joy.
Yeah, I want to say that last Claude ban opens up the Matilda for Burnex Flash, who scoop it up very quickly. We were already talking about it. She is a priority once she's out there. Arlott already taken off the board as well. We still do have Gwen out there as well. She's been pretty much a mainstay right now, whether it comes to pick or bans. You're going to see right there, Keep Best Gaming, obviously paying attention, scoop her up very quickly, but wondering what we're going to have, because you have the Matilda, you're going to need an answer for it, especially as you move into the mid and late game, where the sustain is going to be more than enough to kind of keep the team topped off with enough damage. On the answer to that, we see Lemu going to go ahead and pick up that Ruby.
Well, having a flex pick such as the Matilda is a really good thing here, because also the Ruby, you don't know if she will be used in the roaming role or even in the XP lane. So yeah, it's so questionable for Team Burnex Flash going into the second or like the second and third pick. Having the Matilda means that they will not use a Diggy, which increases the chances for Team Keep Best Gaming to have that crowd control easily applied upon Team Burnex Flash. But having here the penalty zone with the Terizla, and also we have seen the Novaria. Have you seen a Novaria today?
Yes, I believe we've seen one today in the earlier matches. It's been making its way through there. It's like I said, it's either when it comes to the heavy CC that you get from the mid lane, or we get the damaging picks, the distance you get from the Novaria. Sometimes we're looking at the Lilia too as well, who can pretty much slow down those heavier, slower compositions with a lot of her bombs as well. First time seeing actually I think we've seen the Terizla come up a little bit. I've been wondering about it too, because we've had the Arlott dominance. We've been seeing a lot of Yuzongs be taken off the board, and I want to say a lot of these teams have been lacking a little type of like backline dive, and it hurts them sometimes, especially when it comes to the marksmen being able to just lay down damage behind their front line.
Yeah, I totally agree with you, but right here we have a pick that's, for me, it's one of my favorite picks, which is Valentina. It limits the picks that the opponent team can get, and right now she have 3 magnificent, incredible ultimates that she can steal easily, and she can just add upon more and more sustainability and even crowd control to keep Best Gaming going in. The second phase of banning, we have Nolan coming up from the side of Team KBG, which was a pick that you said for you questioned it. Why didn't it get picked or banned in the first game? Right now it's getting picked and banned in the second, and now in the third game.
Yeah, Nolan, it comes, especially when those people have the mechanical ability to back up the Nolan, even with the recent nerfs where he can still get CC'd with his fracture. I mean, there's still people who can play him, especially because he can spam those abilities. You get the purple buff, you're able to spam your abilities all around the map. He's hard to keep track of. He can farm so quickly, and he's a nuisance when you're trying to withstand an early game from the opponents. We're moving into the second one. We see CC, who has been pretty dominant in the XP lane now, and an amazing amount of damage that she can put out, and regen that she gets from that damage. Pretty much any 1v1 scenario basically has her pushing the lane very hard, and especially against a person like Terizla, who is not going to be able to close the distance very quickly. Somebody like CC is a good ban to have on the dock for you.
As I told you, it's pretty confusing on the side of Team KBG when you look at the draft. You don't know if Guinevere will be used as a roamer or maybe an XP laner or even a jungler. And also, when you look at the Ruby, it's not the same case exactly, but also she can be used as a roamer or even as an XP laner. So Team Burn X Flash at this moment, they are banning an XP because they don't know if there's an XP lane still on the side of Team KBG or not. And also, they are banning the Barats because, again, they don't know if the Guinevere is the jungler or not. So I think that's a really good job from the side of Team KBG, confusing Team Burn X Flash and also completing and finishing off the second phase of banning, having that Lancelot being banned off by KBG.
Yeah, which is very interesting to me for Burn X Flash to ban the Barats themselves, because I want to say Barats actually works with their composition a lot better.
Yeah.
With Matilda, she covers up a lot of the holes that Barats has where it comes to the magic damage he can take in the early game, or his immobility from being just, you know, a big tanky and sluggish character. So it's very interesting that they take it off the board instead of using it as a threat against Keep Best Gaming. But they're going to go ahead, take that off the board, and it looks like Zookswan, or am I saying that incorrectly?
Yeah.
I think you might know a little bit better than me, but he's going to go ahead and pick up the Martis.
I think it's safe to say Zexwan, yeah.
Zexwan.
Well, there was this player, I don't know if he's the same player or not, but back in the days, in ranked games, he is a really good Fanny player. I don't know if he's the same person or not, but he was the top 1 global for like, I don't know, like 5 seasons or maybe even more. Well, getting back inside the game and getting back inside the draft itself, I can see that Team Keep Best Gaming are just increasing the crowd control. The amount of crowd control is just insane on their side, having that Marts, and also looking at Burn X Flash with the Fredren and also with the Ixia. I think this is a really good composition from the side of Team Burn X Flash, but also I cannot say that they have the best composition. Team Keep Best Gaming are also behind them. They are hunting them down. Oh,
yeah, I want to say Keep Best Gaming has a composition that's meant to close the distance, chase down the enemy, and find those kills. While on the side of Burn X Flash, I like the added mobility from Matilda, who really closes up the holes on Ixia's kit, where she leaves herself open once she activates that ultimate barrage, or the full barrage ultimates. So she's kind of stuck in one place. But when you have the guiding winds from Matilda, you're going to be able to reposition her, get her out of harm's way, maybe even close the distance on the enemy who's trying to back up and get out of the kill zone there. But we're about to find out how well these two compositions run into each other, and maybe if it might just be the skill issue that comes into play here between both of these teams as we're about to start game 1, Yasu.
Well, you have spoken a little bit about the Ixia, and I can add a little bit more. You have spoken about the Matilda and Ixia combo. What about the penalty zone with the Ixia? And also having that Novaria with the vision and everything and the slowdown effect. I think that they have a really good and solid draft, talking about the sustainability and also engaging and disengaging. But looking at the side of Team KBG, they also have the ability to engage and to make the team fight last long. And it's not like a short period of crowd control, it's a long chain of crowd control.
Let's go.
Heading into the land of Dawn, seeing Team Burn X Flash starting the game here in the mid lane up against Team Keep Best Gaming. Both of them are uprising teams, both of them are here to prove something, and that's being in an international stage and reaching the playoffs and reaching advanced stages. Well, looking here at the mid lane, I can sense a little bit of like I don't know. There's no aggression coming from both teams. There's no. There's nothing that I can see both teams applying. There's a quick flicker from LMU, and also Rindo using his retribution so fast, just zoning out that mid lane, going up on the top lane side, seeing Rindo going up against the Ruby, but Ruby goes back. They caught off Zaxuan. Zaxuan might go away. Looking here at the ultimates, but no ultimates has been used by the side of Team Burn X Flash. I am your ATM on the side of Team Burn X Flash, up against Siu from the side of Team Keep Best Gaming. The first turtle comes here, and Zixwan's trying to find Miko, trying to land down some damage and also to finish that kill off. Rindo is trying to get that turtle, the first turtle, without any kind of contesting between him and also Zexwan going back, just taking down the buffs, and everything goes down to ground zero, just with a little bit of an advantage to a Burn X Flash team. Burn X Flash 500 gold lead so far, and they are trying to keep on that gold lead. They are trying to increase that gold gap, but again, we haven't seen any problems on the side lanes. We haven't seen any pressure being applied on both sides. Also, especially on Rainbow and on the gold lane itself.
Hear me now, Yasu?
Yes, yes, sir.
All right, it's perfect. Yeah, I'm very sorry about the some of the tech difficulties, as there will be tides keeping on to two, catching two of the members of Burn X Flash. They still want to go with this, and look at the Decimate connecting with a kill against Matilda. They still want more. Rindo is now in trouble, half HP now being reached. There is the double dash coming off Baratina, and obviously the ultimate to finish him off. And he wants more. Some lifesteal will not be enough, as it is still very early, but a wonderful 2 sets of kills for the Martis.
He was so greedy. He was so greedy going up down underneath the second turret of the bot lane, but having a little bit of advantage is something worth having. That double kill on the Marts in the early game is a really good advantage for Team Keep Best Gaming. But looking here at the drafts and looking here at the applying,
Rainbow gonna be taken out very easily, and now that's when you can say that they are indeed super aggressive in that part. Easily punished. Now Rindo finds 2 of the members of Keep Best Gaming, will just get out. It's 17 seconds before the turtle, and they need to regroup.
Yeah, they need to find their comfort spot, because so far Team Keep Best Gaming, they had a really good early game, but they lost the turtle, and also they have played super aggressive. This is so different than the times we saw them in the wild card, in the M5 wild card. Right now they are playing super aggressive, but why are they leaving all the objectives down?
Unfortunately, that will be going in favor of Burn X Flash. Doesn't matter if you're aggressive or not, the timing was perfect for this Fredrin. Well, if you're gonna be looking at Keep Best Gaming, they still don't have the buff for their Martis anyways. That's why they decided to not fight. Now, that means that there will be a lot more farming now for Burn X Flash.
Burn X Flash trying to keep up their momentum, and Team Keep Best Gaming, I think that they are betting on the late game. They do have a really good late game. Also, with Rainbow playing the tanky carry. I don't know if this is being used intensively in the international scenes or not, but it is showing quite potential here. Tides is trying to get some vision. Lmu is also trying to get some vision, but there's no aggression anymore from the side of Team Keep Best Gaming.
Now, then we'll have to wait for their timings for now, knowing that they have the carry anyways that can supplement enough damage. There will be a little bit of a clash in here, as it'll be the Valentina copying the Circling Eagle only up until that point, and then gets out. They want to fight into the bottom lane. They're eyeing the carry this time, but they can get the regime. Yeah, there is the damage output coming out from the Sphere. But that means Keep Best Gaming will react. It's going to be the Martis onto the other side. Tides going for the poke. Carry defending himself. Iksha activates the ultimate. Wants to go for Tides. Tides low. Tides taking out. Owl on point at the tip of the ultimate. Now Rindo wants to go for the Martis, but this is just buying them time to finish up the turret in the bottom lane.
The full barrage and the mobility coming from the Matilda here is so insane. They just got a turret in the 6-minute mark, and Team K Best Gaming is just withdrawing. They are going back with 2.5 goal lead for the favor of Team Burn X Flash. They are taking turrets right now. They are taking so much advantage, and Team K Best Gaming are almost surrendering to the pressure that Burn X Flash are applying. The third turtle is down in the Land of Dawn, and both of them are just watching that turtle going down without any contesting. This time it's from the side of Team Burn X Flash, and the penalty zone.
Yeah, penalty zone connects on to 2. There's the friend, but KLVJ is the one to take it. It's gonna be just 1. A little bit of Martis flicker out from I'm Your ATM. Not gonna hit. Oh, it eventually ticks off the Martis, and that's gonna be a confirmed kill. Mid lane, they're looking for more targets here. Penalty zone is down, and he's being poked down. LMU will just recall his way out of there, but they're still trying to push. Defense coming out from Keep Best Gaming will make sure that the turret in the middle will be intact. It's going to be just a pick-off for Burn X Flash, but a jungler that they were able to take out.
After a really good and a solid early game, I think that Team Keep Best Gaming, after just seeing and experiencing some of the pressure that Team Burn X Flash have applied, are going back, and they are not going back in style. Looking here at Team KPG, there's something that I'm really wondering about. I'm waiting for the items to show up, but I didn't see any roaming item coming from any player from the side of Team Keep Best Gaming. Maybe it's a strategy, maybe it's something else.
Nope. Nico gonna be going for Tides. Look at Rainbow controlling Rainbow as well. They took down the Guinevere. They want more. That's Rainbow going down. The chain stun's coming out from Burn X Flash, holding to be true. And they were able to push up top as well. Look at the macro coming out from Burn X Flash. They're playing this early game so perfectly.
Taking both bot lane and also top lane, and they are now even taking that second tier in the top lane. Full barrage being activated by Owl, buying some time, bushing. I'm getting some space out, and look here. Whoa! What was that?
Kill VJ on point. The Echo as well as the Meteor connecting in combination with each other, and that means that they will get another bonus kill. That's a Valentina taken out. And we know for sure that KLVJ has been one of the great players coming out from the Philippines. Now playing the position 4 role or the mid lane, showing off in the Burn X Flash.
Burn X Flash are having, I would say, 2 imports right now, right? They have Miko and Owl, right? So we are seeing them having an upgrade, not an upgrade, but playing with different players and seeing them with different style. Right now, Keep Best Gaming are also having an import in this match, which is just X1, and now we are seeing the ultimates.
Ooh, full barrage after the penalty zone, and now saved by the Matilda. Miko saves. I'm Your ATM, and that confirms the Lord take for Burn X Flash. Wonderful Lord dance for coming out from Burn X Flash as they took advantage of their economy lead, and that meant that Keep Best Gaming were able to position themselves around the Lord.
It's a little bit hard after the last patch to make that Lord dance last long, because right now the Lord pit range is a little bit smaller, so much smaller I would say, so it doesn't have that much space for them to make the Lord dance. So it was a really fast Lord for Team Burn X Flash. The gold is just increasing by the minute, and Team Burn X Flash having 4 members, 4 members in the bot lane, bushing so hard, trying to get the passive of the inhibitor turrets. Zexwan is trying, the second skill just misses out.
ATM, he wants to fight. He's going to turn it around, but he's far too low. 3 versus 1. He loses it. Miko far too late. But now in comes the cavalry. Coming out from Burn X Flash. Rindo looking for a target. There's the barrage. Connecting onto 3 members of Keep Best Gaming. They took out 2. They want more. Martis tries to run. There's the knockup coming up from Rindo. Lot of damage for now. Astral Echo connects onto 3 members. That's the dodge coming up from KLVJ. SCU will not land the hook. They still want more. The turret gonna be taken out. Inhibitor down up top, and Burn X Flash will not stop pushing.
Burn X Flash are out for blood. We see here that the Novaria is just targeting the damage dealers, making their life so hard to live. Seeing Keep Best Gaming going back behind their inhibitor turrets before the 11 minutes mark in the game, and seeing here the damage output coming from the Novaria is just insane. In a matter of 11 minutes, she can take down half HP of the damage dealers just with 1 second skill.
3-0-5 for Kill VJ. They want to go for the retry. Short Star connects to the 2, but now the Circling Eagle, copied by the Valentina, just 4, fending off. Verdict Smash from the penalty zone, connects on to 2, onto the backlines with a flicker, and he gets out because of Miko's getting win. They still want more. They found Tides. Tides wants to jump, but he's now being taken out. Down he goes. 2 for the side of Keep Best Gaming. They still want more Rainbow. Do you really want to fight this? Kill VJ dealing the damage, but without any minions, Burning Slash will just stop for now. It's just a pause because it kind of feels like they still want more. Miko on the hunt, looking for an initiation. Rainbow and LMU going for the bottom lane defense. Gonna be the turret defense in the mid lane. Gonna be popped, but didn't matter because Burning Slash are still able to take out the inhibitor in the mid lane.
Withdrawing and going back to the Lord duties, buried by the mistakes that they have done throughout the early game stage. Team Keep Best Gaming are forced to defend from minute number 10, and right now we are seeing the second Lord being taken so easily without any type of contestant between them and Team Keep Best Gaming. Right now Team Burn X Flash are speaking and Team Keep Best Gaming are just listening. The second skill, oh look at the vision!
4-man Echo into the Circling Eagle to knock up some 2! Another penalty zone to go for more!
Ooh.
And they have bouncing you, they have the taunt, they have the damage barrage! Felix! And they took out 2 members, look at the Matilda combo in the Ixia! They will take out 4, a double, even in a triple! The side of Burn X Flash! And the Guinevere cannot defend this! No minions in the mid lane for now, but that should be it. A combination coming up from Burn X Flash, exploding Keep Best Gaming just like that. They found Tides. That should be it. Base in shambles, Burn X Flash takes game 1.
Burn X Flash are doing magnificent work in the Land of Dawn, getting the first game up against Team KPG, Keep Best Gaming. Welcome, Wolf. It's lovely to have you here in the studio. And yeah. It's my first time seeing you in the studio. So from this game, can you say that Team Keep Best Gaming, they had a really good draft? The problem, I think, from my side, I think that the problem was from the execution. And once they sensed the danger from Team Burn X Flash, they didn't know how to deal with it.
Yeah. There was a lot of potential in the early stages that we saw, especially because of the Martis going for 2 kills early on. And we know for sure that if you see a Martis going for 2 kills in the early stages of a game, that's usually bad news for the opponents. But I think that you can see the side of Keep Best Gaming, they overheat. That's as simple as that. They were too aggressive and they were punished heavily by the side of Burn X Flash. And I would say that after the first turtle fight, the macro coming out from Burn X Flash was really good. But apart from that, yeah, so is there anything else that we need to take note of after that game number 1?
Well, I know that you're a fan of crowd control, and we have like said down and said that you are a fan of crowd control, but I'm also a fan of crowd control. But in this game, I think that sustainability have won against it. And also, if we have spoken about the M3, M4, and also any other world championship, that also sustainability have proven its sufficiency, and it was at some point a matter of sharpening that meta. And in this game, we have seen utility junglers, and in this game and also in games of the future generally from the beginning of this day, we have seen utility junglers, but rarely we have seen assassins. Would you like to see an assassin forcing that utility junglers to go away?
I would love to, especially this meta game that we have right now. I mean, if I've asked some of the pro players and they said that yeah, assassins are much more viable now. But then after a week, because that happened around like late January now. Heading into our tournament right now, when we are nearing the Games of the Future matches, teams are starting to get back to the utility jungler. With the addition of Barrett's being available, you also have this Fredrin, for some reason, still won't go away. Because it's just very, very strong. People are now starting to go back to prioritizing, I would say, utility junglers. And, you know, as much as I would love to see more assassin junglers, I think teams will just go back to where they're very comfortable of, you know?
Well, someone have told me, a coach have told me once at the M5 that the utility junglers have a really good advantage, which is if you made a mistake in the early game, you can recover easily. But if you made a mistake using an assassin, it's gonna be bad news for your team. And I do agree with you that Team Keep Best Gaming at some point, they overestimated the early game that they have. Having a double kill but also suiciding after it was not a wise decision. This is the first blood, and also here there's the second kill, but if he just didn't go for it completely and dying for it underneath the turret, I think that things could have been better for Team Keep Best Gaming.
They could have kept their rainbow carry alive in the bottom lane. There's much more conversions. On the side of Burnix Flash, you can see Miko just making full use of this combo with the Matilda as well as the Ixia. You see how much damage they can deal and how much safety he can bring to his teammates. And the aggression as well coming out from Burnix Flash after the set of events was great. And we're gonna see once again through the highlights, you can see Miko with the ultimate that really just catches Keep Best Gaming off guard. And the timing coming out from the full barrage is just perfect. Coming out from Owl, he's not wasting it whatsoever. He's just waiting for the right moment. And obviously, I'm your ATM with good conversions with a penalty zone.
Well, for me, I think that Owl at some point, and thinking of it inside the game itself, who could have reached Owl except for Tides, which was a really high hustle. Like, it was so hard for Tides to reach the backline, and especially Owl with the repositioning. Look at here, look at the damage at some point. It was unbearable for Team Keep Best Gaming to take all that damage in from the full barrage coming from the side of Owl, and of course he is the MVP with 30% damage delta and 705.
Yeah, can easily go for that. But I think that there's a lot of like MVP-esque performance. I would say my personal MVP is Miko, because he was able to save his teammates many times. But there's also an argument that can be made for KLVJ, landing the Astral Echo on many crucial members of KBG, and then eventually finishing off important members as well, like taking down Rainbow, or really just dismantling LMU, the Valentina, just destroying in lane. And then of course the extra assassination potential coming out from skill 2 of the Novaria, which is I believe called Astral Sphere, when it's the second toggle of it. And that made it so that KBG just cannot find an opening, because your damage dealers, both Rainbow as well as LMU, the Valentina and the carry, they just get taken out so easily because of the pokes that came out from KLVJ.
Well, for Team Burnix Flash, if you look at it, they have a really good late game if they were first to go to defense phase. But if you look at Team KBG, they didn't have that much of a good defense, and also single targeting when it comes to wave clearance. But if you look at Team Burnix Flash with Owl and also with KLVG, they had the opportunity to make a solid defense. And if you looked, if you took like a sneak peek on the gold being obtained by Owl, he had 11 or maybe almost 12,000 gold, and it was 7 or at least 5k ahead of anyone from the side of Team KBG, which was really hard and really tough to match.
And this dynamic that we are seeing coming out from Burnix Flash is really something new, because this is almost a revamp of their lineup. We are used to seeing other members here, but now the lineup that they have with Miko as well as KLVJ that established their dominance already in this region, although they weren't teammates, like necessarily teammates before. They came in from the same organization in a way, which was in the Philippines, but you would doubt their chemistry, right? But in this particular game, you can see that they're really showing off what their brand of Mobile Legends is, and that's more of the aggressive kind of style. And I think that there should be a merit of considering banning out the Matilda when you are facing up against Burnix Flash, and I think that should be the way to go for KBG, just because Miko is exceptional with this hero, and at the same time, it's a hero in the metagame that really allows for other heroes to be picked up. Like, for example, the Ixia. The Ixia is, it's just amplified so much just because of one pick.
Yes, true. With the engage and the disengage, and also the sustainability provided by the Matilda, and not just for the Ixia, everyone could have just like flied around with the circling eagle and went down upon anyone from the side of Team KBG. It was really hard for them to disengage, especially because they didn't have anyone to speed them up or even to slow the enemy down a bit. They relied on crowd control and heavy damage and true damage, which was a lost bet for Team KBG. Well, that's speaking of the previous game. I adapted a habit, or like I would say adopted a habit, sorry. I adopted a habit that I would look from the side of the team who lost and seek solutions for them. So in this case, would you think that sustainability could have been the solution? For me, I think a little bit of support help to such heavy composition could have been helpful for Team KBG.
That could be one way to go. I think when you want to go for a carry kind of composition, which is a single target burst hero, at this point, like, you know, carry is being played in a tanky manner or sustain kind of manner. So I feel that the Fredrin and then Ruby on the side lanes kind of combo doesn't really help the carry become a carry in this game. Whereas if you're looking at Matilda plus Ixia, right, that's just a valid combo. When you're going for the carry, you're looking for hard lockdowns, like your typical Franco, your Cho, Rubin, the roam roll, and Kaja. Those combinations just allows carry to really hit one hero, burst that, and then transfer to another to become a real good front-to-back kind of composition. That's probably the problem here from the side of a KBG. Another approach that they could have gone when they know that there's a Matilda is a dive comp, because you need to close the distance to be able to get into the Ixia, which is not available in this case. Going for the Ruby is very front-to-back kind of approach. Obviously, they have the Martis in the jungle, but that's also played in a quote-unquote front-to-back kind of composition, which is not going to be useful against the overall lineup of Burn X Flash. That's why I felt like in this game number one, if you're going to be looking just at the heroes of Best Gaming, surely they make a lot of sense. Like there's a good potential for them to snowball off of the carry, but when they pit it up against their opponents, it's not gonna work.
Wow.
Yeah,
that's a full analysis.
Well,
okay, so, you are the GOAT in analysis, so I cannot argue with that.
That's not true. That's not true yet. So really? we have to wait, you know, maybe in the future. But for now, we're all just equal here and just enjoying a lot of good games. And you know what? Finally, Yasu, it's been a long time since we've seen an actual competitive tournament, right? Exactly 2 months, or was it 3 months ago? That's December, January. Oh, yeah, that's 2 months ago. It has been 2 months since we've seen high-level MLBB. How good is that, right? So how do you feel about, like, you know, what did you miss the most about, the competition now being available for us for a long time?
Well, the atmosphere. There was a term that Trex introduced me to, which is like getting shocked from getting back to reality. And I have felt that once I left the M5 World Championship stage. But here in this tournament especially, I'm experiencing something new, because when you look at the M5, when you look at the international tournaments that we have been into or love to see before, we have seen people adjust to a certain meta, which is the Filipino meta or maybe the Indonesian meta. Yeah, I'm being honest. So here in this tournament, I think that everyone is bringing on their own flavor, or like their own region's flavor. So the Chinese team, which is a really new region to be introduced to the international stage, are getting a second chance in an international event in the future games of the future. And they are getting the chance to introduce themselves once again. They had 2 months before, if you remember with me, in the wildcard. They had 2 months to prepare and to recognize everything that's about the game, and you can see the progress. And I think the same can be said about Burn X Flash. They are getting more and more experience after the MSC 2023 against Echo, and I think in the lower brackets quarterfinal, like they finished as a 4th, right? Yeah.
Which, you know, really just gives a lot of hope in the future for many other teams that's really not that famous yet. And I do agree with you. Burn X Flash looks like a different team now. And that's also very true with Keep Best Gaming. When they last saw them, they don't look this good. In fact, it's just probably that they just lack the experience. That's why they lost game number 1. But imagine if they ironed out some of the other mistakes that they made. Let's just say that they weren't as aggressive. They weren't really punished in the first few minutes of the game, because their first 2 minutes and 30 seconds, it looked really good for their team. But the moment that they were too aggressive, that's when it fell off. For now, I heard that there will be some movements from other players that will be going. That's why we are waiting for game number 2. So to all of the viewers out there, please keep with us. Just wait for game number 2. I'm sure that everybody's very excited about that. That's also me. But going back to my point, Keep Best Gaming. Yeah, this is not the form that they showed us before, like months ago. This is a well-improved version of them. It's just that they need to iron out some of their mistakes. I don't know if you agree with me on that one.
Yeah, I do agree with you. Actually, I have just said that Team Keep Best Gaming are so much improved from the previous time that we have seen them on an international stage. If you remember with me, they played 7 games in total and they just won 1 game. And when they won that 1 game, they were so happy because they were so happy because they have won on an international stage and they have proven that they have something to offer. And having this invitation from Games of the Future to show themselves once again and to prove themselves once again to the world is such a huge opportunity for Team Keep Best Gaming to show us something new. And so far, they have delivered. Today, and I think in the first game between Twisted Mind and S2G, if I'm not mistaken, it started with S2G winning the first game, but then Twisted Minds have made a reverse sweep. After that, Team AB Bren have won with a full sweep against Homeboys, but that's not the case. I'm going back to the first game, which we have seen a reverse sweep into, and I think that this game is not so different from the first game. I think that we might see a reverse sweep.
I wouldn't really know because I don't know the real power level of Keep Best Gaming for now, but I do want to see at least game number 3. Right? A reverse sweep, maybe a recovery. I don't know. I just hope that this will be a 3-game series because I want to see more from KBG. Mainly because I want to see more of how they play. So far, it has been shaky after their first 2 minutes. I think that, just judging from what I'm seeing from Keep Best Gaming, it kind of felt like they really studied the first 2 minutes of the game because they had a certain rotation. Yeah. They have a set play, for lack of a better term, especially with them just going in for the Kramer kind of pinch, which could have worked well, but they just overheated, Yeah. And now, heading into game number 2, I believe we already have the draft, Yasu.
Yeah, we have started now the drafting phase between Team KBG, and right now they are on the left side, and Team Burn X Flash. The Claude actually, he's a prioritized pick or a ban in this tournament. So far he has already 100% win rate, and it's either a pick or a ban. So looking here, Keep Best Gaming have banned down the Claude and Team Burn X Flash with the Faramis. There is something that you said that was quite interesting to me. Team Keep Best Gaming really did seem to have this 2 minutes early game organized so well. But if you looked at Team Burn X Flash carrying on after this 2 minutes mark, it looked like they have played this game before. Everything was so organized, everything was so studied. They have taken each turret and like a turret by turret, an objective by an objective, sometimes without being contested, sometimes with a little bit of an engage from the opponent team. Yeah. So yeah, I think that we might see something like that in this game if it was like if it had the same scenario and have the same output as the last game.
Yeah. We can see now that there will be a little bit of change. Joy, the priority ban here for Keep Best Gaming, and then eventually the Fanny coming out from Burn X Flash. Maybe they have heard that there is a Fanny main from Keep Best Gaming. That's why they banned it out and just targeted that. Does this mean that the Nolan will also be the priority here for Burn X Flash? Because we know that's one of the stronger heroes out there. I wonder if Burn X Flash will just go back to the Novaria, because if you're studying the playstyle of Keep Best Gaming, they will not go for assassins, perhaps, or maybe they will this time because the Nolan is available. Matilda is not. Maybe a Novaria is no, it's Guinevere. Well, to be fair, Tides he was able to catch many members of Burn X Flash in crucial times in the early stages, but it just didn't convert. Now Burn X Flash can pick up the Novaria and the Nolan in this case, and I think that they will be comfortable picking that up.
Well, speaking of the Nolan, he was completely neglected in the first game, which is for me justified for Team Twisted Minds, because I know Team Twisted Minds because they are from MENA. Right here, or like let's say over here, we don't see. Oh yeah. We should expect to see a lot of rubies in this tournament. It has proven efficiency so many times, and now with the Valentina. But going back to the point where I was mentioning the Nolan, after taking the immunity away from him, I think that he's more vulnerable right now.
I 100% agree. Nolan is no longer the Nolan of M5, where it is just 100% contention rate. And definitely not the strongest anymore. What I do like about the Ruby pickup coming out from Burn X Flash is that it is a comfortable pickup for Miko, as well as eventually Amir ATM, because it can be flexed in the XP lane as well as the roam role. And now for Keep Best Gaming, really liking this pickup. The CC is such a strong EXP laner. I would say Ruby might be a good pickup for that duel. That's an unending duel, where nobody dies in that lane. So this is just a wash kind of lane. And then you also have the Novaria for Keep Best Gaming. We saw in the previous game how good a Novaria is against the Valentina in the laning stage, as well as during the latter portions of the game. In the mid game, you can see just one shot from the Astral Sphere or the Meteor is already enough to take out the Valentina or poke Valentina so low that the Valentina will not be able to dash twice.
Well, speaking of the word enough, I think it's enough seeing that Redren being picked again and again and again. I want to see new junglers. I want to see something new, but it seems like Team Burn X Flash want to apply the utility junglers once again. And you have been talking about the Novaria. I think that one of the most advantages that the Novaria gives to to her team is that she can rely on herself in the mid lane. She can clear her waves without needing that much help from the rumors, so it's a really good and a solid pick. Barat's being banned here in the second phase of banning by the side of Team Burn X Flash, and I think it's a really good ban because if you looked at it, do you think that? Oh no, I think that Guinevere is already either a rumor or maybe a jungler. So maybe we will see someone like I don't know, Angela maybe.
Ooh,
Dyros.
Angela with the Guinevere could be. That could be good. I'm thinking about like a long-ranged hero for Keep Best Gaming, or maybe a carry afterwards. So now Burn X Flash, they have understood the situation. This is going to be a jungler. This is not going to be a jungler Guinevere. So they're taking out all of the heroes that can actually match up against the Fredrin. Now you're only left with another Martis. For the side of Keep Best Gaming, with the heroes that they have, this is Novaria plus the Martis. Some teams will argue that that's not a good combo because they kind of don't help each other. So it means that Keep Best Gaming will be forced in a spot where what jungler can we use, right? So with the Diggy ban out, it's a very smart ban coming out from Keep Best Gaming because that allows Guinevere to be successful in the turtle team fights. With Guinevere as well as the Novaria, I would rather see Keep Best Gaming use this Guinevere as the jungler now. Because now they don't have a good combo with it. If they go back to the Martis, it's not gonna be, not gonna be great. Burn X Flash though, maybe they are the ones to secure.
What?
Nathan, oh man, this is such a strong in the golden. I really want to bring this up, but Nathan has been one of the strongest heroes out there in the meta that we have right now.
Really?
It's not for everyone though. Not everybody can play it. Not everyone has a set rotation for it, but it's very, very strong.
I think that an assassin can take care of Nolan because of his lack of mobility. Yes, he does have the ultimate, but this is not something that he can escape with. And looking here, I think that, like for me, before they pick it off, maybe they will take a Minotaur if they want to make it work with this composition, Team Keep Best Gaming, because they have already banned the Diggy.
Yeah.
They might take a Tigreal or maybe even a Minotaur to complete this composition with the Ixia. And I think it will be really solid having also CC from the side of Team KBG. But Nolan surprised me, came out of nowhere, but as you said before, they are left with the Mortis.
Yeah, that's it's more of a lack of choice here for KBG. That's so much understandable. They swing it back to the Nolan. So this is a Rome Ruby, and then you have the Fredrin. No, why is it that the Nolan was picked up by Burnix Flash? It is mainly because of the Ixia being picked up by Keep Best Gaming. You have a hero that can easily be targeted down by Nolan. I believe that the Ixia cannot go for Purify. Maybe the Flicker, that's your last choice here. But then again, because of the dashes from the innate burst and reach, that's not going to be enough. This Ixia is going to explode. And then if you're going to be looking at the potential defenses for this Ixia, there's no Mathilda or no Ruby or no hero that can actually help out this this Ixia. You only have the Guinevere. And we know that that will not be enough to defend this Ixia. So this is like this should be, I believe his name is Super Paddy, our gold laner now, our Ixia. Man, his positioning is so important in this game.
Yep, that's indeed true. And also, speaking of which, the bodyguard, the only bodyguard that Ixia will be having is the Guinevere and nothing else or nothing other than the Guinevere. To be or not to be, that's how things are now and on for Team Keep Best Gaming. It's the match point for Team Burn X Flash. They might take it with a full and clean sweep, or Team Keep Best Gaming might tie things up and bring us to game number 3.
In the mid lane, you can see already Rindo going in for the Lethal Wanderer. No contention whatsoever from Keep Best Gaming. We know for sure that the Nolan is much faster than the Martis when it comes to jungling. And already, you can see Rindo invading the Lizard up top. And now, the Nathan up top also with the Purify.
Well, for me, I think that having 2 Purifies is so toxic against the Guinevere. Like, they banned the Diggy, but they brought their own Diggy to the game. They brought 2 Purifies from the side of Team Burn X Flash. And seeing Owl here playing with the Purify, that even allows Team Keep Best Gaming to reach him and to melt him down, if possible, of course. 20 seconds on the countdown here for the next turtle, and we might see a team fight. But will this team fight be successful as it was for Team Keep Best Gaming as the previous match, or will Team Burn X Flash be or have a better early game than the previous match?
No more Ashura, no more CC immunity. That's going to be Martis taken out. That's the benefit of having the Ruby unlimited supply of crowd control because of the spam ability of this hero. And that means Burnix Flash easily takes out the turtle. The only good thing here for Keep Best Gaming is that the Fredrin is pinned down going up against the CC. And we know that is not good for the Fredrin. In fact, he will be dove down. And that's Keep Best Gaming eventually taking one hero from Burnix Flash.
Well, CC as in the word crowd control, and CC as a hero against I Am Your ATM, taking I Am Your ATM down even after using his flicker wasn't successful against Tide, landing his second skill, landing his jump and knocking up the Fredrin. Fredrin's being used right now in the XP lane, which is something that we haven't seen in a really long time. And looking here at the gold lead between Burn X Flash, look at the engaged flicker out, Lamu.
They forced out that flicker from the Novaria, and that is going to be a problem. Look at the movements of Rindo. Going in for some of the invades, just as the Rock Orsa, just the green buffs for now. He's not getting greedy, going in straight for the orange buff, especially because he doesn't have the retribution as well. But onto the bottom lane, look at that, how quick! He was able to take out the CC. Not even the Vengeance can save him because of the burst coming out from Rindo.
That was clean. That was a clean assassination coming from Rindo from the side of Team Burn X Flash. X1 is trying to engage upon the Miko, but Flicker ultimate.
Ooh, look at the damage. Martis just can't stand it. Tides trying to run away. Everybody's trying away from Rindo now. Even evading some of the skill shots coming out from Keep Best Gaming. As now Burn X Flash been riding off this Rindo train. 2-0-1, 100% kill participation in the first 4 minutes of the game.
The very first, let's say, looking here, I think that Team Burn X Flash are bringing down their momentum once again and forcing it upon Team KPG. Even though they had the first blood, right now they are withdrawing once again, surrendering to the momentum that Team Burn X Flash are introducing to us, ladies and gentlemen. Looking here at the bot lane, the damage is so good from the side of CU or from the side of CC, of course, from KBG. But again, as I told you, the pick of Novaria gives a huge relief. Oh, second skill and looking up.
LVJ, a little bit tanky here. There's not much damage. Eventually gets out. And the
Ixia.
Martis, now Rindo. Smells blood. He wants to go for this.
Ooh.
No flicker in LMU. They knew it. They timed it perfectly. They forced it about less than 2 minutes ago. And now they know they have the chance to take on the party. Now to the bottom lane. I'm your ATM almost, actually eventually takes out the CC. Because he was under the tower. Rindo not stopping, unrelenting in this game. But that means Miko will just zone out Super Paddy. Look at him try to bully out this Ixia up top. It's gonna be the Martis. Low. KelVJ does have the ultimate. He wants to go for this. He wants to go for the Desert Play. There's the double dash. Does he have the damage? The ultimate cleans him off. And he gets out, even dodges the Astral Spear. Beautiful plays coming up from KelVJ. Even clears out the minion wave. They're not stopping. Burn X Flash all over the map. The crossbow play. Rindo bursting down tides. Enough to fend him off and take out the turret and then take the orange buff.
Having a taste of his own ultimate, he goes down for kill VG from side of Team Burn X Flash, taking one turret upside and taking also one turret in the mid lane. Now looking for a turret in the bottom lane. It almost looks like a painting for Team Burn X Flash, taking everything step by step. Also, speaking about the turtle itself, look here at Super Batty trying to get the only turret possible for Team KPG. The damage is so high, and also out on the bot lane gets a turret.
Forced out the full barrage. And they have smelled that there's a lot of members of Keep Best Gaming in here. They did not overstay.
Look at
Whereas, bottom lane, the Nathan just pushing this turret so quickly. Tides connecting onto KelVJ. KelVJ with a double dash gets out. It'll be A-OK for now.
Wow.
And that's Burn X Flash just destroying Keep Best Gaming's macro.
Yeah, that's like literally domination. Team Burn X Flash are dominating the game since the very first second, taking everything around the map, picking whatever they want from the Land of Dawn, turtles, maybe even lords in the upcoming stages, and also turrets. And right now they are 4 or 5k ahead in gold, and in terms of the turrets they are 4-1, and also the kill 6-2. So all the statistics, all the numbers are going to the favor of Team Burn X Flash. And I'm afraid of something. So far, I haven't seen Owl inside any team fight. Imagine the damage coming from the Nolan in the upcoming stages.
For now, we have to worry about I'm Your ATM. He actually survives for it now and baiting out the members of Keep Best Gaming. Outplay coming out from the entirety of Burn X Flash. They punish one, and look at that! Initiation coming out from Miko, catching 3. Goes down though, because of the damage of the turret. And now KelVJ in a terrible spot. I'm Your ATM to save his teammate. Where's Rindo? He's trying to go for it. That flicker play coming from I'm Your ATM. Gets out to safety, and then Lifesteals his way out. KelVJ taken out as well. See you!
Whoa.
The double kill. Burn X Flash disrespected Keep Best Gaming. But there's the punish. Eventually, Keep Best Gaming are able to finally recover this game.
Wow, Greed has blinded Team Burn X Flash for a moment, using the conceal and getting inside the second tier of the top lane without having any minions to support that decision, and losing 3-4 of the members in the previous in the previous team fight. Looking at the bot lane, I think that CC is doing a lot of work for Team Keep Best Gaming, taking the kills and taking the turrets and also applying a tremendous amount of pressure, having all that mobility and also having all that sustainability with the HP and the defenses.
Tides, even after the magic defense, it's junked so low that he will not be able to position himself around this Lord fight. Echo connects on the 3 members of Burnix Flash, but Rindo is not hit by that ultimate coming up from the Navaria. They're holding onto the Lord. Echo expires, and Burnix Flash will just try to clear out the minion wave in the middle first, as they are able to reset the Lord.
The Lord, I think that the Lord will be so helpful, but not as helpful as expected for both teams. I think that the more important thing here is to take that team fight back home. Team Burn X Flash are looking for an opening. They are asking for a team fight. They are not asking for the Lord itself. Look at Miko and look at the positioning and look at Team Burn X
They
Flash.
got him. There's the ultimate. See you. Will activate the Vengeance. Get out. I'm your ATM wants to go for the play. Does not hit
That tickles.
the proper target. But that means that they will slowly chunk onto the Lord. Martis looking for an angle. Found by Imur ATM. There's the combo. There's the crowd control. And now Tides. Good for 2. There's the barrage as well. Connecting on Miko. Miko is down, but the Lord going to be going in favor of Keep Best Gaming. That'll be a kill. As the Nathan now deals the damage. That's actually a W for Keep Best Gaming as they've traded for the Lord. Well,
that was the first time.
Exactly.
Right? That was the first time that we see Team Keep Best Gaming playing aggressive in the middle game, or even like going through inside the game. Did you see that flicker ultimate with the full barrage coming from the Ixia and the perfect execution for the retribution? I think that they have so much to offer, and so far they are trying to tie things up on the top lane. The Lord is reaching on the second tier, and so far there will be no other lane to be pressured other than the top lane.
Yeah. That's net positive for sure for Keep Best Gaming. They want more Tides. Catch one. There's the barrage. No flicker yet. They are trying to go for the CC. So aggressive in that case. Almost taking out Imur 18 as well. Then they forced the holy defense up top. But Rindo, he finds the snipe. He finds the kill onto the Martis and immediately goes for the invasion onto the jungle. Heights finds this Ixia. No flicker, but he will not be too aggressive. Look at LMU. Had to go for the flicker because Miko is threatening. They're able to steal off the orange buff. Knights tries to outplay and eventually gets out. Good crossover. But with all the time that Rindo was able to buy for Burnix Flash, now the minions are in the mid lane and Keep Best Gaming will lose their tier 2 in the mid.
I cannot believe how things switch up so quickly between those two teams. Look at the damage from the Navaria. Full barrage being used, but no targets in sight for Team Keep Best Gaming. 60 seconds, a full minute is between. Oh, second skill from Tides.
Yep. Gonna be good usage of the barrage to fend off Burnix Flash. And he was able to take out the orange buff, but oh my goodness, look at that. Valentina copying the Astral Echo and actually connects onto 5 Owl to take out CU. With all of the slows in the world, CC could not escape. Burn X Flash off of a good IMU coming out from KelVJ. That was wonderful.
At some point, looking at the Nolan and the amount of I would say danger that he made Team Keep Best Gaming witness. Did you see the amount of fear by using that flicker instantly from the Novaria and also from the Ixia? They know that just with one click, Rindo can make them vanish from the Land of Dawn. So 10 seconds are now separating us from the next, I would say, team fight. I would not say the Lord, I would say next team fight. They will have that team fight and their excuse will be taking the Lord. Wow, Tides.
Tides almost taken out. And there's no one to check this Lord take. Martis even, they know that he's there because the Kramer was chasing him and now he has to get out. And that means Burnix Flash will easily take the Lord. Just a poke onto Tides, forcing that flicker. It was already enough for Burnix Flash to secure that Lord dance.
14 minutes inside the game, almost 14 minutes inside the game, and we have 7k, almost 8k difference between both teams in terms of the gold. So far, we haven't seen the items, but we will see that. Oh, look at the top lane. He's being chased. Rindo might be shut down.
Or is it going to be the case? We don't know yet. Rindo gets out, commits the ultimate, unpunished for now. Miko wants to look for the CC. Oh no, the worst case, the worst bush to go for the TP, and now he's caught. He lost time, and now everybody from Birdix Flash knows it's too brutal, Yasu. We can't even see it.
Wow.
The camera just won't show it because it's too brutal.
This is violence. We don't show violence on screen here.
Exactly. Lord marching up top. Rindo, we're receiving so much damage from Keepus Gaming with the Retribution. He gets out into safety.
I think this might be the end. They have the numbers in their favor. They have everything. They have the engage. Maybe Miko with a flicker, I am offended, can land in, but I think that they want to take it a piece by piece, like a puzzle. They want to take everything at a time.
And the Nathan's damage is just overwhelming. Barrage no connects on too many members of Birdix Flash, but the sustain is there. There's the flicker in. Still no connection. No one dying. Oh, I say that though. It's the lightning truncheon that took a kill, VJ. That was the lightning truncheon, right?
That was a tremendous damage. Second skill coming from the Novaria, just with the tiniest different, like it was 1 centimeters away, millimeters away from the second skill, and just with the use of the ultimate of Novaria, it was able to be landed upon KLVG. Tides, I would say something really awkward here. I think that the tank is getting melted down with the after seeing, just by seeing Rindo. I think that when Tides show up on the map, 2 skills from Rindo are being able to almost take him down. Imagine if he did and he dealt that damage upon the damage dealers.
Oh, they have found the Martis. Back-to-back retributions. There's Owl with the ultimate, and they have the damage 5 against 1. It's not fair at all. Keep Best Gaming punished as their jungler is taken out 20 seconds before the Lord spawns. That is really bad for Keep Best Gaming.
That must have hurt. That must have hurt Zach Swan in the bot lane. 1-7-2. He's being focused and he's being taken out of the game so hard and so harsh by Team Birdix Flash. They are trying to engage though.
They're trying to engage. Nico low. There's the barrage. Not gonna clean off anyone from Birdix Flash. Super Paddy didn't have the flicker to take them down. Good attempt from Keep Best Gaming because they didn't lose any of their members. But that means that Birdix Flash will just secure the Lord.
Birdix Flash team, I think that with this Lord, it's so hard to be defended, but after seeing the full barrage, after seeing the damage output that... I take down my words, I take back my words. I was just about to talk about Ixia and that she might do the defense. 40 seconds is so much for Team Keep Best Gaming to hold that upcoming Lord. The upcoming Lord is an enhanced Lord with a passive, and he might just be the ending Lord for Team Birdix Flash and taking that full sweep.
Under ATM with the initiation, they took out the turret in the middle. Look at the damage coming from the Nathan. So much! And they burst it down. Nolan and Nathan combining for 2. And now the base in shambles. Birdix Flash will sweep Keep Best Gaming. It took a while. It took 17 minutes, but it was a one-sided affair for Birdix Flash.
Oh my god, that was a really tough game for Team Keep Best Gaming to recover from. At some points we have seen them trying so hard. At some points we have seen that Lord steal, but eventually Team Birdix Flash have took this game to a full sweep and also to proceed to the upcoming game. Let's not predict who's gonna be in the upcoming game, but for now we know for sure that Team Birdix Flash have proceeded to the next stage.
For sure. That was a well thought of draft as well. The way that they were able to swing it. When they found that the Ixia was there, they sacrificed the XP lane so that they can pick up the Nolan. Because imagine if they don't have any dive in their composition, the Ixia would have just had a free game. But in this particular match, you can see how much of a threat this Nolan was. And it wouldn't matter how many nerfs there could be for Nolan. It's still a pretty strong hero, right? Like, if you find a good draft with it, if there's an opening, man, you saw how strong Rindo was with this hero.
Yeah, he was so strong, and as I told you, he's still good. They just took the immunity out of him when he uses the ultimate, but still Nolan is a really effective hero. And you have just said something about the XP lane and the sacrifice that they had to make on the XP lane, and I would totally agree with you. And I think this is at some point unfair for the EXP laners that they always have to do the sacrifices just in order to get their junglers the pick suitable for this game. But looking here at the replay, looking here at the highlights of the previous game, the damage output from Rindo was just magnificent. Oh, look at Miko. You said that he is so special, and you said that this is one of his signature heroes, and he have shown us why. Look at Rindo. He's just taking people one by one, just using one combo. It's so easy for Rindo to take any kill he wants.
Yeah. By the way, good taunt coming out from I'm Your ATM, because that not only controlled the CC, but at the same time it forced the turret to attack it. And we know that this is happening. Kill VJ knows. He has the decimate and there's not a lot of dashes in the world. The bait coming out from I'm Your ATM to take out the Marcus. Look at the teamwork coming out from Burnix Slash. It was well done. Eventually they will be aggressive though. So that's teamwork for helping each other out, but also teamwork when it comes to being overly aggressive. They were punished because of that.
Yeah, and at some point I think that seeing that that hero CC, not the CC, the hero CC, she was doing a lot of work for Team KBG. She was moving so freely, and this is progression being showed by Team Key Best Gaming. But Team Burn X Flash, once they have the confidence, once they have the momentum, it's so hard to snitch the game out of their hands. And look here at the damage. Ixia have introduced her down. Oh, look, this is, yeah, you were correct, you were right. It was the lightning chunk. It wasn't the second skill itself. Nice prediction from you. I didn't actually see it.
Yeah, because I think that the trajectory of the sphere wasn't towards Kel VJ, but because he was beside his teammate, was taken out. So that's one of the things that you have to take note of Novaria. That's why Novaria is still a very strong hero no matter what. Yeah. Because you can do that. In the late game, it's very, very strong. It can really just supplement the damage for you. And if there's no assassin on the other side, it will be difficult for that to control the Novaria. But like we said, there was the Nolan that was last picked by the side of Burnix Flash. That was such a wonderful pick because it solved two problems. It solved the Novaria problem. It solved the Ixia problem. So with just one last pick coming out from Burnix Flash, they have solved all of their issues, and that made a lot of sense in the end. So yeah, big props to whoever thought of that Nolan pickup. But apart from that, what else did you see from the highlights that we can really say that Keep Best Gaming should be working on?
Well, for Team Keep Best Gaming, I think that they have chosen as a stationary hero, a hero that cannot move, that needed a little bit of help. Just the Guinevere wasn't enough to be the only and the savior of the Ixia, or maybe the bodyguard of Ixia. They needed more, let's say, what was the word? Mobility. They needed someone like the Matilda. Matilda was banned, but they needed something else that can work as the Matilda does. So for me personally, I think that they applied a really good amount of pressure upon Team Burn X Flash with the steals, with the solo game, with the solo and individual plays, but they still need to work upon their teamwork and their team effort being put together, just to have a chain of crowd control at some point, just to engage and disengage at a certain with a certain criteria. As you said, at some point, CC on the top lane, on the top side, she was out of position. She tried to get the Nolan, but she needed to know when to go back, when to withdraw from this chase, and just with one mistake, they were Team Burn X Flash were able to force down 2 turrets on the top side.
And also, yeah, great points out there, Yasu. And then I want to add up to that because
Go ahead.
There's also this laning stage, I guess, minor problems that we saw coming out from Keep Best Gaming, because they picked up the Novaria going up against the Valentina, and typically you equalize that lane. As the Novaria, you're gonna be better, I would say, in the laning stage. But there was one time that we saw that the Novaria was actually taken out of the mid lane and was actually, the lane was frozen and he couldn't get the EXP. So it kind of tells me that maybe there are some troubleshooting that the opponents can do, and maybe they weren't able to face that before. That's probably why they didn't know what to do in that case. So game number 1 was perfectly executed by Keep Best Gaming when it comes to laning stage, but game number 2, you saw that they were outplayed. So I think that they have to be more creative in how they approach the early stages of the game. All right, so I've heard that we're gonna be waiting for our next we're gonna go straight to our next game, but we're gonna be waiting. I'm not saying that we go literally straight to the next game. No, we'll just be waiting, so please bear with us, guys. But yeah, apart from that, Keep Best Gaming, what's your overall rating of their performance in this series that we saw from them?
Well, for me, and this is from a personal perspective, I think that they have shown growth. Because if you thought about it, if you looked at the wild cards, they didn't play as competitive as the second game. Maybe at the first game, they were a little bit, I would say, nervous, because it's an offline tournament, by the way. It's not an online tournament. Games of the Future is being held in Kazan, so these players actually see each other, and there might be also an audience. I didn't see the venue myself, but I can assure you that they have shown growth and they have improved from the previous time I've seen them, especially in the second game. But if you looked at Team Burn X Flash, I think that they have made a statement. And that's that they did gain a really good and incredible experience from the MSC 2023 up against Echo team with a full best of 5, having a 3-2 for the side of Team Echo, but still they have competed with, at that time, the world champions. So coming here and proving themselves with a full sweep is a really strong message to any opponent that's going to be playing against them in the future.
And I would say, like, this is just the first day of the group stages. Many things can happen, really. So it's not over for Keep Best Gaming for now, but obviously that 0-2 loss is gonna bite them in the end. So, but then again, there's really nowhere to go but up. I think that it's cleared what they need to improve on. The first is their laning stage that they just need to be ironing out, and next is some of their over-aggression afterwards, and it's clear that they also improved a lot. It's clear for Keep Best Gaming that they have a plan in the early stage. They have a set play, a set rotation. They just have to be more creative. Like if some some of the problems arise while they are executing, just be creative in troubleshooting whatever happens. Maybe that's the improvement. Now I'm gonna ask you, Yasu, what's your overall rating of Burn X Flash? They are looking real strong, and it kind of feels like they are well coordinated now. Even after this lineup is not, they haven't played for the longest time with each other, but kind of felt like their chemistry is there.
Well, you have spoken about a combo that I didn't know about coming from the Philippines, and I think that the synergy is there in Team Burn X Flash, and they had a really good communication, unlike Team Keep Best Gaming, which some of their mistakes, I would put them and bend them upon the miscommunication happening between the players themselves. But on the side of Team Burn X Flash, I think that they didn't have a lot of miscommunications, just a tiny bit of it, because at some points they wanted to engage. If you remember with me, the concealed play on the second turret in the top lane, they engaged, and some of them were hesitating, will we go in or will we not? And at this point, Team Keep Best Gaming started to build up their own momentum. So for Team Burn X Flash, I think that for them, overall rating, and if I compare them with the S tier teams that are inside of my imagination, I would say that they are right now a 7 out of 10.
Oh, that's wait, you mean Burn X Flash? You mean
that's high? Yeah, I'm comparing them with world champions.
Wow, that's a 7 out of 10 is actually really high,
Yeah.
And I kind of blame you for thinking that way, because I think it's evident in that series that there's already a lot of promise or a lot of potential for the team. First, they've recovered after the laning stage, game number 1, and then game number 2, they've shown signs of like being creative in their approach for the game. And I will just look back at the draft, and the way that they orchestrated it. Maybe the viewers, if you're going to be looking back at the game because of the order of the picks, you would not know that it was a flexed Fredrin picked up first and then eventually became a Nolan,
Yeah.
right? So in the jungle, which addressed so many of the issues that they're facing. So it was a well thought of draft, and the fact that they can play both assassin and junglers on Rindo, that speaks volumes of how much potential they still have. So I do agree with you. I think they have a lot of potential. Maybe 7 out of 10. 7 out of 10 compared to other air or S tier teams we have in the games of the future. That's not a wrong call per se. I think that is closer to correct than it is closer to wrong, you know?
Well, speaking of S-tier teams and speaking of Novaria, which I instantly recalled Sans, and speaking of Assassins, which instantly reminds me of Kyrie, right now we will have a series between Team Onyx and Team Flash.
Ooh.
Team Flash actually showing a lot of potential on international stages, but they weren't lucky enough to proceed to the playoffs in their latest appearance in a world stage. So right now they have a second chance here. Again, I think that Games of the Future is offering a lot of second chances to a lot of teams, and one of those teams is Team Flash.
Yeah. You know, Team Flash is a team that is a lot closer to my heart. I was able to handle their jungler for a while, so that right now, if you're looking at the actual lineup of Team Flash, they have Hades, right? So
Yeah.
Hades is he's a champion in MPL Singapore, right? And he earned a lot of accolades. One of the veterans out there, but he's really good. And now he's not playing with Kurt TZ, one of the veterans as well from the Philippines already. Also, international or M series caliber kind of player. Now, with two Filipinos in Team Flash now playing with the leadership of JPL and then Diablo as well as Vanix in there, there's a lot of potential now for Team Flash. It's just that their opponents right now are, they're a tough team to beat, right? So it's a tall order for sure, but it is what it is. I think that this game is gonna be a lot closer than you think, But what do you think about this matchup between Onyx as well as Team Flash?
So for you think that the upcoming match will be so close between Onyx and Team Flash? That's your prediction before anything starts?
I think, just to clarify, it's closer than most of you will think. Right?
Okay.
So people, when they see Onyx, they know that, okay, it's only Brent that can match up against them. Probably, they're very strong. But this Team Flash versus this Team Flash, this Flash team or Team Flash team, I don't know what's the proper
Team Flash.
What's the proper name for them? Yeah, but Team Flash, they're you cannot sleep on them. I think that they have a lot of potential in this team, and they're quite scary. You have to really respect this team. That's what I'm saying.
Well, for me, I think that the upcoming match, yes, it can be a close match, but for me, that the motivation that Team Onyx have is unmatched. And if you ask me why, I would say that they are wounded. They just came from losing a finale of a best of 5 being turned to a best of 1 in the M5 World Championship. So coming here, I think that they are here to make a statement and maybe even to win the whole tournament and make it up for the M5 World Championship. So right now, I think that they have a bigger motivation than just proving themselves. They are hungry for wins. But Team Flash, on the other hand, they do want to prove themselves. They do want to show off the roster and try everything that they want to try out. Maybe even proceed to a really far stage in this tournament. And again, and we remind the viewers that this tournament is being held, and this tournament is called Games of the Future, is being held in Kazan, and the prize pool is a total of $1 million. Introduce us to the rosters that you are talking about, Wolf.
Yeah, I can see them in the flesh. That's JPL, that's Hades, Diablo, Curtizi, and Vanix, the members of Team Flash. 3 Singaporeans three veterans from the Singapore region, in fact, or two of them, and then Vanix, relatively new compared to both JPL and Diablo, household names in the region already. And now, if you're looking at Onyx, this team needs no introduction. Well, if you're a fan of MLBB, if you're a fan of MPL ID, of course you know Boots, CW, Sans, Carry, as well as Keyboy, almost winning the M5 World Championship and now out for revenge in this tournament.
Well, the question here, is it gonna be an Onyx era? Yes, we have rose that question before, and it wasn't a full complete golden road as we have stated in the M5. But this is a new year, this is a new chapter being opened for Team Onyx, and this is the beginning. I think that one of the casters, maybe Private Dancer, have mentioned something about this is the time where all the players from all the great teams are taking rest and preparing for world tournaments. But here comes Games of the Future to introduce a massive prize pool and also invitations for teams from all around the globe, just to bring it to you guys now. Well, it's the time for them to rest, but it seems like there's no rest for the teams. Well, speaking of Team Onyx, they got five MPLs, right? 5 MPLs. MPL ID, and 3 of them were back to back.
Yeah.
They got an MSC,
Crazy.
They got everything, but just they need an M series, and right now they want to take their first title of Games of the Future.
You know, I was able to talk to their players. I had Carrie on a podcast, and he said that obviously they were kind of sad that it happened, but there's still a lot of there's still a long way to go. They feel like they still have a lot in the tank, and they will just take the following year afterwards. They are going to be starting with MPL of Indonesia, but fortunately we have another even better start because Games of the Future has a. You already mentioned how big the prize pool was, right?
Yeah, it's insane.
$1 million US, insane. So if there's anything that can motivate this team, right? Obviously, they're motivated to win because of the momentum that they want to bring in for MPL ID. Like winning a tournament outside of it is great. And then there's a bonus of having a lot of cash with it. They are so inspired to get back on track, and I'm sure that they're gonna be bringing out their A game in this case. And I think that even Coach Eb, who previously said that he might not join the team for Games of the Future, is actually I saw the pictures. You know, I saw the picture. Coach Eb is there, so I'm sure that he's gonna be helping out, even when Coach Adi is the one taking over. This is still a full-fledged lineup from Onyx. This is almost as good as their M5 World Championship run, so they're a team to be scared of.
Well, there's something that especially MENA team are worried about. You know what? It's how cold Russia is.
Yeah, that's true. That's
so
true.
a lot of teams have contacted me and told me it's so cold here that they cannot feel their fingers. So I just hope that this doesn't affect any player in the upcoming days. Well, we have spoken a little bit about the history of both teams, Team Flash and also Onyx ID. Well, in the upcoming game, would you think that in the first game at least, we will see a surprising scenario? Because let's say the teams that are not identified as S-tier teams, they have the advantage of being under the radar. You know what I mean? Like, they can bring something that's unexpected. So
Yeah,
do you
I
think
do
that
agree.
Team Flash will do it?
That's one. I think short answer is yes, but maybe the longer answer might be no, because no matter what happens, this is a Team Flash that played significant amount of games in their MPL region, and of course during M5, and then there are known players in here, so you kind of know the players of Team Flash anyways. I don't think that surely there are teams that have that surprise factor, but maybe Team Flash will not qualify under the team because we saw so many games already from Team Flash. And not only that, they are playing in the same region, right? So I believe that when you are practicing in Southeast Asia, where there is MPL Singapore, Indonesia, Malaysia, and Philippines, the simp region, Singapore, Indonesia, Malaysia, Philippines, they play against each other in scrims anyways. So they know so much about each other. So while it's true that surprise factor is it's great. It really puts you out of the limelight and maybe you can eventually get there. Unfortunately, might not be applicable for Team Flash because they're part of the simp region,
Yeah. Well, speaking of the simp region, I would say that even though the utility heroes and the utility meta is dominating, still Kyrie is not admitting and not complying to it. He's still bringing up his own assassins, his own signature, and playing his own style. So I think he is the only jungler that I can think of just right on top of my head that can play the assassins when the utility jungler meta is being used. And would you like bring up one more jungler that can play assassins so well, even though the meta is like completely depending on utility junglers? Almost completely.
Oh yeah, now that you mention it, like when thinking about Nolan and Joy, they're probably one of the easier assassin junglers to pull off. However, Fanny will always be part of the discussion, Yasu. And we saw that in the previous series. No matter what happens, even when you're playing up against Keep Best Gaming, a team that you probably don't know, you just ban out the Fanny if you're not playing it, right? Somebody has to ban that Fanny just because of how strong it is in comparison to other junglers. And of course, it can be explosive. That's even very true now. When you're looking at Onyx going up against Team Flash, I know Kyrie and I know Hades. They both play a mean Fanny. So, when you said that there's that talk between like utility and assassin junglers, this might be an assassin showdown. In fact, this series might be an assassin showdown.
You just brought relief to me. If I saw, do you remember that time where like the good times when there was a matchup between a Link and a Fanny, or maybe a Hayabusa and someone, like there was this mechanical game that's happening on, instead of these junglers that just soak in damage, use the immunity that they have to use the retribution, keep on their health. But it is like, if it's working, why not just keep using it?
That's right. Gotta be excited about that for sure, and we're waiting for the games to start. Just hang on, guys. I think that we're waiting for the matches to happen. Actually, we have been informed that it will be starting very, very soon. So I think that this is already the time that we have to talk about the draft. We already mentioned about assassin junglers, but what else can we expect from both of these teams? Are we going to see like stationary mages for maybe Kurt? I don't know, but Sans can play anything. He's already good. But yeah, apart from that, what else? Apart from the assassins, what else can we expect from both of these teams?
Well, for me, I'm looking forward to see the gold laners, especially because this meta, it has more than a hero in the gold lane that can be called a meta hero. We are speaking of Bruno, Carry, Claude, and you can go on and mention a lot of gold laners. But also, if you have spoken a little bit about the mid lane itself, there might be a stationary heroes, and there is a hero that's actually didn't get used or haven't been used in the previous matches, which works perfectly with the utility junglers, which is Lilia, and maybe just maybe even the Eve, but mostly I'm speaking about the Lilia because of the burst damage, because of the slowdown effect, and the lack of mobility for the utility heroes. So we might see a mage that uses the Ice Queen wand, and also by its nature gives a slowdown effect. I would strongly expect to see a Lilia.
Oh, Lilia has been one of the flavors of M5. If you look back, as a hero, it solved like the Faramis problem, your Valentina problem. So maybe that's the case. And speaking of Faramis, Team Flash just bans it out. They don't want to give Sans that hero now. Okay, Joy, Nolan, Fanny, all open. What did I tell you, Yasu? This might be
it's all on the table.
Everything's on the table.
But if you look at Team Onyx, they are banning. I wouldn't say a target ban, but here's from the meta, and you cannot discuss that they are in the meta or not. And we are speaking here about the Guinevere and also about the Matilda. And the Matilda with so much mobility that she can offer, and we have seen that with Miko just minutes ago. And right now they are taking the Valentina out, which means that Team Onyx will use some heroes with dangerous ultimates that they don't want to see a Valentina playing against them just to steal the ultimate from them. Well, as a first pick, and with everything being offered on the table, I would like fast say I would actually look. I'm not gonna say I was going to say Joy. I'm not gonna be a hypocrite. I would say I wanted to go for Carry actually.
Carry, okay. But then again, it's going to be Joy for Team Flash standard build up, and then immediately answered by Nolan. There's the showdown that we wanted to see. You know, gonna be for Onyx. Additionally, they have Matilda is banned out.
Whoa!
An immediate Harith.
Isn't that early?
All right, Nolan and Harith.
Well, I think it's a little bit early.
Yeah, they're baiting the Phobius. My goodness. But yeah, unfortunately, Team Flash will not oblige. They will pick up the Barretts to go with this Joy. So that means that this will most likely be an EXP Barretts. And I do like the Angela. Angela is such a good hero in this game.
Yeah, but speaking of the Angela, we might see a debatable pick. We might see an Esmeralda. Because oh wait, we have Albert playing in this game. It's not Boots. Oh wait, it's it's not CW, it's Albert, yeah.
Exactly.
Ooh, that's interesting. I haven't seen Albert for a long time so far, but going back to my point, I would strongly suggest see someone like the Esmeralda because she can use the shields coming from the side of Team Flash, and not just that. For Boots especially, he always plays heroes that can suck and damage, like the Uranus sometimes, or like mostly the Uranus when it comes to this point. So I would strongly suggest an Esmeralda.
Yeah. See if that will be the case. I haven't seen Esmeralda for quite a long time. There's the Carry. Going to be banned out by Onyx. Eventually, maybe they'll consider the Brody because it's one of those heroes that can at least match up against this Harith. And I do like the Kaja banner coming up from Team Flash because it's a classic combo with this Harith. And we know for sure that the Ruby is not considered as a sure roamer now. It can be flexed in the EXP lane. So that's very crucial. Onyx might just ban out something like a Brody or a Claude.
Since there is
maybe not. I think Brody is better ban for the bigger ban here for Onyx. I think Onyx might be baiting the Phobius, in fact, because if you look at their heroes, all of them have dashes, right? So you're so tempted to pick up the Phobius. So it's either the Brody or the Phobius ban, or like I said, the Claude is in good combination with the Angela.
Well, sure. You wanted to say something?
Yeah, the Claude is just a good combo. It's just that I felt that they will not ban it because it's a late game hero. So you have Joy as well as the Claude, which, they're both very greedy when it comes to farming. So I didn't think that they will ban it out. But that means that Team Flash will be left with that Brody or the Bruno, but more likely the Brody as their pickup.
Well, if I went a little bit back, I would say that it can be an Erythel, but right now I wouldn't say it's an Erythel. Right now, the Erythel is not as effective as before. But looking here, they have banned the Novaria, the hero that we have spoken about, and we have said that Sans is one of those most annoying players when he uses the Novaria. But Team Flash, so far, I would say that they have a really solid... the Nana. One of the most annoying heroes. I really hate to say it, but she's the meta right now.
And she's the answer to all of those assassins. I can't imagine being the Joy in this case. Like, you would have to wait for your ultimate to be out with full charges before your crowd control immune, and by then you're already turned into Molina, or you're stunned up by this Ruby. Such a great pickup coming up from Onyx. Now for Team Flash, they need a long-range hero. There's the Bruno that we're talking about, and maybe a Eudora actually. Or the Aurora.
A Eudora?
An Aurora.
Okay. Yeah, they
might be
both
the
like
last
serve the
choice.
same job. Yeah.
Yeah, Aurora or Vex actually from Team Flash. At least the Vexana might be able to control. Okay, so this is
Okay.
a mid lane Barretts or mid lane Angela.
A mid lane Joy and a jungler Barretts, XP Khalid
Ooh.
or Khalid,
Mid lane
and also
Joy.
Bruno. Yeah, it's a really good and a solid composition. They have really good engage potential, and they have a good crowd control, great sustainability, and also speaking of the second skill of the Khalid, who can also sustain his own lane. But for Team Onyx, I think that they will just surprise us with an unexpected pick right now.
Yeah, like a Franco perhaps for Keyboy or a Cho. So what is the benefit of getting the Franco? You have the lockdown for the Joy, right?
Ooh.
They go Lapu-Lapu instead. All right, so this will be a Roam Ruby going for the Lapu-Lapu. I'm excited to see what Team Flash is all about. If they do pick up the Barretts in the jungler role, that means that they will be a lot slower compared to the Nolan. But they have a very strong rotation in the objectives. Like for example, like the turtle as well as the lord, they have a very strong staying power. That's what I'm trying to say.
Yeah.
But I do understand why they pick up the Khalid. I think it was actually a really good pick. Like Diablo plays it well. It's a one-shot, one-kill kind of hero against the Harith, which kind of means that maybe this Harith will consider going in for Purify instead of the typical Flicker. So interesting draft from both teams. And who would have thought that that will be the result of the draft, right?
Yeah, when it first started, I thought that Joy would be used as a jungler, but right now, seeing Joy being transferred and being used on the top lane side or on the XP lane side, to be more accurate. But anyways, we have seen the draft. We want to see them getting applied. Games of the future with the last game of today, Team Onyx against Team Flash.
Okay, so it's a mid lane Barretts as we expected.
Oh, what? How did you even expect that? I didn't see that coming.
Well, yeah, I don't think that Hades. I don't think that Team Flash will want to go for the Barretts in the jungle because, like I said, it's quite slow. But if you play it from the mid lane's perspective with the Angela, you can just constantly push out the mid lane, constantly just to secure this lane, then invade eventually. Because you wanna keep your Joy's farming intact, I'd say. But apart from that, Yasu, is there anything else that we can expect in the early stage here from Onyx?
Well, so far I haven't expected something that turned out to be correct in this game.
Well,
like if we spoke about
Onyx
the jungler,
for you.
yeah, Onyx. Okay, I'm good with Onyx, but Team Flash surprised me, and I've actually asked you before we even start the games: will Team Flash surprise us with a good or like a strange composition? Will they surprise Onyx? Maybe they did surprise Onyx, but they definitely surprised me. Anyways, the turtle is up now at minute number 2, and maybe we'll see a little bit of a contest between both junglers and this matchup between two assassins, two great assassins. One of them is carry, the other side we have Hades, and right now they will go and they will try to go for the first turtle.
Yeah, Curtizy already level 4. And that, the benefit of the position for the mid lane Barretts is that you can be aggressive. You don't have to hold on to the Lord, while Diablo, forcing out the flicker out the sands. There is the fight.
Ooh.
Angela with the ultimate. Oh my goodness, retribution, true. Coming out from Carrion. What a wonderful Bravest Fighter coming out from Boots, connecting onto 2. And that means that Team Flash will lose 2 of their members in just a snap. What a flicker play coming out from Boots.
That was really well executed. Team Onyx didn't just get 2 kills, they also got the retribution and got the turtle. Look at Kyrie, he's zoning Vanix. He's making him know for sure that this is a sure kill.
Yeah. Oh, Vanix taken out. Kyrie gonna be safe for now. Doesn't even need the retribution to get out because of his pathing. Look at that dash. And is now wasting any opportunity right now. We'll go for the invade. You can see Kyrie. Oh, he's not stopping. The retribution connects onto JPL as well. And JPL out. And Hades will have to forgo and reset. This orange buff does have the retribution. They call out to Vanix. And now finally they will catch a breather, but that's Onyx with Kyrie at the helm, just leading in these early stages.
3 minutes in, and we can see that Kyrie already have his Hunter Strike and have his items, and also 3-0-4 with a 100% participation in the early game in a matter of 4 minutes with a ratio of a kill per minute for this Assassin Master. We can say for sure, and I can say for sure, that he's one of the assassin or like the jungler assassins that can play against the utility heroes with his own signature and taste and flavor. Team Flash right now are trying to regroup. They are trying to reach the turtle in a matter of 20 seconds. That's a huge goal difference. 3K in the early game for the side of Team Onyx, and they are now applying a lot of pressure on Team Flash. But will Team Flash make the bet and go for a Lord Steal or Turtle Steal? That's the question right now. But for me, so far, I think that Kyrie already is in position to take that turtle safely without any contesting coming from the side of Hades.
It's almost even level 9. Cartesi pops the ultimate. Oh, the touch coming from Kyrie! And he gets the retribution as well. There's the punish. Angela with the heart guard. No, Barats is not gonna survive. And a 2-man hook coming up from Keyboy. Wants to go for more. Hades is low. Gets out for now. JPL defending. But that is Onyx securing another objective. And Kyrie's not done. That's the reset. Diablo has to pop the ultimate. Kyrie chases. Gets out. And that's Onyx just taking over the map 5 minutes in. Leading 5-0.
5 minutes, again with a ratio of 1 kill per minute for the Sky Kings. They are now dominating Team Flash. They might even get one more kill. They didn't feel that it's enough taking an orange buff from Team Flash, but they also wanted to take the team fight. They are playing so aggressive and using that early game aggression that they have, and are using the gold lead that they have in their favor in the bot lane. Look, Albert just took a turret without any problems whatsoever. A swap happening here, or a switch lane, and Diablo is going off.
And even with a quicksand guard, there's nothing that can stop 3 members of Onyx to take out a lead. Disastrous early stage instead of Team Flash. Cartesi
Boots.
pops the tone as well, going to Keyboy. Keyboy life steals his way out. No, gonna be taken out.
What?
Oh, Hades gave up on the kill. They thought they could kill him, but because of Keyboy's sustainability,
Look at Albert!
Gets out. And Albert under the turret, taken out. Here's the Joy with the Angela. Look at Albert with the Purified, takes out Cartesi. Immense amount of damage from both Kyrie and Albert. Former rivals in the jungle role, now teammates for Onyx, combining for a kill onto the Barretts. Well done from Onyx.
One kill after another and one turret after another. Hades is forced to use his electrifying beast just to stay alive, just to stay away from Kyrie and his damage, his tremendous and hilarious damage at this moment. Again, keeping that 1 kill per minute ratio and also taking one turret up top and also in the mid lane and again in the bot lane. Team Onyx are playing such a dominant match for almost, there's 7 minutes right now, and Team Flash didn't show up and didn't show up on the turtles, didn't show up their drafting potential. Team Flash needs to find solutions. Either it was individual solutions or a team effort.
Where do you see Anana this aggressive? Look at Sans' positioning. That's how far they are ahead. And they know that there's no punish. There's no lockdown for Team Flash, apart from maybe the Daytona's welcome, but that will not be enough. Everybody's just bold inside of Onyx. They're overconfident, and they have the right to do so because Team Flash, they don't have anything to fight them with.
They have zoned them behind their inhibitor turrets in a matter of 8 minutes. Look at Flicker. Ooh.
Flicker play. Keyboy finally taken out. That's the first kill for Team Flash. It's finally a conversion from Team Flash. No love set whatsoever as Onyx will lose Keyboy.
Keyboy going down in a matter of 8 minutes, and that's the first kill. Look at here with the second skill and also with the flicker ultimate from the bats. Here in the replay, we can see why Keyboy didn't manage or couldn't manage to escape, even though he have the flicker, but there was no chance whatsoever for him, not even a microsecond for him to use that flicker. Look at the mid lane and look at the damage coming from carry in a matter of few seconds. 30 seconds is separating us from the upcoming Lord. A first Lord, not an enhanced one, not an evolved one yet. It might be the finishing Lord for Team Onyx. The overconfidence is earned by them, and Team Flash are being pushed back one time after another. Inhibitor turrets are all what's left for Team Flash right now.
Yeah, Hades wanted to go for the poke. Not possible. Now they will lose their purple buff. This is bad for Team Flash. And then Onyx secures the Lord so easily. No chance at all for Team Flash to fight this. And the defense it has to commence. What can Team Flash do? Remember, Yasu, they don't have any more outer turrets, even without the First Lord. That's how strong Onyx is right now.
Onyx are playing so aggressive, and once they built that momentum, Team Flash couldn't help but just comply to what Onyx doing. In a matter of 10 minutes, with a gold lead of 11k gold lead, they are increasing with a 1k gold per minute, and Team Onyx just might have almost a full items on carry. Look at carry's level. He's level 15, and the opponent jungler is 12, and he just turned. He's even 11. Look at the. It's insane.
It's insane. Not even level 12 for now. All right, the Holy Defense will not take out the Lord for now. There's Keyboy with a short range ult onto Cortese. Damage from Onyx. They're looking for a target, not finding any. Carry out to the bottom. The Smoking Diablo forcing the quick set guard. In comes Hades. It's up the hard guard. In they go. Team Flash will go for the play. Look at the damage coming up from Albert. This is too much. And Kyrie finishes involved. A double kill for Kyrie. Just like that. And even after the damage coming from Vanix, it's not going to be enough. Onyx will snipe 2 of the members of Team Flash, and they're not stopping. Keyboy does have the ultimate now, and the flicker as well. Looking for the target. And the entirety of Onyx are just staying in here. Kyrie has refreshed his spells as well. It could be round number 2. Albert goes in, but Cortese goes in for the fade with the flicker.
Again?
Can he be taken out? Yes, he will. But Kyrie, with the rest of damage, bets 2 members of Team Flash. Just like that. Keyboy with the flicker ultimate gets out for now. Vanix might go for the punish, and they indeed will do that.
Oh
but
my god.
Onyx, 8-0-3 for Kyrie.
Ladies and gentlemen, you are now... Double kill. That was fast from Vanix.
Okay, that was wrong from Kyrie.
Yeah, maybe he got overconfident, but who can blame him? Who can blame him? For like seconds ago, you can tell. Look at this replay. You are now watching a master at work, a complete work of art. The magnificent and the mesmerizing Kyrie takes a double kill one time after another in this tournament. One time after another. Look at the seconds. That was perfectly executed from the Bruno. But will just one turret be able to give Team Flash any kind of compensation? I think this is the word I'm looking for.
So, well, that is definitely something, right? It's not enough for the entire turnaround, but it is something. Now, in the nature, there's the clutch pick up coming out from Vanix. Now, gonna be the Wind of Nature available, and Onyx will be scratching their heads over that push, but they still have an immense amount of lead. They have control of the Lord area. Kyrie is going to be spotted. So is Keyboy, but there's nothing the Team Flash can do. Look at how fast the Lord drops. It's just a bait though. Cortese is going to be scouting out this push coming up from Onyx, Kyrie, and Keyboy. Ultimate is up for Keyboy, but no flicker for now. Has to wait for 10 more seconds. They're looking for the scout. They commit the ultimate onto Cortese. They're gonna punish the bat now with no flicker. Hard guard onto Hades. Goes for Sans. Sans activates a passive. But now Cortese is out. And Albert as well as Kyrie. They're dealing the damage. They found Diablo. Diablo is out. Hades has to run away. As well as Vanix. No staying power for the side of Team Flash. Gonna be cancelled. The teleport is gonna be completed. But that means that there's a fat minion of waves in the middle. as well as the bottom. Kyrie finds Hades, and that's a one-shot potential. You know that's gonna happen. No saving grace. And that is it. They took out the Angela. Only Vanix.
Nasty.
One skill 1 and one skill 2 from Albert is enough. That's Onyx destroying Team Flash in game 1.
That was nasty from Team Onyx. The Sky Kings are once again in the skies, ruling where they belong, and Team Flash just didn't get the chance, didn't get the opportunity to breathe for 1 second in this game. I was about to say, Team Onyx needs to finish as soon as possible. They have to finish and they have to end this while they are strong, because you have seen the damage output coming from the Bruno. At some point I thought that there might be a chance for a comeback for Team Flash.
Yeah, this unfortunately not gonna be the case, because they went in for the Joy Angela combo and they don't have a necessary lockdown going up against the Nolan. It's understandable that they picked up the Barretts eventually, but it was unfortunately not the case. I mean, Curtis, they found 2 great openings. That's good. But without the flicker play, it seems like even when you catch someone with the Daytona's welcome, it's clearly not enough. Had it been that they picked up something like a Franco, perhaps, or maybe they pick up the Kaja themselves, they could have controlled the Harith or the Nolan. In this case, nobody was controlled from the side of Onyx. It kind of felt like they got away with assassin heroes or dash-based heroes just like that for free. So it's definitely a problem that they weren't able to address, and that's something that at least I felt was the reason why majority of the early game and the mid game was so difficult for the side of Team Flash. But yeah, apart from the draft, what else, Yasu, can we talk about that game? What else made Team Flash lose that game against Onyx?
Well, I think that at this point it's so frustrating for Team Flash after this first game, because as you have mentioned, they didn't focus on objectives, they didn't focus on a certain hero, they didn't focus in the draft itself if they can counter the enemy or like the opponent's Team Onyx. And as you can tell here, Team Onyx was taking anything they want, whenever they want, however they want. There was no such any kind of protection to the gold lane. Albert was playing freely up until the late game. Look at this damage, it's just tremendous. Again, as I told you, it's hilarious. And in this dodge, he showed us why he is an assassin master. He did, and he could, and he did bait Cartesi, and also he got the kill upon. Look at this. It's an easy kill, and look at Albert. He's just playing around the map. No one can even catch him.
Yeah, with the Purify. I mean, Cartesi had to utilize the flicker in here, and Keyboy didn't use the flicker, and now they could turn it around. The fact that Onyx can just take out Cartesi without any kind of punishment, that's something that Team Flash should be working on, because there's really nothing that stops Onyx to go onto the tanky members of Team Flash. Look at Kyrie's damage. Actually, there's really nothing that can stop him in there. There's another flicker play coming out from Curtesi. And maybe we're going to see that punish onto Kyrie when he went for the double kill, because he went for Dragon Spear in this case. Maybe Vanix got the Wind of Nature? No, he didn't. It was just really just the good dash coming out from Vanix. That's just it. But then, you can see the last few clashes coming out from Onyx. They have found and identified the right target, and then Diablo is too under farm that he's not able to one-shot the Harith anymore. And then Kyrie, on the flip side, easily takes out the Joy. And you saw that Hades didn't have the dash anymore. Wasn't able to reset it, and Kyrie, that's a green light for him to eventually go for the play, for the kill. And that's our MVP. 10, 1, and 4. My God. Dragon Spear on the Nolan.
He was like free enough to buy whatever he wants. 32% damage, and having all this gold in an early stage. Imagine your opponent is playing in the early to mid game, and you were already in the late game with your hero. You bought everything you wanted. You got the anti-heals, you got the Blade of Despair, you got the Blade of Heptasis, you got everything that you needed, and also you have the cooldown. Kyrie at this point was unstoppable, and you have seen it yourself. Even the tanky hero that should be a tanky hero from the side of Team Flash, which was Diablo and the Khalid, or even the Barats, was getting one-shotted by Kyrie. So look at the goal difference. Even with this much time, Kyrie was ahead from the highest gold in the enemy, which was the gold laner, with almost 3k gold lead. It's you cannot even stop that.
It's insane. There was a time where Hades was just about to go to level 12, and then Kyrie was already level 15 at 10 minutes. That's unprecedented. That's one of the fastest level 15s that we'll ever get to see. And that speaks volumes on how good and paired Onyx is for this match. Remember, this is not their M5 lineup anyways. This is Albert playing in, subbing in instead of CW playing. Wow, this Onyx squad is scary.
Yep. And also Team Flash, actually, in the upcoming game, I expect to see more from them, because they are not a team that can be putting down, or even, I would say, get super frustrated and feel the tension of losing in such way, because again, as I told you, they have an experience that's unmatched to some of the teams here in games of the future. And Team Flash back in Singapore, they had one of the brightest performances and seasons so far, after winning in a full best of 7 against their opponent in I think it was RSG in Singapore. So this should be the moment where Team Flash glow up.
Oh man, it's easier said than done, especially going up against a team with the caliber of Onyx. You know, Yasu, I mentioned earlier that this might be closer than what we think, but after that game number 1, now you're having doubts. Maybe the chemistry from Team Flash is not yet there. We were talking about how strong Curtis might be, and of course, Hades is an able jungler for sure. But after seeing that game number 1, now you're starting to have doubts. How do we erase those doubts coming out from aside of Team Flash? What should they do so that at least we can be confident that they can win a game against someone like Onyx? What should they do in game number 2?
Well, right now there's no better timing to pull off a card of those cards that you are hiding for the upcoming stage, because you need to advance, you need to get more points, you need to have this tie and have a chance to win up against Onyx. Look at it from a positive perspective. If Team Flash had a reverse sweep, how much will that boost their confidence for the upcoming games? It will give them like a power that no one can match in their group, or maybe even in the tournament. Winning against Team Onyx is a really great thing. I'm not underestimating Team Flash or any other team, but again, we all know that there are some teams that belong to S tier, such as, let's say, AB Bren, Echo, Blacklist International. There are teams that always make it to the final. So if you took down one of those teams in a very early stage, it will give you a boost of confidence that will make you so dangerous upon any opponent that will come ahead. So just forget about the previous match, erase it from your memory, and focus. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking of.
I agree.
Just erase the previous game from your memory. You felt the atmosphere, you knew what your opponent can do. Now do your work, now get back on your feet, and you can throw up the next punch.
Yeah. And there's a merit in that. I think that, when you're looking at the game number 1, maybe it's just a mishap. Maybe you think about it, okay, let's not pick up both Joy and Barretts in the first phase, because the enemy already knows that. Let's go back to standard heroes, like, for example, maybe we get back to your Kufra, so that you can control the immense amount of dashes from the opposite end, right? You utilize maybe pick up something like a Fovia, so that it makes a lot of sense versus the Nolan. So the way that they approach it is something that can be solved, and maybe Team Flash just has to go for that hard reset. For now, blue side for Onyx, red side for Team Flash. Into the draft we go. What should be the ban here for Team Flash going up against Onyx? Is it should it be the same from before, Yasu?
I think they have to do some changes because if you looked at it from one way, look, I didn't agree with you when you talked about the Bratz mid lane. I haven't seen it before, so I cannot agree with it. I haven't seen it, but in the previous game it wasn't effective. So if you did mention that, go back to what you are more comfortable with. Maybe take heroes that are inside your comfort zone to maximize the output that can come out of them. But it seems like Team Flash will go with the same approach, banning the Matilda, banning the wait, it was flipped. Team Onyx in the previous game were the ones who banned the Matilda and banned the Guinevere. But right now, I think that the Valentina is open, maybe for a reason, maybe it's a bait, and I can tell that Team Onyx is pressuring on the mid laner especially.
Yeah.
Nolan
should still be the pick here for Onyx. And Joy Angela perhaps from Team Flash.
Will you
don't want to
expect
give
see
the
a
Angela
Phineas?
anymore to Onyx. I'm sorry, what?
Like the previous game, it was so obvious that it was too perfect to be true to have the Phineas. So would you think that this time they should? Or it will be also too perfect to be true?
That's the thing, right? I don't exactly know if Diablo is adept with that hero, right? Phovis is a hero where you have to be an expert at it. It's just not like a hero where, okay, that's a good hero in that game, let's pick it up. Team Flash will just go back to the Ruby.
Okay.
I understand why they go in for that. And yeah, they don't need to pick up the Joy in this case. They just pick up the Arlet, which is now, in this case, now we're talking because Diablo can really play this hero. And then in combination with the Ruby, with a lot of stuns, you now have a lot of ways for you to dash through. It's a good combo. And Onyx will just, don't fix what's not broken.
Yeah.
They pick up this Harith and then maybe a Nana again. Right? So,
yeah.
Sanzu the Nana. But then, knowing Onyx, they might just go for a roamer here for Keyboy. What else is on the table? Yeah, and Angela, they might not be thinking about that anyways. A Tigreal, okay. Okay.
I think that's a little bit too early, right? Oh, no, it's not a bit early. Because there's no chance that Team Onyx or like Team Flash will have a Diggy, right?
That's right.
So it's a really good and a solid pick.
Because they already know that the Ruby is the roamer in the presence of the Arlot. Joy is available, but
yes.
But Team Flash might just go for a utility jungler here, like Barats. Okay. Well, we don't know.
Would you suggest it to be in the mid lane again?
Well, they do have a lot of stuns for Team Flash, so
okay.
Maybe don't need it in the mid lane anymore. You need a solid burst because they already have the CC. What I'm trying to say here is, you already have the crowd control. You need damage now, and that will come from both Kurt as well as whatever Vanix will pick up from the gold lane. Absolutely, you need the damage, and with three heroes already shown by Team Flash, this tells me that surely the damage will come from the mid lane. But that means Onyx can just go and ban out those big damage heroes in the mid lane, like maybe a Lunox perhaps, or a Eudora, right? Constant source of damage. Oh, sorry. Why do I always make a mistake? Aurora. I wanted to say Aurora. Yeah.
Well, Aurora is introduced to the meta like with open gates after the latest rework because she's a totally different hero right now with all of her skills.
That's right.
I would actually say that it's a really good pick with Onyx, especially because so far they don't have that much of a magical damage. Yes, they do have the Harith, but of course you will have a mid laner as well. So maybe with the Tigreal, it is a really good pick. And beside it, also Nana can work. And because Team Onyx, I think who's gonna have the pick after this
that should be
phase?
Team Flash.
Team Flash. Okay, so I was going to say that if Team Onyx wants to continue going with the same approach, they can take out more and more and more mages, but they go and tend to go for the gold laners. They want to make life easier for Albert because in the previous game when he was freely farming, when he was freely moving, his output and his late game was incredibly effective. So right now, what's on the table for Team? The Aurora.
There it is, the Aurora. as we expect there. It makes a lot of sense because you need a constant source of damage. Onyx might be tempted to go for another Nana.
Yeah.
But also there's a merit for a long range mage, or actually a Katira will not be that bad for Onyx, so that at least you have two heroes that can check the bushes. And we know for sure that Keyboy plays that hero a lot, and that could be good. But then I guess the easier hero to pull off is the Nana here for instead of Onyx.
Yeah,
Then
sometimes go ahead. Yeah.
I forgot about the gourd. Yeah, it's a great pickup. Yep, great pickup. And then maybe go for something like a Lapu Lapu again for boots, or yeah, there you go, Lapu Lapu.
Nice.
Be the pickup. Yeah, on point. I think you only have Brody here left for Team Flash, unless they want to go back to the Nathan, right?
Maybe the Bruno.
It's good.
Yeah.
I'm thinking much better if they go for the Brody actually, so that at least they have the early game, and it's a hero that can survive the Lapu Lapu. So the only merit for the Nathan is you have late game. So they go back to the Bruno.
They
Very
go back
well
to the
done.
Bruno. It was good in the late game. It have shown efficiency. It has shown quite decent amount of damage. But in the previous game, they didn't help the Bruno that much to expect a good damage output from him. So in this game, they do have the crowd control, and the banning Lilia was so justified for me, at least personally, because they have heroes that cannot move that freely. So a Lilia ban was so justified. But also, having that true damage, having also the burst damage coming from Gord was really, really a work of art coming from the coach. And to sum it up, they have the Lapu Lapu to reach the backline, which will make Aurora's life hell.
Yeah. This is a much more winnable game for the side of Team Flash as compared to the previous game. Then again, Onyx, they're really, really scary. As we mentioned, it's the Lapu Lapu. That was the last pick. It makes perfect sense. And the damage coming out from a Team Flash. With Hades now picking up the Barretts, they will resolve to utility junglers, but Keyboy already resetting the purple buff. Gonna be punished for now with Cortese. Look at how much damage this Aurora does.
Even though the brats didn't even come to the purple buff, Keyboy wanted to be as annoying as possible, so he resetted that purple buff. So anyways, looking here at the mid lane and looking at the laning phase generally, I would say that this is the exact same for the gold lane, but here it seems like Team Flash want to play more aggressively than the previous game. Hades is trying to get as much gold as possible, he's trying to get as much farm as possible. He do not want the same scenario, but again, as I told you, they are utilizing their damage, they are utilizing their skills for the gold lane.
Vanix lasts for a little longer, but because of the damage of the Synchro Fission and the poke that came out from Carry, look at how calculated Carry was. After one set of combo, he gets out into safety because he doesn't need to be there. And he knows that Albert, with the Purify, with the HP advantage and the Synchro Fission hitting onto that Vanix Bruno, there's no chance at all. Very efficient gameplay coming out from Kyrie.
Well, Team Flash, for me at least, they are doing the same wrong decisions as the previous game. They have the Bruno as they wished, but why don't you help the Bruno out? Why don't you help the gold lane out? So far, I didn't see neither the mid laner nor the roamer going to any lane to help them out. Team Flash seems to be trapped in the mid lane and seems to be zoned out by just one member, which is Sans alone. He's able to clear his waves to move freely, unlike the Aurora for some reason. So in this game particularly, I would say that maybe the history will repeat itself because Team Flash are not using their resources like the last game.
Well, they have to now take advantage of their immense amount of crowd control. That's what I'm saying. That's probably their way out. So maybe when the turtle fight happens, you overload this Nolan. You have Ruby, you have Arlet, you also have the Barrett. So if you combine them all together, there's a lot of stuns that you can get. Then you can even think about the Aurora being in there. One benefit of having the Aurora as well, going up against assassins like Nolan, for example, you have the innate advantage of surviving after a combo. So it's very annoying for a Nolan, for a one-shot kind of assassin like a Nolan to face up against the Aurora, because even after the combo, just survives and gets back 30% HP. That could be one thing. We'll see if that will be the case, because we are saying that Team Flash needs to take advantage of their immense amount of crowd control.
Well, coming back to the game between Team Flash and Team Onyx, will the Sky Kings keep their position, and will the Sky Kings keep on rolling the skies, or will Team Flash bring them down to the earth? Team Onyx right now are ahead in terms of the kills and also in terms of the gold and in the movement around the map, I would say, because right now Hades is trying to bait or like to drag that turtle away, and also you can tell that Keyboy is trying to get that level 4 to use his ultimate on the turtle fight. Well, so far they didn't form up, or they didn't use the formation quite well, which is something I'm furiously want to see. And look here.
Yep. Keyboy is level 4. Hades is almost 5, and Kyrie says, okay, skip them that. You don't care. Yep.
He goes for the
by
steal.
the way, exactly, for all those Barrett's users out there, yes, you can utilize your Retribution while you are charging your ultimate, or any point of your ultimate, actually. You can utilize it. And Hades didn't want to be crowd controlled whatsoever, so he just popped it even when there's no target. And it's some efficiency play coming out from Team Flash.
Look at the Ruby now. He's trying to help Vanix out, which is something that we should have seen earlier on in this game. Sans is controlling his mid lane just by himself, and look at the damage output. So
the flicker of Sans! Retribution coming out from Kyrie. Courtesy is gonna survive. And Sans committing the flicker. That's what that is definitely one of the annoying things facing up against the Aurora. And because of that, he survives, and he effectively burned the flicker from the side of Team Onyx. So not too shabby at all from Courtesy.
Well, at least Kyrie knows now that he can one-shot the Aurora pick. But look at the top lane. They are trying to move. They have a movement going up there. 4-1, and Albert knows and senses danger and goes back. I am offended being triggered, and Vanix will go back. Look at Keyboy, he's just recalling. I think he got affected by Zord.
Keyboy with the dash, Vanix gets out. That's Purify committed, and that really just forced out the Zaman Force, which is not a long cooldown ultimate anyway. So Onyx are gonna be very happy about that trade-off. Keyboy still holding onto the flicker as well as the implosion. And JPL and Hades are available, and there he goes, Keyboy. No flicker needed. There's the burst coming from Onyx. They took on JPL as well as Hades, and they want more. Vanix in trouble. Vanix out. Nobody dying from Onyx. And it's just Keyboy casually walking with the dash. Connects onto 2. No flicker needed. No fancy footwork needed. Onyx claims 2 kills. Or 3 kills, actually.
Yeah, look at this perfect combo being executed from the side of Team Onyx. The Sky Kings once again strike upon the top lane. 1 kill, 2 kill, 3 kills. That's how things should be for Team Onyx with this perfect execution, and 1 kill, 2 kill, 3 kills. That's how the Sky Kings clear the way for Kyrie. Look at this. Look at Albert. He's just moving freely with the Purify. As you have advised, no one can even touch him having this Purify.
And Kyrie was able to steal that orange buff. Hades cannot find the farm once again. Level 9 Kyrie, that's the Nolan. Level 7 Barrett's coming out from Hades. A crucial exchange. Well, it's not even an exchange because Onyx just claimed 3 kills for free. They took on a turret. And that all of a sudden just shifted the balance heavily towards the favor of Onyx. No chance in this early stage with 4,000 gold lead.
Taking the defensive approach for Team Flash doesn't seem that it's the right... What? I wasn't even able to finish my sentence. What was that?
Not even a second needed. Kyrie eliminates Vanix, deletes him from the map. With just one big combo. Not even the time to react. And that's bad news. Keyboy still holding on to the flicker. And as well as the ultimate, there it is.
Oh!
Implosion, damage from Carry, Super Hero landed from Onyx. Everybody from all angles. They took out two. Curtis in trouble. Carry chasing him down. And that's the double for Kyrie. 8-0. Vanix shows himself. Keyboy wants to go for an initiation, but Vanix gets out. But now,
Whoa.
Stun does not connect from the Gord. And Onyx 8-0. Unrelenting in this game. Kyrie! Unstoppable! Don't show yourself, Vanix! Because you're just one shot away from getting deleted in this map from Kyrie the Sky King.
Oh my god, Team Flash are looking for a miracle, but their voices can't go through the sky where the Sky Kings themselves are sitting there watching upon them. And right now they are being furious. Right now they are showing us why they are one of the S tier and the most dangerous teams in the entire world. Here in Games of the Future, they are showing why they are one of the best. Team Flash is trying to get everything sorted out, and as I told you, there is a habit that I just adopted recently by looking for solutions for the team who's losing. But right now I cannot give and provide a solution. I can just say that they can wish for a miracle. Look at the gold difference, and look also at the jungler's XP difference. It's so huge. Look at even the damage from Sans. Everything is for the favor of Team Onyx.
Oh, freeze down Keyboy. Keyboy does have the flicker. And don't group up, Team Flash. This once Keyboy smells that, they're gonna take you out. They wanna go for the play, the Hail Mary play onto Kyrie. But the conceal is just too short at this point. Not gonna be able to reach a Nolan for now. They don't have the conceal. Gonna be chucking down Hades. This is scary situation. Vanix, or you implosion connects on the 3, and the damage is there. No need for explanation as Onyx erupts. It takes out Team Flash just like that. Keyboy with the flicker implosion play. Onyx
That's clean.
decimates Team Flash.
That's clean! That's so clean! What a perfect execution! There's nothing to replay. This was one-time thing. You cannot show it twice on camera. 4 members go down. Ultimate flicker with the second skill from Keyboy. The savior now is the initiator, and he is recalling for the enemy, as they say in Indonesia.
Oh, no,
Tas.
Whew. Sans with just the pokes enough to force Cortese out of there. And
Wow.
Onyx are leading 13-0. And how much are they leading? It's 13,000 almost. Inside of Onyx. Very, very difficult to come back from. Lord easily taken by the side of Onyx. And we're running out of solutions now for Team Flash.
Yeah, the solution. As I told, they need a miracle,
the
not a
Arlet
solution.
going for Albert. Albert
Oh.
doesn't have the Purify. Good shutdown coming from Diablo. The opening was there.
I think that
Not
at this
over,
point,
at least for Diablo.
is it fair to say that any kill on any member of Team Onyx will be a shutdown? I think it's safe to say that,
Yeah.
right? Wow.
Yeah, that's gonna be massive, especially on Albert with 4 kill streak. That actually elevated Diablo as the richest guy now for Team Flash. They need more Keyboy. Do you really want to go onto Keyboy now? Because Kyrie's just on the left side. I'll show you something now. JPL. 100
Isn't JBL
to 20%.
supposed to be the one who's receiving damage and face checking? What happened?
Exactly.
What happened to this methodology?
Well,
sorry.
Kyrie 6-0-7 at 10 minutes. He's level 15 again. So nobody
Wow.
can last against this Nolan.
Well, I bet, and I will leave you to lead this, but Keyboy is just terrifying at this moment. Okay.
He's shot for now. Knock up there. They love Hades. They want to go for it for the kill. Look at the damage from the Gore. JPL now in trouble. JPL out, but Keyboy as well. It's going to be Kyrie going in for the push. Actually, the turret survives for now. That means that Onyx weren't able to just really dive onto the bottom side of the map. But it's a 2-for-1. Diablo wants to go for the opening. Kyrie dodges that. No chance for Diablo to land the ultimate. Final slash. And Onyx Just live. We'll just get out of there. Diablo, do you really want to go to Kyrie? You don't have the damage.
Oh my god. 13k gold lead in a matter of 11 minutes for the Sky Kings. This is terrifying for any team. And to be fair, I've just recalled a memory. Oh, look, before I recall my memory, but look at this, Kyrie.
Okay. But the retribution and a double dash. Like a triple. Kyrie gets out. In comes the cavalry.
Keyboy.
Everybody going for the intercept. Boots and Keyboy. Gotta find any Sans is here. Have to be careful now if you're JPL. Cannot face check. That's gonna be enough.
If you can recall with me, there was a scenario where Team Onyx were losing so badly against AB Bren in the World Championship in the finals, and the goal deficit was magnificent. It was huge between both of them.
Perhaps.
It took one moment, just one correct team fight. And at this moment, I think that the only person who have a solution is Diablo. Diablo with a flicker final slash might turn everything around. The Lord is up now, and Team Flash somehow want to engage.
No, there's no chance at all. Look at Keyboy positioning. Can't show yourself. Oh?
Ooh.
They really want to go for this. JPL is trapped, cannot go away. And it's JPL. Easily taken out by the members of Onyx. A disastrous play coming from JPL. Wasn't able to go through the wall with his small dash from the Ruby. And that's trouble.
Yeah, it is a huge trouble for Team Flash. They didn't even use any resources. They didn't use any ultimate, not even a spell to take JPL down. And look at Sans just with one first skill with this tiny ball that he's throwing. Oh, JPL.
Oh, JPL. Okay, good snatch. It's gonna be a great play as Sans is taken out. So the board is out. So-called teamwork to take out to push Keyboy down, but they're tanky. And with all due fairness, Team Flash are able to defend the Lord push for now. With the immense amount of wave clear that they have. This is where Hades actually, as the Barretts, has a lot of like advantage.
Keyboy.
They want to dip their toes in this. The JPL going in for the I'm offended play. Just has to get out for now. Team Flash happily will take this defense.
This is so dangerous. Team Flash are taking every risk that they could have thought of, because it's a really dangerous play right now. Just one mistake can cost them the game. They are trapped behind the inhibitor turrets. One of the inhibitor turrets is even down, and look at the turrets from the side of Team Onyx, untouched. What? Nowhere. There's no. Oh, look at Keyboy.
Oh, JPL going in for the kill. Okay, Keyboy is low. There's gonna be immortality pop. He might go for the turnout. Does have the flicker. Gets out. And Onyx will not be fighting under that turret. Gonna be respecting Team Flash's damage for now. Sentry also popped, knowing exactly where the members of Onyx are. Sans just fishing in for any stuns that he can get with the Mystic Projectile.
Looking at Sans, if you recall to me, and let's have a quick look on the itemization. Bruno is behind with 2 items, and almost everyone from the side of Team Onyx is full builded. But again, it's the same scenario from the previous game. If Team Onyx didn't finish while they are strong, while they are in the lead, they might face a huge trouble, because right now it doesn't take a miracle for Team Flash. It just needs one correct team fight with a chain of crowd control. Look at
oh my goodness! What a projectile coming out from Sans as he stops that conceal play. We don't know if he knew, but what we know of is that he stopped the plan coming out from Team Flash and conceal at this point in the game. Yasu, that's gonna be massive.
Yeah, and Keyboy is looking to hunt down at the same point. They are not looking for the Lord. They want the team fight.
Oh, there it is. Keyboy wants to go for the knockup, and they do have the burst onto Hades. They baited the Lord. JPL connects onto 2 members onto the backline. Boots is gonna be there. Albert is out. No damage from Onyx now, but Carry secures the Lord. Well, speaking of damage, Carry now will be outputting the damage. Diablo goes down, and Boots just zoned out the entirety of Team Flash so that the two members will be isolated. Onyx claims the Lord and then claims 2 kills, marching into the middle. Projectile connects onto JPL, but Boots secures the top lane push. Wants to go in for more, goes for the bravest fighter, just for the pokes. JPL wants to control Boots for now. No damage from Phoenix. Now, but Suns outputs the damage! The gush to take him out. Vanix in trouble. Has to get out. Has to regen. Might be a bad time. Hades, no
It's
big
hard.
guy passive. This stun connects to Curtizi for now. Aurora with the defense. Kyrie wants to go for the play. Hades catches Kyrie. Could this be a good play? Immortality pop. Implosion onto 2. Kyrie's down. But there's no defense. Double kill for Suns.
The Lord!
Lord marching forward. Base in shambles. They want to go for the defense, but it's not enough. Slowly and surely, Onyx are wiping the floor with Team Flash's members. And that's a 2-0 for the Sky Kings.
Full sweep, sweeping the sky once again. Team Onyx bring this home. Kyrie, Boots, Albert, and all the members of Team Onyx were so synced to a moment that you cannot imagine that this is reality, but reality have hit Team Flash so hard. One-sided game happens once again, and again the same things being said to Team Flash. This game was to be erased from the memory. Focus on the upcoming game. Team Onyx actually with their composition, did you see how perfect it was? It was like, you know these videos that you see every now and then with everything happening in the same exact moment? They made it like 4 to 5 times at least in this game.
Yeah, the synergy that you saw from the side of Onyx is just
Unmatched.
too good. Unmatched kind of synergy. Everybody's just on point. Like they knew exactly when Keyboy will be finding 2 targets. Even Sans on his lonesome is just connecting with skill 1 and skill 2, just poking and dealing the damage and not stopping at all. The pressure was there all the time up against the side of Team Flash, and that allowed the members of Onyx to just run through, and it was a perfect game again for the side of Onyx. You can see through the highlights, the rotation from Kyrie, no need for any kind of help because Vanix is already out. They knew it. And then Keyboy does not need the flicker.
Wow.
Going for the
Look at
second
this.
skill and then the ultimate. And then immediately Boots didn't even complete his combo onto the 2 members of Team Flash. He went in for Vanix immediately. And then Vanix becomes Vanish because he vanished from the earth. As Kyrie melts him down. And then look at that Avengers-esque movement coming out from Onyx from all angles. It was a superhero landing from Onyx.
Avengers Assemble. Team Onyx at this moment, well, again, as I told you before, yeah, look at this second skill with the flicker, Mythic Gush going in, Sans finishing everyone off. Diablo is the last survivor, just to tell the story to whoever is left to come back from the base. Look at the flicker ultimate being triggered once and again from the side of Keyboy, and the uncrowned King Kyrie each time is there to finish things off, or maybe even to start and finish things off by himself. Keyboy was just a force of nature from the side of Team Onyx.
Yeah. And then Boots, look at his positioning here. As they take out Hades, so it's a clear retribution win. You can see what Boots did. He was able to isolate Diablo once again from his teammates, and then they were able to convert. Now, in comes Onyx with just, good in-out and in-out against Team Flash. No Albert, no problem in this case. Eventually, they slowly usher the Lord into the base. Implosion connects. Then it's just a slow and steady push from Onyx with the Lord on their side. A perfect 2-0. And the MVP is Suns 7-1 and 12.
40%.
40% indeed.
I didn't see that amount of damage by one person for a very long time. It's so rare to see 40%. I thought that how much damage did Kyrie deal if just Sans dealt 40%?
Well, there were so many times in this game that he's able to land skill 1 and skill 2 in combination with each other, then pops the ultimate. And he's not able to get kills, but he poked his enemy so much, he did so much damage. And again, AoE coming out from Onyx, the AoE comp that they have with Implosion plus the Mystic Gush, it really lines up perfectly against Team Flash, and there wasn't anything that Team Flash could do. And now I bite my lips and bite my words. The fact that I said that this will be a close game didn't happen at all. This is the complete opposite. This series went heavily in favor of Onyx with all of the things that they've shown in this game.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. Team Onyx, and looking at Sans and remembering that when I spoke to you about the Lilia and the Ice Queen one. Look, 40% damage, and this is expected against steady targets, almost steady targets, such as the Barats, or like I would say low mobility targets, like the Barats, also the Arlot. Not safely to say the Arlot, but I would say it safely about the Ruby. And also, looking at Vanix, even though he did 100% damage, it wasn't even the damage needed to take down at least one turret. It was a full sweep for Team Onyx. The damage was, again, ridiculous. A ridiculous amount of damage output coming from the side of Team Onyx. They reached the late game, once again, with a scenario that's even harsher than the first scenario, and almost a full sweep in the score itself, not just in the total of matches. So Team Flash need to do a lot of revising and study a lot more about their next opponent.
Yeah. Well, speaking of next opponents, they are going to be waiting, but we are going to be waiting because we already know what is going to be the matchups. Because of the modified GSL format that we have in the group stages, the winners will be facing up against each other, losers will be facing up against each other. So that means Onyx, after this 2-0, will face Burnix Flash, the team that won earlier on against KBG. And then it's going to be Flash going up against KBG for that elimination match, because the team that didn't win a series, the team with the lowest win rate will be taken out immediately. So that means that if you lose twice in a row, you are done for here in our tournament. So that's the group stages. Obviously, Onyx looking really good. I hope that the Burnix Flash has something prepared against Onyx, because Onyx look really, really strong.
Yeah, they are in form. They are in shape, and they are they are laser focused in this tournament. In games of the future, they are targeting the prize pool, the full prize pool, not just reaching the finals. They wanna take it all, and they wanna take it back home. They didn't get, and as I told you, they might be even more motivated because they are wounded from the M5 World Championship, and they wanna. And what was the word that you used? This is the best place for them to recover and to show everything with a huge prize pool such as the $1 million.
Yeah. And we also got news that it was also a 2-0 from the opposite stream that we have. So if you don't know, Group C is actually also happening right now, and Blacklist International faced up against Fireflux Impunity. So that's also another 2-0. And that makes it so that Blacklist will be facing up against, if I'm not mistaken, that's Royal Cyber Sports Club. Right. Yeah. So that's from the opposite end. And let's just recap some of the other groups, Yasu. We're going to be looking at, it was RQ that went 2-0 against Lil Gun, both technically comeback games or recovery games. And then Daewoo with that was a series that I did not expect to be that one-sided. It will be a 2-0. I thought it will be 2-1 at least. But yeah, Burmese Ghosts unfortunately couldn't make it there. That means that RQ will be facing against Daewoo. So that's really, really exciting. On the opposite end, it's AP Bren winning. That's also another 2-0. And then, if I'm not mistaken, that's Twisted Minds. Yeah. A 1-2-1.
Yeah,
So,
it is something to watch. Yeah, it is something to watch. Twisted Minds and their first international experience with a totally new roster coming from Triple Esports, who have participated in the previous M5, are now completely transferred to Twisted Minds, and they will have the chance to face the current world champion. So it's gonna be a lot of intense matches coming in tomorrow. One of them one of them for me is gonna be so. I'm running out of words here. I don't know if it's exciting or terrifying. Twisted Minds and AB Brand.
Oh, well, I gotta
It's
say,
a weighted match.
it's exciting.
It's an awaited match.
As a Filipino, that is an exciting match. I want to see more action from AP Brain representatives for sure. But yeah, it is what it is. You know what? I'm looking at the potential playoff picture that we have. So Group C, Group C number 2. Okay, so the winner of Group C, which is Group D, that we were casting Group D, right? So that's that is let's just say Onyx or Burnix Flash. They will be facing up against their own group actually. So it's there's a lot of potential for a rematch, and that's just how the format goes. So for example, if you're number 1 from Group C, you face the winner of Group D versus Group C, number 2 Group D versus number 3 Group C. So there's a lot of potential for a rematch after the group stages, but you still have to get out of the group stages. You still have to win at least one of your matches.
Yeah, the second chance is offered, but just for those who claim the first or the second spot. So there might be a revenge story happening here in Games of the Future, but again, this tournament is introducing to us a lot of regions with a lot of potential, new meta, and today I've learned a lot. And one of these things that I've learned is to expect the unexpected. And even though my predictions, and this is for all of us, might be wrong at some times, I have expected to see a Phibius at some point. Also, I've expected to not see a Barretts being used in the mid lane, which I've saw today. Also, the gold lane, which is the only thing, or not the only thing, the most thing that was interesting to me before anything starts, because I want to see what are the current gold laners that can beat all the meta, and if they were used correctly, they can be a force of nature. The Harith was, I'm not gonna say a shock, because I know that the Harith can be used in the gold lane, but Albert didn't have any challenge in the gold lane whatsoever. He wasn't pressured. No, I'm not gonna say enough. He wasn't pressured at all. So you cannot expect less from a free Harith to move around using his Purify, all of his damage. So yeah, would you say that a Harith is one of the top meta in the gold lane safely?
Yeah. Yeah, 100%. I think it wins most of the matchups in the gold lane anyways for a 1v1, because it's a mage that can supplement so much damage in the early stages, in the laning stage, and obviously hitting Synchro Fission or skill 1 is already a lot of poke, and then you go for Purify. So when it comes to just laning stability, it is meta gold laner for sure. It's not as strong. I think it's best when paired with an assassin jungler, because you're not dependent on your gold lane anymore. It's like the Brody of M5, wherein Brody just wins all of the laning matchups. Yeah, and Harith kind of fills that same role, where you just have that you have that strength in the laning stage that allows you to, or that allows your jungler, your assassin jungler, to farm, right? So you don't need a lot of farm as the golden Harith. That's why you're allowed to pick up a farm-heavy kind of jungler. But enough of that. We are now heading into group stage of day 2 of the Phigytal MOBA, that MLBB / Games of the Future Mobile Legends. That's 14 o'clock GMT. And for all of the Southeast Asian fans out there, that will be totally different. So you have to adjust your time zone there.
And also, we have just finished the first day, the group stage. So all the games in the upcoming 3 days will be held at the same timing, 2 p.m. or like 14 GMT +3. And when we reach the semifinals on the 1st of March, we will have a difference. We will have a time difference. These are the games for tomorrow, if I'm not mistaken. S2G
right.
against Team Homeboys in a lower bracket because both of these teams have lost. Twisted Minds up against AB Bren, the current world champion. So if they won this tournament as well, this is this is safely a golden road for them. This is a really good start for them to go up against, or like to go up in the upcoming games. KBG, Team Flash, and Burnix Flash and Onyx. Which match is the most interesting for you, Wolf?
Ooh, should be S2G versus Homeboys. That should be close. But obviously, I wanted to see Burnix Flash going up against Onyx. Maybe there's a team that can challenge Onyx in this stage, as well as AP Brand. So those are the two series that I am gonna be looking forward to. That will be tomorrow. And that's it for all of the matches that we've had today. An eventful day here at the Games of the Future Mobile Legends tournament. Very happy to have served you guys. Any last words there, Yasu, that you want to say?
I'm just gonna say that I'm honored to be casting with you and sharing the disc with you. Once again, the tournament is as high as expected. Thank you so much for all our viewers from all around the globe, from all the regions that are watching right now, rooting for whichever team they are rooting for. You had Yasu and also Wolf at your service at the last games today, and see you in Games of the Future tomorrow.